wọ́n hàn dìra wọn ṣe nǹkan kan ṣé bóun náà kàwé ṣé bó mọ̀ pé scholarship wà láyé àtijọ́ táìmọ̀ yìí wọ́n lò òun làwọn Amẹ́ríkà ti náà fi ń yáyàn ọmọ tí bàbá ẹgbẹ́ kọ́kọ́ máa fi ṣojú ṣáájú because mo mọ̀rọ̀ àwa Nàìjíríà torí pé ó lè di pé mo fẹ́ yáwó unless n bá ṣe bribe ọtí n bá mọ̀yàn ṣó ti ẹyin tó jẹ́ pé kò ní bọ́ sọ́wọ́ ọmọ aláìní ọmọ tí bàbá ọmọ òrukàn kọ́ má ṣe yẹn kó yẹ olórí wa kó jọ kó má lè pé owó yẹn wọ́n ń yá wọn tó bá yá tí ò bá rówó san wọ́n máa ń delete ẹ̀ government will forgive that money torí pé iṣẹ́ lọ sórí ẹni bá ti kàwé ẹni mo kà kọ́kọ́ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run sórí ẹ̀kọ́ méjì lòbí láti kọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ ṣé ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ tí mo sọ ẹ̀ tó bá ti kọ́ ọmọ ẹ bó ṣe máa mọ Ọlọ́run ó bá jẹ́ Christian ó bá jẹ́ Muslim tó mọ ọkọ tó mọ ọkà ṣé ti ẹ̀ tó mọ nǹkan ti pé Ọlọ́run lè yàn forí balẹ̀ fún again wà lọ kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó máa mú ọwọ́ lọ sẹ́nu ṣọ́nẹ́sàn àbàtì tó bá ti jẹ́ kí orin yẹn wà láàrin àwọn òbí sí ọmọ ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká rí ṣe ṣe torí pé ọmọ máa tójú yàn tọ́lọ́run sọ wa náà máa darúgbó àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ṣe pé ẹ̀sìtẹ̀gẹ̀ fúnra ẹ wo ọlọ́run àwọn Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ ṣé ti ọlọ́run àwọn bàbá wọn ẹgbẹ́ yẹn má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ sí o kẹ́ni kò di dùkọ̀ wò wá.
alàgbà Adégbèga Adékúnlé wọn ti rárí wọlé wọn ti já bàbá ìkú lórí ìpèfó orí bàtàn ẹ kú ojúmọ́ sà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ alàgbà tèmi tọ́pẹ́ àtàlàgbà Abíọ́dún.
Ẹ kú ojúmọ́.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ adé ríbi gbé o.
Gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ń gbọ́ yín báyìí. Ó dáa wọ́n ní ibi tá a fẹ́ gbé obì sí obì ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣẹlẹ̀ wù bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí o. Láìpẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi ọ̀sẹ̀ àti tọ́sẹ̀ kan báyìí ni ààrẹ Tinubu ni wọ́n fún àwọn iléeṣẹ́ méjì kan ní àṣẹ pé wọ́n lè ṣùgbọ́n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí 6 ni wọ́n tún fún ní ìwé àṣẹ láísẹ̀nsì pé àníkẹ́ ẹ máa kó kinní yìí wá ẹgbẹ́ kinní yìí wá kí ọmọ Nàìjíríà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní rí epo rọ̀bì pé àwọn bí iléeṣẹ́ 6 kan wọ́n túnṣe fún wọn ní láísẹ̀nsì báyìí pé kí wọ́n máa kó epo wọ ilẹ̀ yìí ìyẹn crude oil kí ni ẹ rò pé wọ́n lè kó lọ sókè òkun wọ́n sì lè fi kó epo wọlé ipa wo lẹ rò pé eléyìí ó kó.
Ipa tó dáa ló máa kó tí wọ́n ṣe fún àwọn iléeṣẹ́ yẹn láti lè kó epo wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ wa because ṣe mọ̀ pé Dangote náà ó wà níbi tó wà níbi tiẹ̀ bọ̀ nǹkan ẹyọkan tó ń yè mí lẹ́nu ni pé àwọn iléeṣẹ́ tán ni wọ́n fún ní láísẹ̀nsì nígbà tá a ka ìròyìn yẹn lọ àmọ́ orúkọ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ yìí gangan fúnra wọn mo dẹ̀ rò pé ó jẹ́ kó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ ká mọ orúkọ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń sọ yìí ìyẹn ṣe pàtàkì a kò gbọ́ pé wọ́n fún àwọn iléeṣẹ́ 6 ní láísẹ̀nsì so tá a bá ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ ká máa là kó máa kúná àti pé èyí tó jẹ mí lógún jù ni pé ń pa ọ̀rọ̀ tá a sọ lánàá lórí ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bó ṣe fẹ́ fún àwọn labour àti bó ṣe fẹ́ ran àwọn aráàlú lọ́wọ́ tán lọ ṣe meeting ìpàdé meeting tán ṣe yẹn nǹkan tí wọ́n tán bá bọ̀ ní ibi ìpàdé yẹn kò ń ṣe nǹkan tó dùn mọ́ mi nú nítorí ọ̀sẹ̀ 8 náà tún sọ yìí ọ̀sẹ̀ 8 yẹn oṣù 2 ni nígbà tẹ́ ti mọ̀ pé ẹ ti máa yọ subsidy ló ti jẹ́ kẹ́yìn náà ti mọ̀ pé ó ti ní ètò tẹ́ máa ṣe fún àwọn people àwọn èèyàn so nítorí ìdí èyí kó tó ọ̀sẹ̀ 8 yẹn èmi á gba àwọn labour àti àwọn èèyàn láàyè kán máa gbáradì láti ṣe bọ́n ṣe fẹ́ yan bọ́n ṣe fẹ́ fi ẹ̀dùn ọkàn wọn wọ̀n nítorí tán bá ṣe ó pẹ́ bóyá ń sìn náà bó ṣe máa lọ nìyẹn bá ṣe máa gba nǹkan tí wọ́n gbé wọlé yìí nìyẹn àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jìyà wọ́n ní láti fi ọ̀nà láti fi ẹ̀pọ̀ láti fi ran àwọn èèyàn lọ́wọ́ nǹkan tí mo lérò pé ó ṣe pàtàkì jù nínú nǹkan tó wà lẹ́yìn sí rèé nítorí nǹkan tó wọ́n gógó ní gbogbo ìlú ní orí ọ̀rọ̀ ilé skul tẹ́ sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó tẹ́ sọ yẹn àwọn alàgbà tó pè tán sìn ọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa náà sọ ń pa ẹ̀ kò séèyàn kankan tó ń commit suicide tán bá yẹ lówó ní skul bíi tó bá ti rówó san kò sí nǹkan kan tí wọ́n máa ṣe fún ẹ insurance ló máa cover ẹ̀ tí insurance ò bá dẹ̀ lè cover ẹ̀ àwọn fúnra wọn máa delete owó yẹn kúrò nínú kíní ẹni àti pé èyí tó tún wà tó ṣe pàtàkì jù ní pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ yá ọmọ léèwé lówó tọ́mọ ẹ̀ bá ṣe tán níléèwé iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ti pèsè ilẹ̀kùn tó fẹ́ ṣe nítorí ìdí èyí ẹ ní láti ní job center tá a máa create job center báwọn ọmọ bá ṣe ń jáde léèwé òun náà máa ríṣẹ́ so láti lè ṣe lè dẹrùn fún wọn láti lè máa san owó tán bá yá padà. Àná owó tán bá yá ìsìn kò ń ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ náà lọ́ máa san. Tán bá yá 3 million for example, tán ṣe tán school tán gba 150,000, wọ́n lè nìkan máa san bíi 5,000 lóṣooṣù tí kò ní pa wọ́n lára. So nǹkan tó dáa ni kán yá àwọn ọmọ ìlówó kán ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ẹ bá káwọn àbúrò wa o.
Wọ́n á gbọ́.
Ẹ já padà sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà 0700903 903
903. Bí a ṣe ń retí ìpè àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ká ṣe àlàyé díẹ̀ sórí àwọn tí ò yé lórí iléeṣẹ́ 6 tí wọ́n ní wọ́n fẹ́ gbé epo wọlé ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní nígbà tí wọ́n bá wọn tó wà lẹ́ka tí iléeṣẹ́ elépo sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n ní ìrètí wà pé nínú oṣù July táwọn wò lọ́ọ̀kan yìí àwọn 6 wọ́n máa gbórí wọlé. Àwọn tó kù wọ́n náà wọ́n máa gbé wọlé ní December. NNPC náà ní bíi 30 days guarantee tán fi lè supply. Gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣàfẹnusọ. Àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà bó bá yẹ rí làá fi mọ bọ́rọ̀ ṣe rí. Ẹ̀ lóòótá ló wà lórí òpó.
Ẹ máa kó ojúmọ́.
Ojúmọ́ rí sà.
Wọ́n sọ fífò níbàjẹ́ o.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
Ìyá àsìkò tiwa Nàìjíríà máa da.
Láṣẹ
Ká máa
Ìdùmarè.
jèrè ń bẹ̀.
Àmì o, àmì ẹ̀pọ̀, àmì ẹ̀pọ̀.
Yá orúkọ tèmi ni Ambassador Musba ni láti ìlú ṣe. Ṣẹ́rí àkọ́kọ́ náà máa sọ ló pa ti ìyàwó tó yẹ fún ọmọ school. Èmi fẹ́ di kan dá yàrá lójú. Ṣẹ́rí òfin tí wọ́n gbowó lù yìí, òfin tí National Assembly pàtì ni. Ó yàtọ̀ sí ti aṣáájú promise nígbà campaign. Ṣẹ́rí tó promise nígbà campaign yẹn tó máa wọnú eléyìí ni èmi ti rí àìdájú lórí ẹ̀. Ṣé ẹyẹ ká kàn farabalẹ̀? Ọ̀tọ̀ wọ́n ti pàtì ẹ̀, wọ́n ti pàtì láti 2017. Ìwé ìtiwà ló ti wà nílẹ̀ tí wọ́n tọwọ́ bọ̀. Àdúgbò pé àdé tọwọ́ bọ̀ tó ló ń bá nǹkan tó bá ọmọ Nàìjíríà sọ. Nínú nǹkan tó yẹ fún ọmọ Nàìjíríà àwa ń kọ́ sílẹ̀ àti máàkì ẹyọ kan nú ẹ̀. Ẹ̀kọ́ ni ní pé ló máa fún ọmọ sùkúù yìí lóòrùn. Lóòrùn tiẹ̀ làwọn fẹ́ bọ́ọ̀sì kó wá gbé wọnú eléyìí pẹ̀lú kọ́mítì tó sẹ́tọ̀. Báwo bó yẹ fẹ́ ṣe tó máa rọ ọmọ Nàìjíríà lọ́rùn àwa ti dó lórí yẹn. Ẹlẹ́kẹ̀jẹ̀ rí ìpàdé tí wọ́n ṣe pẹ̀lú àwọn labour pẹ̀lú àwọn òṣèlú náírà ni o kò tí ì ráwọ̀ akẹ́kẹ́ bí aráàlú. Dọ́pọ̀ táwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ń bèrè ní ẹ̀fúnwó. Àwọn ẹ̀fúnwó dẹ̀ yẹn ni òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba. Àwọn tó ń ṣe ìjọba àbára ẹgbẹ́ ṣe. Èmi sọ fún yín ìjọba ìbá fowó kún òṣìṣẹ́. Tó bá lè gbà tó fowó kún òṣìṣẹ́, èmi tèmi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ kọ́ sílẹ̀. 10 million àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ lè máa kó jáde. Mo sọ mo tún fi àṣẹ sí. 10 million oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ lè máa kó jáde tá a máa ègéṣẹ̀. Wọ́n àfẹ́ kọ́ fowó kún òṣìṣẹ́ náà. Àdìkọ́ tó máa rárá ìlú lọ́rùn gbogbo wa. Ó máa rọ gbogbo alọ́run ní kíjọba fọwọ́ sí. Ìjọba fọwọ́ kó òṣìṣẹ́ wò nígbà o. Èmi sún èmi ò ní gbà. Tàmá 10 million lọ kọ́ sílẹ̀. Wọ́n máa fọwọ́ kó òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ṣe kó ti fẹ́ láàrín lọ́rùn. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n dúró báyẹn ṣe gan.
Ṣé gan ni Ambassador Musba lóró tó ní 0700903 903
903. Bó sì jẹ́ YouTube àbí WhatsApp lẹ́ẹ̀bà wọlé. Bó jẹ́ YouTube ẹ lọ sórí ìkànnì wa tẹ VOP 90.3 FM kẹ́ fi wá warí kẹ́ sọ èròǹgbà yín síbẹ̀ ẹ ra àwọn tó kù tí wọ́n ti ń kọ àríyàn kan tí wọ́n ní purest water ó kọ nìyẹn náà ok àti orí Adétúndé gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ pè lórí WhatsApp ẹ jẹ́ àgbékò iná hello ẹ ti wọlé ẹ káàárọ̀.
hello mo tún pè yín padà ní lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tí arákùnrin tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn sọ. Gbogbo máa ń fẹ́ sùúrù. Gbogbo nǹkan náà tó dálé ayé gan. Ó dá lọ́jọ́ 6, ó dọjọ́ 7, ó sìn, ó dùkú sinmi, ó sì ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ torí pé ilé ayé ń kọ́ntínú ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó sùúrù, ó lè yanjú dáadáa. Pé wọ́n máa fowó kówó òṣìṣẹ́ ọba ṣe. Tó bá ti mọ̀ pé àwọn onímọ̀ ó fẹ́ fi hàn àwọn mẹ̀kúnnù àtàwọn ọ̀sán tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn ìpínlẹ̀.
nẹ́tíwọ̀kì máa fẹ́ máa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ tó dàbí ti bàbá Buhari torí pé for me mo believe pé bàbá Buhari kò bí tí rìbá torí pé a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ wípé èèyàn kan ló lè ṣe nǹkan kan mistake táwa ṣe ní 2015 ni because nígbà tá a bá máa wí because Buhari jẹ́ Muslim like us a ní pé Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí Buhari wọlé kí bàbá wọlé àti pé bàbá ti jẹyà ní àti 1983 pé bóyá bàbá lè ṣe dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ bàbá lè lọ́kàn àti ṣe dáadáa kó jẹ́ wípé àwọn tó jìjọ ṣe ni Ọlọ́run ló máa ṣèdájọ́ yẹn. Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ ẹni tó bá ti di bẹ́ẹ̀ jẹ́ kí gbogbo Nàìjíríà ní sùúrù. Ire máa dé lágbára Elédùmarè tó dẹ̀ máa kan gbogbo.
0700903903903 tó bá jẹ́ wọ̀sọ́ọ̀pù Ọ̀jẹ̀dèjì ń bó wọ́n gbà.
07009039039 tó bá jẹ́ WhatsApp nọ́mbà lẹ́yìn fẹ́ pè láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Ẹ kú ojúmọ́ ń bẹ̀ wọ́n.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sá o.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sá.
Orúkọ mi Sunday ọmọọmọ ìsàn àṣọgbọ́n sà láti ìlú Ìjọra.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ bàbá.
Ẹ kú ojúmọ́ bàbá.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá wa, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ o. Nàìjíríà yìí ò ní torí yín dàrú o. Gbogbo èròǹgbà yín lórí Nàìjíríà yóò ní ìmúṣẹ lórí wa sórí àwọn yín náà. Bàbá wa Bọ́lá Tinubu náà tí gbogbo wa sọ pé kò ní lè ṣe tí Ọlọ́run sì ń fún ṣe yìí lórúkọ Jésù kò ní ṣubú ara, kò ní ṣubú ẹ̀mí, títí yóò fi parí iṣẹ́ náà ọ̀run yóò rò ní agbára. Bàbá wa yìí náà ẹ ṣeun. Náà nípa ìfowókún owó òṣìṣẹ́ tó ṣe pàtàkì. Orí kíni nígbà tí wọ́n ti yọ sọ́bsìdì kúrò tí gbogbo nǹkan ti lọ sókè báyìí. Ó wà sẹ́ẹ̀sì gidigidi ni. Táwọn bá ti fowó kówó òṣẹ́, ó á jẹ́ pé owó tó bá san fún wa lóṣù òun la máa fi ṣe owó ọkọ̀ lásán. Ìyàwó ò tí ì jẹ́ ọmọ ọ̀dẹ̀ tí ì jẹ́. Ìyẹn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. So ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, owó tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi yá àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wa, mo wo ohun tí wọ́n ṣe yìí ó dàbí ìgbà pé Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ yìí fún Bọ́lá Tinubu. Kọ́lọ́run kó túbọ̀ ràn lọ́wọ́. Tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ lóde ńsìn, wọ́n wà nínú court. Torí kí ni iléèwé wọn lọ, àwọn òbí òru wọn níléèwé. Òmí ò lọ primary, òmí ò lọ secondary. Báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ lọ yunifásitì? Báwo lọmọ wa ṣe fẹ́ jẹ́ èèyàn débi pé òbí mi ò tilẹ̀ rú kọ́ ọmọ rẹ̀ níṣẹ́? Ó wá fa wàhálà sínú ayé, gbogbo nǹkan bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń dàrú. So ẹ̀yin ilé òtún ètò Ọlọ́run á máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Ní gbogbo ọ̀nà tí Ọlọ́run fi ń ṣe oore, Ọlọ́run yóò ṣe oore sẹ́yìn náà. Mo rí iṣẹ́ ọpọlọ sẹ́yìn ṣe inú mi dùn. Gbogbo ìgbà tí bá ń gbọ́rọ̀ inú mi máa ń dùn nítorí kí ni ó dá mi lójú wípé Tinubu yóò ṣe dáadáa fún gbogbo Nàìjíríà. Ọ̀run yóò ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ láti ṣe é. Nípa àwọn tí ó fi tó ní láńsẹ̀nsì tí wọ́n fún wọn ó dáa púpọ̀. Ìwọ́n kọ́ jọ torí Ọlọ́run kò ní bẹ̀ wọ́n. Àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ fún ní láńsẹ̀nsì kọ́ mọ̀ wípé ìyẹn Ọlọ́run ni wọ́n tó lè ṣe déédéé pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà tí ń ṣe àwọn tó tún máa bá nǹkan jẹ́ lẹ́yìn. Ọlọ́run á ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Àánú Ọlọ́run yóò bá gbogbo wa gbé. Àánú Ọlọ́run tó bá gbọ́ ají lówùúrọ̀ yìí yóò bá wa gbọ́ àdálẹ́. Bá a ti jáde láyọ̀ a ó wọlé láyọ̀ orúkọ Jésù Kristi wa. Àmín.
Ẹ sàmì àdúrà ẹ gbé tọ́mì 0700903903903 nípa ká nọ́mbà mi ẹ má fowó àdúrà lẹ ẹ fowó àdúrà náà ká nọ́mbà tèmi.
Àdúrà yẹn wọ́n fowó ẹ̀ ránṣẹ́ sọ́jẹ̀dèjì àṣàkà nọ́mbà láìpẹ́. Hello táwọn àbẹ̀ o.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà o.
Ẹ kú ojúmọ́.
Yes sir. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun ló wà máa fún yín. Orúkọ mi ni Alájà Ọláyọrí. Ọtí mo fẹ́ sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀. Wọ́n ní pé àdúrà nìkan ni ká máa fi ti bàbá Tinubu lẹ́yìn. Pé gbogbo nǹkan tó ní lọ́kàn ní dáadáa láti ṣe fórílẹ̀-èdè kọ́lọ̀ fún wọn lẹ́mìí àti àlàáfíà tó máa fi ṣe. Ọkọ̀ tí wọ́n wà lọ́wọ́ ìkan bá kó ló wà lára tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn kan gbé wá sébùté ògo. Gbogbo yìí pé à ń bínú wọn sọ pé àwọn kan wọ́n ń ṣe fáwọn kan wọ́n ṣe fáwọn kan. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ní sùúrù. Sùúrù ló lè ṣe kò kì í ṣàgídí. Ọlọ́run á tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn. Gbogbo wa tá a dẹ̀ wà lórílẹ̀‐èdè la máa jèrè Nàìjíríà lágbára Ọlọ́run tí ní ìjù báyìí lọ.
0700903903903 ẹ jẹ́ àgbà ìpele yìí ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o.
Ẹ̀lú ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ kú ojúmọ́ o.
Ojúmọ́ rẹ o ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ kú ètò.
Ètò Ọlọ́run ní ètò.
Orúkọ tèmi ni Ọpẹ́yẹmí Àlàó. Láti Kòròdú.
Ọ̀yà ẹnìṣó ẹja gbèrò yín.
Èmi náà kàn fẹ́ dá sétò ní pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe ń wo àwọn ètò yẹn bó ṣe ń lọ bí ọlọ́run ṣe fún bàbá wa Tinubu ṣe àdúrà náà ní ká mọ fi tì lẹ́yìn wọ́n ní Sunday tí ó da Sátidé náà láti mọ̀ bí àwa náà ṣe ti ń wò tó ti ń lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀ lójú tèmi mo rí i pé ọlọ́run sì ń bá a ṣe ọlọ́run sì bá a ṣe délẹ̀ àdúrà ní kẹjá mọ fi tì lẹ́yìn nǹkan tó kù táwọn expect kò sí náà tá a bá fi sùúrù sí ọlọ́run ràn lọ́wọ́ pé ó ti ń gbọ́ ohun tí aráàlú ń sọ tí sì ń gbègbè ìdùnnú kan ni ẹja máa fàdúrà ràn lọ́wọ́.
ẹ ṣe gan. hello ta ló tún wà lórí ìlà yẹn. hello
ẹ máa káàárọ̀.
ẹ kú ojúmọ́ sá o.
ẹ káàárọ̀.
ẹ káàárọ̀.
ẹ káàárọ̀ sá.
ẹ káàárọ̀ ọ̀gá mi Mr. Jordan àwọn olùdarí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí alájà kan sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ náà lèmi fẹ́ sọ wọ́n ti sọ nínú àdẹ̀fún ẹ̀gbẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ pé àdúrà ló yẹ orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ẹni tá a dẹ̀ yàn síbẹ̀ pé kó ẹni tá a yàn síbẹ̀ tó lọ ń yàn síbẹ̀ àwa kọ́ la yàn lọ́wọ́ ló yàn síbẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fi àdúrà ràn lọ́wọ́ kò sí ẹni tó lè fi agídí sí nǹkan tó máa mókè àdúrà la máa fi ràn lọ́wọ́ tó máa fi ṣe kíní ẹ̀ tó máa fi yege tó nítorí náà gbogbo ìkólọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á sì dá padà á sì ti Ahmed Bọ́lá Tinubu àtìlẹ́yìn ọ̀rọ̀ mọ̀jú bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
ẹ ṣe gan ni.
0700 903
903 903 alàgbà Kọ́láwọlé àwọn náà ti dé.
wọ́n ti ya wọlé
sí YouTube ǹjẹ́ agbé pè iná. allo ẹ mà ti wọlé kẹ.
0700 903 903 903 ẹ jẹ́ àmọ́ kan sí kó tó di pé a máa lọ ní òwúrọ̀ tó ní ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé tó bá di aago 10:00 àbọ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí sẹ́ẹ̀rì gbogbo àwọn kankan wà tá àrà ààyè mẹ́nu bá ń bí.
àwọn àgbọ̀n yẹ́bẹ́yẹ́bẹ́.
àtúndé sálẹ̀ kòkò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bọ́yọ̀rọ̀ àṣàrí dòkúbò òun ló fa yam pepper skata yìí.
àwa ò tí ì mọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ó dìgbà yẹn náà.
ẹ lóòótọ́ ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
tí o ti yẹ káàárọ̀ o.
ẹ kú ojúmọ́ sá.
orúkọ tèmi lè Fẹ́mi ẹ̀ láti Bàdágìrì.
ó yẹ ǹsó lẹ̀ àwọn ti àgbádárì.
kí ti gbé o.
ó gbére là.
a rẹ̀ máa gbére fún gbogbo wa o.
àṣẹ ò bá mi.
sẹ́rí ògbólílé wa abẹ́rẹ́ gbọ́n yìí ẹ jẹ́ ká sì jùlẹ̀ ká ì máa ṣe tẹrẹ náà ẹ jẹ́ ká lè gbàgbọ́ lórí rẹ̀ pé a ṣe dáadáa ọmọ àwọn ilé mi wa o èmi bẹ́ẹ̀ ń pè é láti àgbẹ́dẹ̀gì ìdí ń pẹ́ Fẹ́mi Ọlọ́run á dó tó ránṣẹ́ náà á ṣe lè dáa mi ò rí jù ẹ lọ o.
ẹ ṣé o.
ẹ kú iṣẹ́ o.
ẹ ṣé gan.
dákun àti àwọn ọmọ Èkó ti pè mọ já fọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀lẹ̀ já mọ relé.
àwọn tó jẹ́ ti ìlú gbági.
ti ìgbàgbìgì gangan ni.
Àwórì làwọn wà àwọn tó ṣàwórì wọn fi kí ààrẹ lẹ́yìn pé wọn máa ṣíkú lè dáa fún wa.
Abdulfatah Abdulgafar ń gbowó Àwórì lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀.
ọtọ́ mi sọ wọ́ ọ̀hún ọmọ sọ fún mi la mo máa tọ́ gbà yòókù lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. tèmi tó pé oyè fọ̀lú ló kọ tọ̀dọ̀ tèmi ẹ ṣeun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń tẹ́tí sí wa olóòtú wa láàárọ̀ alàgbà Yẹmí Adéoyè adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ ti bá a dá sí náà rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ alàgbà Adéríbigbé alàgbà Adégbóyèga láti Germany àti gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ pé ambassador Musiba láti Mushin gbogbo àlè dákọ̀ yín tán wọn. láṣẹ Èdùmàrè lọ́la wọn ò ní fẹ́ ẹnikẹ́ni ṣàwátì a ó tún pàdé láyọ̀ àti lálàáfíà ajé àfi gbogbo ìtókù ó di wọ̀ láago 10:00 àbọ̀ àárọ̀ tòní.
bá a ti ń jáde lọ lónìí a làjẹ́ lọ́wọ́ a làjẹ́ lápò a làjẹ́ ń pamọ́ a ní lájẹ́ lọ́rùn tó rẹ́ni ó bá lájẹ́ lọ́rùn irú wọn jẹ gbèsè nù. Abíọ́dún Ọ̀jẹ̀dèjì ló kọ mi ẹ kú ojúmọ́.
Are you looking for the perfect getaway?
Look no further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, number 42, Muritala Muhammad International Airport Road, Lagos.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure.
MDAs. Also on the Vanguard this morning, subsidy Labour federal government set 8 weeks deadline to conclude dialogue. Tinubu names Nuhu Ribadu NSA, Musa CDS, Lagbaja COAS, Egbetokun as IGP. Another story here on the Vanguard. Southern Kaduna accuses El Rufai of plot to Islamize Kaduna. And still on the Vanguard newspaper, police rescue 9 girls used as sex slaves in Anambra. Arrest hotel owner. Murder of 2 policemen. Businessman raises alarm over plot to truncate investigation. We go to the Daily Trust now. Tinubu hosts Dangote, Bill Gates in Aso Rock. INEC refused to provide documents we asked for, Obi alleges. Another story here says Babana Aisha NAFDAC nabs herbal medicine producer over expired license. Salah buyers groom as ram sales for 0.5 million naira in Kwara. And also on the Daily Trust, presidential election results refused to upload, says INEC. And Tinubu meets Dangote. Gates pledges to prioritize health safety of Nigerians. Now to the Sun newspaper, PDP NWC meets Atiku, Mark Wike, others today. Now, only presidential election results refused to upload, INEC presiding officer tells court. Still on the Sun, we are joining APC because of Uzodimma, says ex-Imo PDP escort. And now to the Guardian newspaper, federal government Labour fix 8 weeks for conclusion of subsidy removal talks. Now, the writer to the story says NLC insists grey areas must be addressed as subcommittees commence wage review. TUC, we will follow up closely to ensure successful implementation. Fasao Labour demands for 200,000 minimum wage, not realistic. Restraining order on NLC TUC from embarking on strike subsists, says court. Also on the Guardian newspaper, town planner urged Kanu government on restraint over demolition. And we have here on the rider says, as Kanduje refutes claim on foreign scholarships. Also on the Guardian, poultry farmers in Lagos seeks federal government's compensation for loss to bird flu. That story is on the Guardian. Now to the Nation's newspaper, Tinubu appoints new service chiefs. And concerned APC members urge Tinubu to set up task force on police program. The story is on the Nation's newspaper. About 110 million people displaced globally, says UNHCR. And still on the Nation's, FRSC announces fresh traffic diversion on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Now we move to this day newspaper. Tinubu dissolves boards of parastatals, agencies, government-owned companies. And another one here says Tinubu sacks service chiefs, IGP, custom controllers, general advisor, names replacement. And finally, this morning, Tinubu asks press to hold government accountable. Now, these are your headlines from 7 Nigerian newspapers this morning. We'll move now to discuss some of the hottest topic in the news. I know you already know from the headlines, you could see a recurrent story yesterday. It was quite a shocking occurrence that happened yesterday, and we're going to talk about it. I'm connecting with
How to start. A beautiful day it is. Good morning and welcome to Voice of the People, that's VOP TV. My name is Moses Humphrey. Now, President Bola Tinubu on Monday evening dismissed all service chiefs, including the National Security Advisor. He didn't stop there. He also went on to dissolve boards of government agencies, parastatals and institutions. Plus, what else is there to know about the demolition of shops at the Alaba International Market in Lagos? Now, these two issues will be on our radar this morning. In the meantime, you may click on the like button and subscribe to our page. And don't forget to put on notification so you are aware of when we come on your TV, because we are always on your TV anyway. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. That is at VOP TV Live. Now, first off, as always, we'll be heading into what the front pages are saying. And I have with me VOP analyst Cyril Abaku. Good morning to you, Cyril.
Good morning, Moses.
All right, so let's get on to, well, you're sure to see the dissolution of the MDAs and the suspension of the service chiefs in the dailies. That's a sure banker. We're starting off with the Guardian newspaper now. From the Guardian newspaper, we have the banner headline here. Applause as Tinubu fires service chiefs, dissolve boards of agencies. And then we have their pictures underneath that one. Now, going further down the paper, we have FG, Labour, fix 8 weeks for conclusion of subsidy removal talks. Tinubu pledges to prioritize Nigerians' well-being. Partners Dangote, Bill Gates. Road diversion. Motorists, commuters decry unending sufferings on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Ethno-religious regional sentiments as Senate seeks principal officers. PEPC, Tinubu APC failed to stop APM's petition. INEC staff recount Beaver's failure. And underneath the cover page there you have Arik Air, shareholders trade accusations over 120 billion naira alleged fraud. All right, so these are the headlines we have. Now, we do know that this morning, one of the topics we'll focus on is the firing of the service chiefs. So maybe we'll just tread softly on that one and then get on with some of the stories here.
Yeah, no, but a new sheriff wouldn't want to keep an old guard. So it was expected, and that's why on this one you won't find too much of mixed reaction. I think it's more of applause. A paper as authoritative as the Guardian coming out to say applause as Mr. President does XYZ. It was long in coming. I think if we cast our minds back to this time in 2015, the president wasn't really moving fast to bring changes to
Tinubu did say that he was going to hit the ground running, and that's personnel. That's
exactly what he. I mean, exactly what. In fairness to him, yes, unlike his predecessor, who I think was largely absent-minded. This is a president who understands optics. Tinubu understands that what you do in the eyes of people matters.
Perception matters.
Yes, perception matters a lot. Yes, and for the first time, let's even leave results out. A man that has a handle on organization, on organizing his government, on bringing people on board. There was a time the former president when he was to appoint, is not the current DSS chief. When they may said, have I met you before? Do we know each other? Yeah. Please don't laugh.
It might just be.
So okay. Here is a president who understands the principle of presence, of being in charge, of understanding the weight and sanctity of the office that he occupies. So even if it's on that score alone, it's important.
That statement, have I met you before, might just be him trying to say, look, I'm not trying to favor you. This is not paying you for something.
You don't mean it.
I'm just trying to be fair to the man.
Yeah, I get.
You know, this is, you know, you might just be, and it's
I like your kindness and your optimism and your fair-mindedness and everything. But this is the point, you know, if you want to arrest the drift of your nation, you must have round pegs in round holes or square pegs in square holes. There's no debating that point. Primarily, you must surround yourself with the right persons so that even where you're making mistakes, they can help and guide and advise you. Moses, what explanation does the president have to be nominating dead people into government positions and honors list? So much so that the president's speech was leaked even before it was time for it to be delivered.
There were a lot of loopholes in the last administration.
If you lack capacity, if you lack even that, you know, I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of the president and imagine what I would have done. If you lack the capacity and the ability and presence to lead your own immediate circle, how then should we entrust with power to lead the country? Heads will not roll. The president won't say anything. Sometimes we have to beg and cry and force before the president comes out to say, okay, leadership is about taking initiative. And not sitting back to say, you know, you just want to be. I can assure you that president, this is how typical President Buhari would have done things. Now that there's discussion around merging FIRS, customs, and what's it called? And
NIMASA.
Of course, certainly there will be a delay in changing the guard. Then when you ask him, he will say, no, you know, there's a debate going on around merging this. So let's just allow them to continue. You get all kinds of spurious excuses for a president's inaction. Somebody used his name in Adamawa to bless a mess and to say that the president, I thank you for your support. Now I'm governor of Adamawa State. The woman who was announced, they didn't say nothing. It was until after INEC had declared the real winner, they said the president wanted to keep quiet and allow the process work itself out. A president who was supervising a minister who fired the head of an agency in his name, and somebody in the president's office also restated that same head of agency in his name. He didn't say anything. The DSS raised a memo telling the president that, Mr. President, you are signing documents you're not reading. These facts are out there. Say, Mr. President, you are signing documents. Do you know the NDIC chief that was crying out the other day? How is it that the Senate passed a bill, and by the time that bill got to the president's table, it had changed, it had significant, treasonable changes, and the president still signed? Where is the president's advice on Senate affairs, on National Assembly affairs?
Those are the ones that should be held responsible.
Where is the national security advice? Where are the people?
They were supposed to read through and ensure that, you know, I said this here before, that the people he surrounded himself with should be blamed for the failure of that administration.
There was no.
Largely.
He will take responsibility.
Of course, yes.
This same president, somebody was alleging that he took a recharge card seller and made him his personal assistant, and that person had gone on to become a billionaire. Excuse me, sir. How does a cobbler of the White House, how does a chef in the White House turn out to even the accused of being a billionaire? And no, it just ends with, it was an accusation. Now, the wreck, who almost wrecked the Adamawa election, where is he today?
I like the coinage. I like that.
Where is he today? He has was scot-free. So the first thing, you know, when people talk about Tinubu, my personal applause or my personal commendation is the fact that there is a semblance of organization. That's the problem. There's a semblance of a man who understands what he came to do and is able to organize his government. If you fail even in that, then it means you are promoting anarchy.
All right, let's get on to some other stories now. About this story, road diversion, motorist commuters decry unending suffering on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Now, that road has been under construction for way too long. In fact, we have pictures, that went on social media, and the pictures showed commuters in their thousands. It would be nice if we could get the pictures up at this time. Commuters, a lot of people living in those areas that apply that road don't even drive their cars into Lagos anymore. They park their cars and they get on motorbikes and all that. Now, these are man hours lost in traffic. Well, I would like for us to get the pictures, but if we can't get those pictures at the moment, we could, go back to them later. Okay, so that's the pictures. Now, these people are going to their different workplaces. These are human beings in traffic on bikes that is supposedly
this is the Nigerian working class.
The working class
on commercial motorcycles
going to work,
and they are stranded. This is a major this is a recipe for human disaster. People could begin to fall down here and faint. People could lose their sanity. All sorts could happen. But we've become enamored. No. The word is we've become benumbed to suffering. And you see that in these numbers, they are still hopeful and they are still believing that it will clear and that they will go to work and still make ends meet. Of course, they have no other choice.
And then going back home again, another trouble.
When social problems of this kind are pointers. People believe that if we had a government, should we be in this situation? If we had government that understands, and now I'm not aware if any of the governments concerned has said anything about this incident. It will, because it's normal, because it's the norm, it can pass, but it cannot pass.
It shouldn't pass. Actually.
It cannot pass because this is not the first time, not the second time, not the third time. The Lagos by the Expressway, I had a senior colleague who was writing an introduction to his program one evening and said he was talking about Lagos by the Expressway that day. I told him, sir, this road is Nigeria's famished road. This novel by Ben Okre, The Famished Road, from Shoyinka's poem many years ago. I said this road is Nigeria's famished road because it is always hungry to take more money, always hungry to take more. You can build one road for more than 20 years. Nigeria is a record holder. We should enter the Guinness Book of World Records as the country that builds one road like Lagos by the Expressway, like East-West Road. Those roads will never be completed. They will continue to be under construction until whenever the Kara Bridge because of the population explosion in Lagos, a lot of people live in Ogun and the border towns with Lagos, in Ogun, and work in Lagos
because of housing and all of that.
Exactly. By law, the taxes are collected in Lagos and transmitted to Ogun State, or maybe that's a sharing formula because your taxes are paid where you live, not where you work. That's the whole idea. Okay, so these people are not unreasonable. They are not informal. They are not people in the informal sector. There are bankers there. There are medical doctors there. There are IT experts there.
From all walks
there
of
are
life,
journalists in that place. There are marketers. There are the labor force. Go and check now. In a few months' time, somebody who has seen that hell and does not have any guarantee that it will repeat itself, he will not go and prepare how he will run away from Nigeria. This is how we encourage people to leave the country. And on paper they read every day that federal government voted 3 billion, 20 billion, 100 billion, took a loan from China, and then whatever even happened to the rail lines that was supposed to come from Ogun State to Lagos. All of these, I believe that transport in Nigeria is one of the areas where we can make a lot of money because people move around all the time. But what we said yesterday is clearly the failure of ideas. We've not deployed the right idea to solve that problem. We need solutions. It's not just a Kara Bridge. Even in the heart of the upscale Lekki area of Lagos State, oh boy, some days you just wonder whether we are people who are really thinking of how to live or just living how to think. Sincerely speaking, the traffic just gets so messy and so bad, and people on an average day, people spend 4 hours in traffic.
Of course,
it's proven. A country that we were told that it is easier to go from Nigeria to China than to go from Apapa airport into main town Lagos. How then do you want to? And governments seem to just fold their hands and say, we're out of ideas. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu came into office his first time. He said his policy was the themes agenda, THEMES. The first the T in the themes is transportation. But sincerely speaking, I admire his style. He's charismatic, he's ebullient, he's smart. But I have to be honest with you to say that I'm not sure if Governor Sanwo-Olu has had a handle on transport in Lagos. I don't think it's not enough to ban Okada. Even the roads linking mile 2 to, is it from the Bagada axis to mile 2 and then down to Toshodi to mile 2, and that they're using cement to tie, not cement to pour. Well, is it not a credit the tax
holiday that they gave to Dangote?
Yeah, tax credit. It's not government initiative. Meanwhile, I can tell you for a fact that the core, or shall I say the cream of experts in this country in any given sector are in government. They are not in public. They are not in the private sector. They are in government, from healthcare to even law, to engineering to works. They are in government. So is it the mystery or the horror of how government just cannot work in this country is what
what's appalling, really.
Is just what we can't get to understand.
All right.
I hope that what happened that day serves as a wake-up call to the governors concerned, to the federal government especially, because it's not just enough to say say what Fashola told us before he left. He said it is the new government coming in that is going to fix the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. My sir, even if COVID and else didn't happen, they still would have told you that other factors made it why those roads could not be completed. Please.
All right. Well, we do hope that picture will get to
and prick their consciences.
Yes, and then they will swing into action and do what is do the needful. Let's move on to the Vanguard newspaper. From the Vanguard newspaper, we have these headlines. Tinubu sacks service chiefs, dissolves boards of MDAs. Nuhu Ribadu named NSA. Egbetokun acting IGP. Musa emerges CDS. Lagbaja is new COAS. Ogala. CNS, Abubakar, CAS. Boards of federal, parastatals, agencies, institutions, companies dissolved. And on top of the nameplate, we have a Naira depreciate to 770 Naira 38 kobo to $1 as demand pressure hits I&E. Presidential poll, no technical glitch on February 25, Amazon tells court. Subsidy, Labour, FG set 8 weeks deadline to conclude dialogue. All right, and we also have a pictorial there that shows the president when he met with Dangote and Bill Gates. And then we have this headline, NGE President Akpabio Abdulrazak Rada NPAN congratulates Eze Anaba. Kebbi government moves to reopen FGC 2 years after bandits attack. Nigeria spends over $500 million on importation of dairy products yearly, or Baseki. All right. And yes, NNPC committed to FG's 2060 net zero plans, Kyari tells US. Airtel flags of 5G services, pledges university for subscribers. All right. So, and then we have on sports, we have a President Ware hails Osimhen's marksmanship. That's on sports. All right, so what do you make of the headlines here?
It's interesting what the goings on at the election petitions court, which was why I said some weeks ago that, look, it doesn't matter, we can televise these procedures live. Let Nigerians see what is going on at the presidential petitions court. In any case, by law, every Nigerian has locus, as it were, to see what's going on there. The explanations INEC has proffered, along with former Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed, along with their sympathizers, as to what really happened to the server, don't sound convincing enough, sound divergent. They are at odds. They are at odds. They are cross with each other. And we have thought that there should be a resolution of sorts, a denouement to help us understand what really went on February 25. Now, Lai Mohammed did say that INEC deliberately shut down the servers. I don't know if it was on the advice of federal government, because Lai Mohammed is not INEC spokesperson. Mm-hmm. He works for the president. He serves at the pleasure of the president. But the attempt made by traveling overseas to tell the world that Nigeria had shut down the servers because
attacks, likely attacks,
which INEC has said that
likely cyber attacks.
Meanwhile, INEC has said nothing of the sort happened, and that there were glitches, which means that there was some sort of malfunction in terms, But it's also good now that the woman from Amazon has come to now tell Nigeria that indeed nothing happened to the server.
It seems like a deliberate attempt not to transmit.
So if what happened was somebody's deliberate, willful attempt to prevent successfully the transmission of the results, we now need to know why did that happen? Why did the person do what the person did? On whose orders was the action carried out? For me, I've always said that it is good for us to see these matters to the logical conclusion, for matters to evolve organically. Let us see. Let's hear all the sides to the matter in court, so that the judges can now make an informed decision. But if truly it is, and I mean the Amazon people have testified and said nothing of the sort happened, then INEC now has the burden of explaining, not just to the court but to Nigerians, because it was us they told initially that what's it called, that there were glitches.
The glitches and they could not transmit.
Nigerians did not summon or subpoena the Amazon people to come and tell us the side of the story. But I believe that what Amazon has told the court, they've also told Nigerians. So INEC now has to tell us exactly what it is that happened. The service chiefs that were sacked, let me come to it briefly. I do not think that the problem was with the service chiefs. It was not with them. It was not with them. And in the military, they tell that there's no bad soldier. Maybe bad officers. I think General Obasanjo was the one that said that in one time. There are no bad soldiers. If you went through the crucible, through the furnace of training, a soldier is a soldier. Now, and all the gains that Nigeria had made in the past against Boko Haram were made by Nigerian soldiers. And let me be very upfront with this. We don't even really need the army to beat Boko Haram. There are about 7 different services in Nigeria. Anyway, the army inclusive, but there are about 7 different services that can on their own take on Boko Haram and beat them. In the police, for example, the police alone has several specialized units that can even engage in helicopter warfare, aerial warfare, to beat back Boko Haram. It is that easy, it is that simple. In my view, why we've not been able to have the upper hand against terrorists is because of things like faith columnists, lack of political will, corruption, indecision, sabotage, and so on. Boko Haram is an industry. It's not just a matter of armed conflict. It's an industry. People are profiting from it. People are making money from what is going on. So, to reduce the war on terror to just the Nigerian military and Nigerian police and so on is convenient, but it's not wise.
Okay.
Now that we've appointed new service chiefs, this is a new president. We want to see how he performs, because ultimately he himself is the commander in chief.
All right.
So it is what it is his body language that they will see to know whether this president, so it is he himself that determines how
they act.
Yes, the liberty they have to go to go all out. I'll give an example. Azubike here, Jirika was former chief of army staff. I can tell, this is on record. He was giving Boko Haram a bloody nose. It was elders from Borno State that came to Jonathan and told him certain things and said, well, XYZ, XYZ. Jonathan said, okay, if you don't like him, if you feel he's violating your rights and he da. Jonathan removed him. See, ever since that day, it has been one step forward, 10 steps backward. If Ejirika had been given free hand, by now we wouldn't have been talking of Boko Haram. As at then, it was localized to just a few parts of Borno State. Today, you have them in Adamawa, they are ravaging the entire northeast.
All right.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, time is of the essence, so we have to call it today on newspaper review. I must say a very big thank you to you, Cyril Abaku, VOP analyst, for joining us on this segment of the show. Up next on VOP this morning, it was certainly expected, and finally, it has come to pass. The entire old guard of the previous administration have been shown the door. Where then do we go from here? Let's talk about this when we come back in a short while. Stay with us. Well, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu on Monday carried out a major shakeup of the nation's security architecture with the immediate retirement of all the service chiefs and Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba. Also affected are special advisors and the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service. According to a statement by the Director of Information, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi, a former theater commander, Operation Hadinkai, Major General Christopher Musa has replaced General Lucky Rabo as the Chief of Defense Staff. And similarly, Major General Taoreed Lagbaja is now the Chief of Army Staff. He replaced Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya. Now, Air Vice Marshal Abubakar was appointed as the Chief of Air Staff in place of Air Marshal Oludayo Amao, and Rear Admiral will take over from Vice Admiral Awal Gambo as the Chief of Naval Staff. Buhari appointed Irabo Amo Gambo and the late Chief of Army Staff Ibrahim Atahiru on January 26, 2021. Atahiru, who died in a plane crash, was replaced by Yahaya, who was appointed on May 27, 2021. Also, Deputy Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has been appointed as the acting IG, while Major General Udengeye is the acting Chief of Defense Intelligence. Nuhu Ribadu, who was appointed last week as the Security Advisor to the President, has been elevated as the National Security Advisor, and he replaced Major General Babagana Mongunu, retired, who was appointed in July 2015 by former President Muhammadu Buhari. Similarly, the President approved the appointment of other military officers in the presidential villa. Well, we do have guests in the studio to help us make sense of this and, what to expect, especially the agenda for these service chiefs. Well, my guests this morning are Nelson Ekujumi, who is in the studio with me. He's a public affairs analyst. And joining me virtually, Barrister Eze Eluchie, who is, joining us virtually. Good morning to you, Barrister. All right, great. Good morning to you, Nelson.
Good morning.
You're looking really serious this morning. I'm going to start with you. How did you take the news when you saw it?
Well, it was a breaking news to me. I didn't expect it this early, but knowing fully well the fact that the man in the hot seat has said he came for this job prepared, that nobody should pity him, and conscious of the fact that the buck stops, at his table, he has done what is within his powers as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And knowing fully well that security is the raising death threat of any government, he has done the needful. When he sent the name of Nuhu Ribadu, or when he appointed Nuhu Ribadu as the special advisor, people were like, won't there be a conflict of job description between the SC and the NSC? And for me, I think what he has demonstrated is that he has made it known to Nigerians and the whole world that security is his #1 priority, because it's only when the people are secured that you can talk about peace. It is only when the people are secured that you can talk about, progress. It is only when the people are secured that you can talk about prosperity. So I think he has done that which is needful within his powers as the CNC of the Nigerian forces.
All right, then, Barrister Eze Eluche. Now, the man did say that he was going to hit the ground running, and he's been firing and hiring in the past few weeks. What do you make of this new, dismissal, and also the ones that he has hired? What do you make of it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Some of us have been of the opinion over the very several change of government we've had in Nigeria that we should be very wary about the concept of chiefs of staffs of the various services. The reason being that when they do these changes of guards, of chiefs of staff, it automatically means the retirement of tens, if not hundreds of other, because the routine, the military, that all the entire members of the corps of the class that produce the service chiefs must go with him, because they cannot serve under somebody with a younger course in the defense academy. So this kind of pronouncement of appointment automatically translates to the retirement of several generals. and police DIGs. Now, the fear in this is that you know what it costs to train all these officers. If you keep on training them out, you still have the highest level number of generals who are retired. Some of their 50s, some are barely maybe late 40s, and they are retired. They are earning pension. That is on the financial and the career part of it. The other thing is this: unless we are accusing the retired chiefs of staffs of committing crimes, the rule is that the chiefs of staff will pay a swear an oath to obey the community. So if nothing can be pointed at as a fault in them, that they were either guilty of treason, should be allowed to remain there, and their allegiance not is to the new commander-in-chief. So taking it as a routine that we must keep on retiring these officers full time, when we will have chiefs of staffs of the various units who are in their maybe early 40s, or generals who have been promoted undeservedly to very high offices. In other parts of the world, we have generals who are in their 60s, who are in their late 50s. Look at the average age of Nigerian generals. What does it tell? It doesn't give much room for confidence. And with regards to all these appointments, constitutionally, my worry is this: what does it portray of the image of the country to the outside world? We are still in a process where the legitimacy, the victory, the reason for even Mr. President in the elections is being challenged in the courts. And here we are, very fundamental changes in governance is taking place. Now, the world will be saying, what is going on here? Do these people even take their judiciary serious? Do we have a judiciary in Nigeria? Is it possible? Is it possible that even the chief justice and the president of the court of appeal and the tribunal members can be changed for whatever reason by the same president who is making these fundamental changes in the services? And the answer, unfortunately, is yes. So, I mean, I've just answered the surrounding issues around this issue of change of personnel. But with regards to his change of personnel, it is presently under the purview of Mr. President to do whatever he likes. But I'm just looking at all the other variables that any serious people will consider seriously. So for moving forward, it's my proposition that under circumstances, should any president be sworn in until all the challenges to his office have been cleared through the courts. Under no circumstances, because as it is now, it is obvious that we are almost wasting time going to the tribunals, which is very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
All right.
Regarding the personnel, okay. Let me stop at that point now.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Eluchi. Nelson, now, governance has to go on, regardless of the fact that cases are in courts. I mean, the country needs to know that, look, things are being administered and, governance just has to go on. Now, do you think these appointments, these suspension and appointments are a little too soon?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I stated with a clause that the man in the hot seat said it very clear that that nobody should pity him, that he applied for this job, and is not prepared to give excuses to the millions of Nigerians who elected him in one of the most successful, free and credible elections in our political history.
Well, that's disputed.
Somebody is having an opinion. It's a court that will validate that. But according to law, don't forget, the Independent National Electoral Commission is a creation of the law. And whatever it does must be in compliance with the law. It is not for you who is disputing it to prove that INEC has not done what it's supposed to do by law. And that is why the electoral system provides mechanism for grievances. That is why you can go to court. Okay. So the law has been obeyed and the law is enforced. Like you said earlier on, there is no vacuum. The government is a continuum. There is no vacuum in power. So the Mr. President exercising his powers tells you clearly the direction is ready to go with the 4-year mandate that majority of Nigerians have entrusted in him. And that is why he's taking these decisions, which are within his constitutional powers. There's no decision he has taken so far that are outside his powers. We should get that very clear.
Yes, we all agree.
Those are the decisions that the Constitution entrusts in his office. And for a lot of us, he has hit the ground running. Because from day one, you can see how the Mr. President has been meeting people, making appointments, those who he feels have cases to answer. He has subscribed that even if they are going to be tried, they won't be tried in Aso Rock. They will be arraigned in courts. And the court will do the needful. The service chiefs have not been sent away because Mr. President has alleged them, but because he wants a change of guard, because he has a mandate to fulfill. And in fulfilling that mandate, every arsenal that needs to be put in place towards achieving that is what is driving at. So Mr. President is well within his powers, and for a lot of us, what he has done is apt.
Now, just to chime in on what Barrister Eze said, yes, he wants to get people that can run with his own ideas and ideals, but then this is a situation whereby we are automatically retiring experienced hands, more experienced hands, because every time you fire, you retire.
Yes.
And then you get somebody else. Now, are we not depleting the strength of the military with all these firings that we are doing?
No, we are not. What we are doing is that we are allowing new hands to try their hand, in the cooking pots. Because just take for example, you go through secondary school or a university. At the end of 4 years, you leave. Other people are coming behind you, they move to the next class. So it is imperative, it is natural that the states or the country will train personnel. And at every point in time, personnel come and go. The career of a military man is in the military. It's not in being appointed chief of Navy staff or chief of Army staff. It is your career progression. Look at the new chief of Army staff you mentioned, or the chief of defense staff. He was a former commander of Akindai, the security outfit. Those are the career of a military man. It is the issue about appointment as the chief of army staff, chief of navy staff. Those are political appointments. Your projection is you join the military as a cadet. Go and look at the history of a lot of the officers that we are talking about. They didn't join the military as a major general, did they? They didn't join the military to become the chief of army staff. They joined the military because they wanted a career within the military establishment, and that they have fulfilled. They have gotten to the peak. It's just like in the civil service. Once you get to the peak of the position of a director, that is the apex, that is the summit. Whether you become a PS or not, that is an extra bonus.
So we're increasing the retirement age of judges, but then reducing the retirement age and functionality of the military chiefs.
The judges' job description differs from the military job description.
But experience still comes to bear.
The experience comes to bear, but you gather experiences through trainings, through battles, through activities or assignments that you are assigned. You can't compare what a judge goes through, a judge who sits over cases, compared to somebody who is out there in the field, who uses majorly physical strength. Because the judges use more of intellectualism. Even though that is not to say that even in the military, intellectualism is not part of it, because the military has a department that is called research, and they also have what is called intelligence. And when we are talking about intelligence, we are talking about intellect. So the reason that has necessitated the retirement of judges to 70 is not the same reason with the retirement of generals. Right. Because in the service, is either you are 65 at age, or you must have spent number of years in service, and you automatically go. So there is no difference much there.
All right then, Barrister Eze. Now we do know that only 3 days ago, or about that, Asari Adokubo visited the president and later told Nigerians that the military was involved in oil theft. Now, could that be why the chiefs have been asked to leave? All right. Okay. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I listened to his comments made in the press room of the Aso Rock, and I was shocked. It was an insult and an embarrassment to Nigerians military, to the totality of the Nigerian military. For a warlord to come out and be telling us that the entire military was compromised, that he was now responsible for security across most parts of the country, and all that. And he's a warlord. We have professional soldiers. Note that some of these soldiers have compromised themselves. There have been instances where some have been caught trying to sell arms to terrorists. But we know dedicated soldiers, and they are in the majority. So for a warlord to come out and to denigrate the entire military from the seat of was a shocker. And I hope that is an example of what we'll be seeing at the presidency of Mr. Tinubu. Because send a very dangerous and bad signal. People have been trained at public expenses. People have been recruited across the country. People have vowed and served Nigeria. And somebody who is a warlord who I see as mentored. Because when you look at his utterances, some of them are very, very extreme. And he's a tribal warlord for the entirety of his forces comes from his ethnic group. Their chants, their songs are all in the Kalabari language. So for such a character to come and tell us that the military, which is one of those institutions which has held Nigeria together, he came out and disparaged everybody. I pray that is not the reason why the president has changed the service chief. To be insulted, even those who have accepted to serve under such conditions. We know the problem that we're very careful in some of these things that we do, because that somebody has vowed to serve you with his life does not remove that the president is also the commander-in-chief of the entire Nigerian military, which is populated by people from all over, all ethnicity states. You cannot replace the Nigerian army with a gang of thugs led by Asari Dokubo. For what reason, for goodness sake? And I hope that somebody from the office of the president will come out and distance the presidency from those uncouth and unconstitutional and illegitimate comments made by Asari Dokubo. Please, let us not even begin to think that is the reason why these changes were made. Yes, Mr. President has the right to change the subjects at his will, but I prayerfully hope that it's not because of the nonsense Asari Dokubo uttered from Soro. Because if it is, there'll be consequences.
You call it
soldiers. Yes.
You call it nonsense what he said, but yes. he basically pointed accusing fingers at the military, and the military did not come up with a very strong opposition for what he said. What he simply said was name names, and of course we know he can't name names. I don't think that was strong enough, and he boldly said that the reason Nigerians were enjoying peace and could ply some roads was because himself and his men were protecting those areas. That's an affront on the military. That just goes to show that the military hasn't been doing what they are constitutionally appointed to do. That's brazen.
No, let me respond to that. When somebody makes such comments from the seat of power itself, from Aso Rock, even the director of public relations of the military, of the army, of all the forces, will be very, very hesitant to respond. But I assure you, if Asari Dokubo had made those comments from any other place, the military would have responded, because he was speaking from the president. He was speaking with the Nigerian coat of arms behind his back. What was saying appeared to be the stance of government. In where I am, most of the alleged have been done by these boys of Asari Dokubo. the so-called unknown government. People hear them saying Tamunoi, Tamu. They're not Igbo. They don't speak Igbo language. For goodness sake, you can ask questions about this. So I'm not going to go into the details, but I'm just going to respond that what he said was very, very wrong and insulting to the entire Nigerian military. There are bad eggs in the military, which the military has routinely taken care of. It's just like saying that the entire Nigerian police force is corrupt. For goodness sake, I will say no to that. There are some rascal elements in the Nigerian police who collect bribes from the people, who even get paid to go and kill people, but the police is doing its best to rid itself of such elements in their midst. For anybody to come and tell us that the entire Nigerian police force or the Nigerian military is redundant, is useless, I will say no to that. I personally have friends in both the military and the police who I know that they leave the house dedicated to go and serve Nigeria, and they are ready to stake their lives on the line. So for a warlord who has committed atrocities to come out using the platform of the presidential villa to make utterances against those soldiers was most unfortunate. And I repeat, most unfortunate. I will still call on Mr. President to use his office to retrace or distance himself from those uncouth comments made by then if there are particular soldiers who have been known to be part of this mess, and the soldier is the military doing its best, but perhaps these people they're underpaid, they are undervalued, so at times they leave themselves and they get bribed from this criminal element. But for goodness sake, it is not all soldiers. It is a few, and the system can take care of those few. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much once again. Now, Nelson, do we know these men, the new appointed service chiefs? Do we know them, and should we trust them to deliver, knowing fully well that these are individuals who are working under a system? If the system is faulty, I mean, in previous times we have had to appoint and reappoint, but the system has remained a little faulty. All right, now, and then we have always blamed the individuals for not performing. What should we expect differently from these individuals?
Well, I don't belong to your school of thoughts of those that hold individuals responsible. I belong to the school of thought that you have to look at the modus operandi of the system holistically. For me, the appointments are in line, they are constitutional with what Mr. President, how he wants to drive his vehicle. You know, to drive a vehicle, you need co-pilot. You need to drive to pilot an aeroplane or a fighter jet. You need co-pilots. So what Mr. President has done is to bring on board his own co-pilot. But be that as it may, the new service chiefs are men and women who have distinguished themselves in their chosen field. If anybody wants to know about them, you should go and do a Google search on their career in the military. These are not men who were just picked from the bus stop. You know, for somebody to become a major general, you can imagine where he has come, the routes he has traversed. So I have that confidence that, you know, these men will bring their own new ideas to the table. And don't also forget that in as much as they are bringing their ideas to the table, they also have to, you know, juxtapose their ideas with ideas of even Mr. President and the security team of which they are a part. Because all this while, a lot of times people run and say, oh, the former President Muhammadu Buhari, oh, Mr. President Buhari has run out of ideas. And some of us are aghast. So we are a country of a federal government, 36 states government, and 774 local government. So you think we are run by the idea of one man? That means my governor in Lagos State is a dummy. Abi? My local government chairman are no human beings with intellect. So you listen to some manner of talk, and you are like, what is this person saying? Does this person know how government works? You know. So for me, these are men who have proven themselves in their chosen fields. They have risen to the summit of their career because, look, for example, take the issue of Egbetokun. From a cadet ASP, he has risen to the rank of a DIG, which is the summit. It's from the DIG that is whether from the DIG or the AIG that the police pick their IG. So you can't tell me, do we know this man? If you want to know about where he's coming from, you need to go and read about his history. He didn't just come out from the moon. He has had a checkered career in the police force. And for him to have gotten to the summit of his career, it means he has performed very well. So these are men that one is very, very optimistic that the appointer and the firer, who is Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief, must have done his own work. Because these are the people he has appointed, they are not the only ones in the establishments from which they were picked. They must have been picked based on various indices.
Got to be closest in rank.
Yes, and if he has done that, I want to believe clearly that knowing fully well that the buck stops on his table, and he himself has said he's not ready to give excuses, but rather to give performance. So I hold him, accountable for his appointment.
All right, I'm going to ask you the same question, Barrister Eze Eluche. These men, we know, should we expect miracle from the individuals, knowing that they still work in a system? How well do we know them, really, to deliver? Same question, basically.
Well, yes, no problem. Like Manny just said, we don't really need to know them. The fact is, they have a point, like you rightly said, in good education. The military is system of organization. A man at the top or a change does not actually make much because it's already a system. That is the reason why some of us have always been opined that rather than all these changes of guards which lead to the stacks or of so many, you can give new orders, new instructions to those who were to watch them. They cannot get it. A military man who has the rank of the general knows that consequence of disloyalty, he'll be dismissed. So they have to obey the last, which is from their commander. So we need to know them. Any there, they are the commander forces. So they can go and do the job. But like I said, it's a system organization. There is already an entrenched system. The issue with Nigerian military in their engagement with Boko, the issue of procurement, is the money is being dished out for arms and weapons being used, but for arms and weapons, or is it going to be used to buy houses in Dubai, like we did, like it happened with the former chief of army staff, who is now an ambassador in Benin Republic? Or will it be circumvented? Will the arms end up in the hands of the terrorists or the criminal elements? Been routine. So if the new chiefs will do what they should do and watch the issue of procurement, personal wealth of the military soldiers, if it's just to change them to have your men at the top of forces, like I understand that the current acting IG was once at to Mr. President, and perhaps that was one of such things will not even help us. The fact is they are there. As Nigerians pray they succeed, but then should they have been changed in the first place? That is the question that should be bothering all of us. And my worry again is this: you appoint a police officer as the national security officer, a national secretary NSA, and you place him almost above the chiefs, which I think is another wrong issue. Because the police officer who has been used to civil issues, civil policing, not know jack about military engagements. When the chief of army or Air Force staff comes to him and brings ideas, will he his mindset to address issues? Because Nigeria is presently, the security challenge we have in Nigeria is presently basically military, whether it's on sea, on air, or on land. It's not policing. So you bring a new Republican who has in policing to be the national security advisor, and he will take advice from these service chiefs and translate his advice to the president. Something is something to me. Perhaps from what I've seen, a new report have gone, he might have acquired something, but I don't see him knowing better than the soldiers with regard to how they can actually engage the security challenges that are flickering. Thank you very much.
All right, then. I'm going to stay with you for a little bit. Now, talking about the individuals and the system, we've had, I mean, this was also something that Asarido Kubo mentioned. He said something, and I've heard this a number of times. A situation whereby Nigerian military procures arms and ammunition, and they take these arms and ammunition to the theater of war. They are attacked, and at the end of the day, they leave. Maybe they run away, maybe they are overpowered, or whatever the case may be. But they leave, and the bandits or insurgents now, let's just call them that, take these arms and ammunitions, and one would wonder what happened. How were they overpowered? Are we buying arms and ammunition for these insurgents? Because that's, I mean, I have had a few friends in the military who, who said some of these things, that this is what they have had to go through, that the weapons come in trailers and trucks. Before they know it, the bandits are taking them away. Now, this is a system. And now we have new service chiefs. What should we expect differently?
I think the issue is what command are the soldiers given? Because when you look at the news reports, all we hear is that the soldiers have repelled attack. They have defended, they have pursued them out of their barrack. We don't, these soldiers have gone after the incident. In fact, some of my friends in the military have informed that they were not under the previous regime, under strict not to go in pursuit. So you just sit down in your barracks. When you get attacked and you have to repel the attack, you stay back in the barracks. When you look, we have seen this, so these bandits where they are. Can we go after them? Your commanding officer tells you, do not move after them. So they are stuck there. And you cannot, when you are in the midst of battle, go against your commanding officer because the consequences is immediate. You get a bullet in your head. So we hope that the instruct or the commands that the current president will give to the soldiers in the theater of operations will be different. It should be go after these people wherever you think they are, wherever you know they are. Don't just sit down in your barracks and wait to be attacked before you. Like when the NDA Defense Academy was attacked, what did they do? They defended their NDA and did not pursue it. But they did not go in pursuit, even in Baka, in these areas. In the past 8 years, the Nigerian military, what's my word, never attacked or never went after the bandits. The bandits were the ones them at will. So just even from videos, they expressed anger, they expressed disgust that we know where these people are. They're moving around. We say we shouldn't attack them, then we should just wait until we get killed. So that's why I keep on saying it is a system issue. The president will give an order whenever you see them attack. Otherwise, we'll end up keep on arms. And like I said, Bama Elif, one who was the current ambassador to Benin Republic, built houses, got houses in Dubai. Of course, his salary as a general not allow him to buy houses. Buy these things with the funds given to the military to buy weapons. And then when you now buy weapons that are substandard, that are not up to the terrorists come with the state of the M16s, AKs, and our soldiers have to go and manage ramshackle guns that can't even that jam when you are firing them. What do you expect them to do? Of course, they will leave the place and run away. So if we are serious, Boko Haram is no threat to Nigeria. We pray that the president, in all his changes of guards, let's follow it up with a change of instructions. Because under the past Buhari, the instruction has been to defend when you attack. Never attack these rascals. And the Nigerian army, with the way they are populated, the way they are trained, if they go, these terrorists, the Boko Haram or insurgents, they will get them. Who do you think they are?
All right, then.
So please, Mr. President, not just change of that. Let us have a change of instructions and commands. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Let me ask you this now. Do you think these appointments reflect the federal character
Please, before I think I need to respond to some of the things he said. He's being economical with the truth. And why do I say this? No government in the history of this country has equipped the military the way the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari has done. You recollect that there was a video that went viral where the chief of air staff, Amao, said under former administration before President Muhammadu Buhari that they would take a flight to the theater of war just to fire a shot. But that under President Muhammadu Buhari acquired over 49 brand new jets for the Nigerian Air Force. Not to talk of platforms and ships he acquired for the Nigerian Navy, as well as the Nigerian Army. The issue is that the president has given a marching orders. Somebody cannot just come here and be disparaging the office of the presidency and say when the president told them to stay in the barracks and not attack. The military have their own rules of engagement. You are not a military man, so it's not an area you can delve in. Even in security circle, there's this saying that it is better for 100 criminals to go scot-free than for one innocent soul to be killed. You will see the police, even when the police are chasing armed robbers, once they enter into a civilian population, the police will hold fire because they know anything could happen. That is part of their training.
So your summation now of what he said is that the military most times do not pursue because they don't want to hurt other people.
The thing there is that the military's activities is bound by rules of engagement. Right. Now, so you can't expect the military because the military.
No doubt. We cannot argue with the fact that the last administration procured a lot of arms and but one of them is the Tucano jets that were gotten. Yeah. Did Nigerians since Nigerians were aware that those things were procured?
Yeah.
Shouldn't Nigerians have been aware of when they were used as well?
Well, I'm aware that
when they used,
the military will not come and tell you we are going to fire, we are taking our jets to XY zone.
But that's
a security. That's a security affair.
If South Korea fires a missile, they tell the world.
Fire a missile for what? Are they engaged in war?
For whatever reason.
No, are they engaged in a war?
For whatever reason.
No. South Korea
Tucano jets were procured.
South Korea firing a missile is not because they are engaged in war with another country. They are firing a missile to show their strength.
That was just an example.
That example
if Tucano jets were procured, and Nigerians knew that they were procured, and Nigerians were happy at the fact that these things have come, maybe at this time we'll be able to wipe out insurgency. How come Nigerians were not aware when they were used?
Well, because the Tucano jets and other fighter equipments that were procured for the military have always been deployed. We've had reports from the military public relations spokesman comes out on a regular basis to brief the press. But when they are going for their operation, it is not in line with military rules for them to disclose to you, tomorrow we are going to Sambisa Forest. How do you think the enemy will be? You think the enemy will remain there or will fold his arms? No, the military has a responsibility to say, okay, in the last 3 months, this is what we have done. So if you say you are not aware of how the Tucano jets have been deployed,
aware.
I'm aware because I listen to the military spokesman. It doesn't have to come and tell me this is the equipment or machinery that was deployed. That is what his job to tell you. That is a military information. His duty is to tell you that we conducted this operation and this is the successes we have recorded. This is the fatalities we have recorded. That is his own responsibility. For him to come and tell you, we went there with 100 AK-47 when we went there with 20 Tucano jets. That is not his duty. It's not for him to disclose how they run the operations. That is the military information that is...
Can you respond to the question?
Okay, the question is that the appointments so far as we have seen from what the Mr. President has done reflects, federal character. And anybody that has any misgivings that it does not, the window is open for you to go and exercise, to go and ventilate your grievance in court. Because the Constitution makes it very clear that where this happens, this is what you can do. And we have seen people do it severally.
The Chapter 2 of the Constitution does not allow you to even go to court.
Why? For appointment that does not reflect federal. The Constitution makes it clear that the appointments must reflect federal character. That's why in appointing ministers, the president is under oath. Because don't forget, the president swore on oath to abide by the provisions of the Constitution.
Let's ask the lawyer in our midst now, Barrister Ezeliche. Can Nigerians, if Nigerians are aggrieved at the appointments, can Nigerians go to court?
What the appointment to Nigerians to even go to court?
The question is can Nigerians go to court? That's the question. Not whether there's a reason to.
Nigerians are realizing what is transpiring. When the phrase go to court, like the studio said, it's more like to mock and ridicule the system. Go to court. Go to court and do what? Even the basic election of the president is being challenged and people are still in court. I can go to court. And do what? So Nigerians are becoming more like a waste of time.
Please hold on. I would like for you to. I think you're watching us live, so there's a holdback. We'd like for you to mute the live feed so we can hear you. You know, there's a conflict of voices now. All right.
I was in up.
No, we can still hear the holdback. You know. There's an audio feed coming from somewhere around you, so it's affecting the output and not making. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Let's go ahead.
Yes, I'm saying the refrain or the phrase "go to court," like your getting said, has been more like a mockery of the past system. When you do something that you know cannot be right, they can go to court. But when there are people like their system, even the question of the legitimacy of the government is still in court. Why would I waste my time going to court over another issue? Particularly when the courts now give 20, 30 million naira fine against Nigerians who try to test the validity of constitutional provisions. So the system has literally told us, don't bother. Nigerians now need to don't look when such things happen. When people begin to look down on the judiciary, they don't bother with it, then we should be worried because they have still got that and they will do something that not be welcome to every other person. So I think he tried his best to ensure that he covers the field. But like I was saying, with all those semantics, federal character, what is the quality, history, what image does it give to the international community that we are doing all these changes when the legitimacy of the government is still being questioned? This is the issue.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Ezeliche. We'll wrap up this now, but I would like you gentlemen to stay with me for a little bit longer. You know, it's always interesting to have you two gentlemen in the studio. We all markets have been reduced to debris, but the cries of the affected continue to go up. All right. This is a conversation that we are going into right now. On your screen, you will have pictures of the demolition exercise that took place over the weekend into Monday.
You can't hear me. Now the demolition is taking place, as you can see.
All right, there you have it. Well, I did say shops earlier. 17 buildings housing shops, of course, were demolished by the Lagos State Building Control Agency. Now, there's a school of thought. I'm coming to you now, Nelson Ikujimi. A school of thought, looking at this, yes, in as much as notice, was given some years ago, since 2016. Some Nigerians are concerned at the timing. If you gave notice in 2016 and you didn't think it to, pursue or go ahead with, up until now, considering the tension that emanated from the just concluded elections, the tribal tensions in the air, some Nigerians are of the school of thought that this is motivated by some tribal sentiments.
Well, we run a democracy, and like we say in journalism, in the media, that opinions are free, but facts are sacred. Anybody can run with any opinion. He can come with any thoughts he wants to. But
so it doesn't matter what the people feel.
You are free to feel, but the facts on the table is that those buildings were declared distress. They've been served notice since 2016. Whatever transpired between 2016 to 2023 before they were pulled down, I'm not in a position to say, because I'm not an official of the Lagos State Building Control Agency, LABSCA. So it would have been more appropriate for us to have had, an official from that agency here to tell us why they have to wait this long. But if you want to impugn whether religious, whether ethnic sentiments, you are free. But don't forget, lately we have had recurring cases of collapsed building, even in highbrow areas. We have had buildings being pulled down in Lagos Island. We have had buildings being pulled down in Banana Island. We have had buildings being pulled down in almost every part of this country because of recurring cases of building collapse. So what makes those ones not to be based on ethnicity, why this one should be? I think those who harbor that school of thought should, come and give us, a logical explanation. But the fact is that once a building has been declared distressed, it means that building is a risk to human existence. And the responsibility of government all over the world is to protect life and property. And how do you protect life when you know something is going to cause, a catastrophe to the human existence, and you open your eyes and allow it to go, unattended to? Any government doing that must be an irresponsible government.
Barrister Eze-Luche, how do you respond to this?
Well, I very much agree with your guest in the studio. If a building has been after going through the normal process to be on habitation, and the proper notices are given to those who are concerned, they have either been given an opportunity to respond, either to prove that yes, it's not what it is determined to be, then the law can take court. The concern, however, is that justice is when you treat everybody equally, or when you treat people who are like on the same order, you treat them equally. When you begin to be selective, that's when you may begin to meaning into some of these sort of government. If, for instance, their buildings have been also and for some one reason or the other, don't know the you become a bit selective. People begin to wonder: is there an unknown reason? And is it the government to ensure that people do not begin that perspective? But it's fundamentally, a building is safe for human consumption, for human habitation. Is to pull it down and give the people own the land. Because when people do the down, it means that government sees it is presumed that the government will also allow the owners to pay for the cost of demolition and then bring in other plans to put a new house. When the government now demolishes and claims it as seed itself, such properties, then it becomes a question of what's really going on here. Thank you.
All right, then. We have joining us also virtually Charles Ideho. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I greet you, and I greet my friend in the studio, Nancy Kujumi, and then guest. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so we're talking about the demolition of buildings at the Alaba market. What do you make of that?
Okay, but I think it's something that has been. Let me hasten to add here that when a society, a country, to wit, when you elect leaders, part of what is embedded in the mandate you surrender to them is your obligation for urban renewal, obligation for maintenance of infrastructure, obligation for control of building, so that you ensure that if you have a structure in that society, if you have a structure in that locality, or whatever it may be, a city or a town, then if you have anything that is against that structure, the government to which we have surrendered that mandate, including all this one I talked about, all these elements that are embedded in it, the obligation, and then the government has a right to wave the big stick. All right. Now, this issue that I'm talking about, demolition today, the warning has been coming. I mean, the warning is long coming. I understand, according to a report, that the warning started in 2016. Now it was repeated years after, and repeated 2 years after in 2022, and then 2023, the warning was also repeated. Initially, I understand about the 349 distressed building. Please, whenever we talk about it, let's always underline and emphasize that word, distressed building. Okay, so all of them were marked for, because as I said, government has an obligation to ensure that safety of life and property is also maintained. Now, I have business in Alaba, not as a trader. I did a magazine in 2014 when I had a magazine I was using. So over there, because as at that time you had about 9, one of the biggest, which is Fancy Furniture, they actually gave me an office where I operate. So I understand I understand the theory, I understand the leadership, I understand the philosophy, I understand the psychology of the businessman in Alaba. All right. So, and I also know that there are a lot of buildings that indeed, sometimes I will be afraid when I climb upstairs, how human beings will climb those upstairs and make their sales and sell their merchandise in those buildings that are destroyed, that it could cave in any time. You also understand that the topography of Alaba, if you look at the land, most times some of them they use sumpy land. Most of them will just get there, pour sand in it without proper checking the environmental impact assessment before they erect those buildings. So most of these buildings are having problems. So of course, the government has the obligation for urban renewal and for maintenance of infrastructure, had to go over there to ensure that we don't have this issue of building collapsing and people dying. So for me, what government is within the ambit of the law, as I said, but on the flip side of it is that there's always the wrong time to do the wrong thing. As we speak, this period is not the right time for that demolition. Everything we do in this country always have exploration. Don't forget that elections have just been held. Don't also forget that this election were marked with if I disease and you have all this system about somebody is Igbo, is the against Yoruba interest against that. So I think all these embers have not really abated before they are carrying out this demolition. So maybe if the government had carried a bit, maybe to sometime around November or thereabout, I am sure that is greeting this policy now wouldn't have been seen. That's by my own estimation.
All right then. So do you think the timing is wrong?
I'm surprised that my friend Charles is talking about the timing. I'm sure he knows that when a building has been categorized as distress, the building will not tell you I'm going to collapse at in January or in February, it means that building can collapse at any time. And like I told you, we've had buildings distressed that have been demolished in Lagos Island. Even where I formerly lived in Ebute Metta, we've had buildings that have been categorized as distressed, that the agency came and pulled down those buildings. We've had buildings that have been pulled down, even in Banana Island. So, are we saying that the life of the average trader in Alaba is what we should use to play Ludo, while the life of those in Ebute Metta, Lagos Island and Banana Island is more worthy to be protected? That is why we pull them down. Absolutely no government is taking in that direction. There's no wrong time to do the right thing.
Nancy, I disagree with you. Nancy, I disagree with you. See, the thing is that you made an addition to the issue of Gotometa. I quite agree with you. We're on the same page on that. But where I divorce myself entirely from your own side of your own part of the bargain is the fact that I mentioned the time those buildings were pulled down in the Gotometa, there were no elections. We put it elsewhere you have mentioned, there were all these divisions were in the system. That's what I'm saying, that look, there's always a wrong way for any right decision to be. This time, as we speak, I do know that people's lives were danger. Maybe the government could have done some, maybe I will say maybe a stopgap measure, so that right now you think if it has happened before the election, anybody would have raised any eyebrow. That's something that we must avoid at all costs. Any good intention will have that people would think has ethnic or social or political coloration. That's why I divorce myself from that.
Oluche, you have
yes, thank you. I agree with you in the studio. There is no good time or bad time to do a good thing. So if the notices have been as the issue of the elections, no elections should not be the concern. Those things should be pulled down. But the reality is this, because that's what we'll be watching on next. There are other buildings which have marked for demolition across the state. It is when you do not profane such other buildings and you only restrict yourself to one area and you begin to ask questions. Because the that had a experience at Alaba. If those buildings were to collapse tomorrow or next tomorrow, people will be the government. Why did you go ahead and demolish? So I don't agree that you should have waited till November or January. No. What is good should be done. There should be justice and equity in doing it, so that no one to be painted on it.
No, I also disagree. What I'm saying is that, can I say this, that, well, I mentioned stopgap measure. Stopgap measure could it could be like evicting them, maybe evicting them from the building. That's a stopgap measure. If you evicted them, I'm not sure this higgy haga we have witnessed today would have been there. It is my own is the demolition. If you let's evict you, and that's also a stopgap measure, because people right now, as I said,
if you talk about evicting them, part of the
a security apparatus, and he gave a warning that no longer would anybody be allowed to intimidate the state. So if Charles is talking about eviction, ordinarily a human being should value his life more than any other thing first. We have seen situations whereby even when people have been evicted, people still smuggle themselves into that building, and when it collapses, you now get to hear that, okay, there was a building collapse not too long in Lagos where people were saying the government didn't do the needful, and the government said, look, we had sealed up that building. The people that came in, they came in unannounced. Nobody knew they were there. And don't forget, when we are talking about government, we are talking about human beings. To evict, we require human beings to be there to tell them to leave. But the human being that you have deployed there, are you going to tell me that the man should jettison or cheat nature? So Nigerians themselves should recognize that, look, you should attach the greatest importance to your life. You should not take your life for granted. Don't expect government to come and protect your life when you yourself, you are not ready to do the needful, because the government cannot be everywhere.
All right, Charles, now, I'm going to come back to you now. Charles, what do you think government should do now to alleviate the sufferings of the traders that are affected? Should they be be taken elsewhere? All right, I can't hear you now. You might need to. Okay, I can hear you now.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, my position is not actually too far from the two gentlemen, Nessie, my friend, and Mr. Daisy, I suppose. Now, yeah, if you talk about what should the government do, government has already proceeded in the action, which of course I also applaud. My only point of diversion there is the timing, which of course you can never appoint time for somebody to die. That's fair. But what I think, for instance, if we have any national disaster like flooding, what does government usually do? Government will always look for we put in place stopgap measure, like perhaps maybe Alaba, those people who are affected, they could somewhere to them, they could work in partnership with the Ojo local government council over there and look for just a place for them for a while until those things have been cleared, the buildings have been cleared, and if they are going to be erected, and get them in a way that it will be fitting for human habitation or where they can carry out their trades and also sell much. But again, with the way it is now, people, they started the warning since 2016. 2016, the date is about 7 years, if my arithmetic is correct. So it has been started, and it is something that has to be concluded. But what they need to do right now, because those who are there, most of them are daily wage earners. So say perhaps it's going to take them about 3 years to build, to reconstruct those things. What will be happening to personal economies of those people who have been affected? So government still has responsibility. As I said, even though we surrendered our mandate to them, they still have to also ensure that people are taken care of. Because if some of those boys who are there, they have no other thing to do, they might have other means that may not be proper. So government has to work with the local authorities over there, the Ojo local government council and all that, to find maybe a makeshift arrangement for them so that they can continue their trade and none of them goes hungry.
All right then. So a makeshift arrangements. Do you agree?
Yeah. The government, the local authority, it's mainly the hands of the local government as well as the market authorities there to do that.
All right. Now, before I let you go, there's a school of thought now that pushing around a narrative that the land was sold to China. Have you heard that? Do you buy into it? Barrister Eze, I'm going to start with you, and then I'll come to Charles. Can you hear me?
Just repeat what they responded last about. What? Yes, I'm hearing you very well. Are you hearing me?
Yes, clearly too. Go ahead.
Good. Building now are not a big deal. And China directed a building of the United States building within a week. So it doesn't take much long to replace that same structure that has now been demolished and washed away. Regardless, I don't think we should be commenting on rumors. This can mean people are always trying to vilify China. For example, there you go, you get China. They demolished. What will it occupy to ensure or to involve what the demolition? I don't think, and if there are Chinese businessmen taking advantage of it, that is their own. Well, remember, I have said that the government is going to demolish the buildings. The government is the land from the owners of the structure. And then what we can actually do is to assist them to erect these structures, and the erect structure, like I gave example, that will not even take more than a month to have whatever you want that is strong and is safe to create platform. So let us just talk about this story in China. We're looking at China, we're doing this. Nigeria can actually be better.
All right then. You want?
Nigeria to give you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Eze Luche. You want to respond?
Well, I don't respond to rumor. I want to be.
All right, then.
I want to reveal the facts.
Okay. All right then. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. A big thanks to Barrister Eze Luche, Nelson Ekujimi, public affairs analyst, and Charles Ideho. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, as we go on this break, we'll leave you with some words from the traders that were affected in that demolition. We'll take a break with that one, and then when we come back, we'll go into business and entertainment.
plazas here, this one here and this other one at the back that was not marked for demolition. But kind of fortunate that CSO called me, I think early in the morning, to tell me that I entered into those with that begin to those everything. So what we got before now, that they marked off for demolition because of being very close to canal. But as it were, what we learned is the fact that the area at the back there had been sold to Chinese people. Oh yes, it had been sold to Chinese people. So what they are doing there is to break all this building to create access to that particular land very close to the canal that we learned was sold to Chinese people. So I wonder
All right, now on to business. President Bola Tinubu has called for an equitable balance between fossil fuel and green energy in the race for energy transition. He also urged the United States and other developed nations not to forget Nigeria and Africa's challenge with poverty as the world transitions into clean energy. Tinubu disclosed this during a meeting with United States Assistant Secretary of State, Bureau of Energy Resources, Jeffrey Prait, at the State House in Abuja, that the new energy being talked about represents just 5% of global energy requirements, and the right balance must be found between new energy and fossil fuel because there is a problem of poverty in Africa. The special advisor to the president on special duties, communication and strategy, Dede Alake, disclosed this in a statement he signed on Monday titled President Tinubu seeks better cooperation with us over energy, with US over energy transition. Well, the president presented his perspective to the US delegation on the role of Nigeria as an oil-producing country and the importance of revenue from fossil oil to national economic well-being. Also, the naira slumped further against the dollar after closing at the 770.38 naira per dollar at the end of the trading on the investor and exporter forex window yesterday. According to figures obtained from the FMDQ on Monday, the trading rate had closed at 686.96 naira per dollar on Friday. Trading opened at 703.50 naira per dollar and hit a high of 799 naira per dollar before closing at 770.38 per dollar. The I&E Forex window recorded a total turnover of $78.03 million at the close of trading on Monday. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria last week directed deposit money banks to remove the rate cap on the naira at the I&E window to allow for a free float of the national currency against the dollar and other global currencies. The banking regulator explained its new forex operation in its reports on understanding the operational changes to the foreign exchange market. By collapsing all segments in the FX market into the I&E window, it stated that this meant all eligible FX transactions in the market would only be done via the I&E window, as all other windows ceased to exist. All right, and that's it from business. We now go on to entertainment now. I have joining me Esther. Good morning to you, Esther.
Good morning, Moses.
All right, so what do we have in the world of entertainment?
Yeah, in the world of entertainment, we have two interesting, juicy gist in the world of entertainment.
All right, go ahead.
We have the relationship saga and we have the award celebration. But we're going to kick it off with the celebration first before we move into the relationship saga. Our very own award-winning Niger chef received an award plaque from Guinness Book of Records for the longest cooking marathon. Congratulations, baby girl.
Yes, congratulations to Ida
Bassi. Ida Bassi, popularly known as Ida Bassi, made the announcement in a post on her official Instagram page. She was certified as the new record holder for the longest cooking by an individual with 93 hours, 11 minutes. In the video clip she made and posted, she received the award package in a box and delivered by a courier service official. You can see in the video where she was screaming, like the sweet inner baby part of her screaming in the video. It was something. So it was so amazing. That moment was actually very sweet. We saw our friends just celebrating and jubilating with her. So I was thinking, I'm trying to imagine myself and put myself in her shoes while she was waiting for them to crown her effort. Like I was thinking, if I were the one, what will I do? Like I would have almost I'm asking you now, if you don't, what would you have done? After cooking for the 4 days, 4 long days, and you waited and waited, and the next thing you heard was, and we're still trying to examine and see if you actually did well.
If I were the one, I would have waited.
Are you sure you would have waited?
You know, there's a lot of virtue in waiting. Patience is a virtue, they say. Now, also, I think she didn't do a few things right. All the conferences, I mean, the seminar, the talks she had, the interviews she had, should have waited up until now. That's what I think. In my opinion, I think she would have, gone quiet after the cookathon, gone quiet, and waited for Guinness World Records to acknowledge and then send in the award plaque. Now, when the award plaque eventually comes, like it has done, now would be the time for her to start going for interviews and have seminars and have endorsement deals and all of that. Now would have been the time. But all of that has been done already. So in a way, I think it has watered down the recent reception of the awards that she has. I think it has watered down the whole effect. The excitement and the buzz is not as much as it would have been.
Yeah, I get it. I thought of that as well.
But it's still a good thing. I would have waited.
But even while you were waiting, wouldn't you have panicked? Like, what if Guinness finally comes out and say, I didn't do well?
Of course, anxiety will set in. That's a given. Anxiety will set in. So it's a little bit of panic, a little bit of anxiety will come in. But truth of the matter is, whether or not Guinness acknowledged her.
Just hold us, sorry, please. What if they come out, maybe Guinness finally came out and said, oh, sorry, Ida.
That's what I'm saying.
You did, no, like, they now say you did not make it.
That's what I was going to say.
After the 4 days, the sponsorship, the stress, the everything.
I was going to say that regardless of the fact that whether Guinness acknowledges her or not, bottom line is Nigerians will hold her in high esteem. She may not, if Guinness felt, okay, she didn't meet the criteria, Nigerians would still hold her in high esteem for, doing what she did, cooking for that period of time, attempting to break a record. That, for me, is a win. Well, unfortunately, we don't have time for another story. This is where we have to wrap it up on VOP this morning. I must say a very big thank you to you, Esther Arimiwe. Thank you for coming on the program. All right. My name is Moses Humphrey. Now, do well to follow us on YouTube and other social media platforms. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. That is Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Now, do well to follow. Tell your friends to do the same. All right. Stay with us as we have some more programs coming your way. All right. Bye for now.
new service chiefs and the IGP, noting that the security chiefs are capable of leading their security agencies to rid the country of insurgency and high-level criminality. Meanwhile, the federal government and the organized labor have reached an agreement to sort out the implementation of the resolutions reached on palliatives to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy removal by August. You will recall that representatives of the government and those of the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) had adjourned a meeting 2 weeks ago after jointly drawing up 7 resolutions and 3 agreements for the welfare of workers and other Nigerians. At the resumed meeting yesterday at the presidential villa in Abuja, the two parties, among other things, set up a presidential steering committee to serve as a clearinghouse in coordinating a technical subcommittee on different items raised. Addressing State House correspondents after the meeting, TUC President Festus Osifo and his NLC counterpart Joe Ajero said the parties will reconvene next Monday to review the framework agreed upon. In the meantime, the Delta State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has accused former Deputy Senate President Oviormo Agege of being behind the suspended Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele's participation in the APC presidential primary to scuttle President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's ambition. The claim was disclosed in a letter written to the president on Monday, accusing Agege of anti-party activities. However, the APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka described the allegations against Agege as a false and accused the sender as being a sponsored organization. And on the foreign scene, Uganda police says they have arrested 20 people suspected of collaborating with Islamist militants believed to have attacked a school last Friday. The head teacher and school's director are among the detained. 42 people, mostly students, were killed at Lubiriha Secondary School in Umbwe in western Uganda. Many were burnt to death in their dormitory. The Uganda army is still hunting the Allied Democratic Forces ADF militant who have reportedly moved back over the border into Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where they are based. And there's a news bite at 9 on Voice of the People, 90.3 FM. My name is Mary Onaife Edebi. The news bite was compiled and edited by Choma Innocent. Good morning and thank you for listening. For coverage of your news, for your live event and brand news mentioned on our news bulletin, do send an email to news@voiceofthepeople.ng. Coming up next is Sports with Kizzy K.
and his name is Honorable Kunle Sanam. 20 million naira. It's big to talk about. 28. Oh, sorry, did I say 20? 28 million naira. MPFL legend. MPFL big man. MPFL. It doesn't sound to be the connection with the MPFL, but you know, Kunle Sanam, the owner of Remo Stars, splashes 28 million naira on Remo Stars. 28 million naira on Remo Stars. Just what did they do? Because they got a ticket to the CAF Champions League slot. Just that. And that's why the club is smiling home now. 28 million naira. I'll let you know how it goes. Executive Chairman of Remo Star, Honorable Kunle Sanam, has rewarded players and officials and supporters, the team, with cash totaling 28 million naira for picking up one of the CAF Champions League slots for Nigeria at the just ended JTI IMC Nigerian Premier League Super 6 in Lagos. Sanam was a former member of the Interim Management Committee of the MPL and owner of CD Firenze in the Portuguese second tier league. Rewarded the players with 20 million naira, the technical and medical crew 5 million naira, the media team 1.5 million naira, as well as 1.5 million to the club supporters. This is huge. Similarly to General Manager and member of the Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Ekene Adams, also made a donation of 5 million naira to the team while commending the players for their exceptional performances during the Super 6 playoff. It would be recalled that Remo Star finished second behind eventual champions Ayimba International of Aba to pick the second FAC Champions League ticket for Nigeria. The money is big, right? 28 million naira for Remo Stars. I just, come on. I mean, it's about success. I just want to be successful. I want to get involved with this, right? Remo Stars. Congratulations to the very much Remo Stars. Ogun State, as I talk to you now, Ekene to be exact, are rejoicing. I love the way they do. Remo Stars also have a player for Inter Milan. All the time he came back and he shared his Coppa Italia medal with the team, you know. It's good. I mean, I feel good talking about stuff like this. You know, MPFL, Remo Stars, shout out to them. But away from the Remo Star news, still talking about local scenes, let's talk about this. Ayimba Remo Stars, Rivers United must recruit from abroad to win continental titles. IMC boss Benga Elegbeleye states. Chairman of the Interim Management Committee of the Nigerian Premier Football League, Honorable Benga Elegbeleye, says the Nigerian clubs are not good enough to win continental titles and advises teams in continental competitions to recruit some players from outside Nigeria to bolster their squad. According to report, the former member of the House of Representatives also disclosed this in an interview with reports saying that the club that qualified to represent Nigeria at the CAF club competition next need to beef up the teams if they are to make any meaningful impact in the CAF Champions League and Confederation Cup representative. Elegbeleye, who also highlighted the achievement of the IMC, said the body has been able to align the Nigerian league with that of the CAF and Europe, pointing out that hopefully the next football season will kick off by August 26 or 27 this year and end in May 2024 in regular league season, and Nigeria will be able to see the matches on TV. Competing in the Continental means you must buy good players. The current crop of players in Ayimba, Remo Stars and Rivers United are not there yet. They are not good enough to win the titles compared to the likes of Al Ali, Raja Casablanca, TP Mozambique. Elegbeleye, the former Director General of Nigerian Sports Commission, stated they must look for good players within outside Nigeria. They should be good enough to go to Ghana, Senegal, and other countries to recruit good players to prosecute their continental engagement and excel. On the 100 million naira prize won by Ayimba International FC, Elegbeleye stated said that there are conditions attached on how the money which has been already been paid to the Aba team that won the Super 6 on the Abridged League would be spent to better the club participation in the CAF Champions League. Elegbeleye added the prize money is not meant to be paid to the club account but be used to develop the club in areas of recruitment, facilities and players welfare. We expect them to use 25 million to beef up the team and another 25 million naira in addition to their government support to be used to develop the stadium to be able to host international matches before their home fans. The balance of 50 million naira will be used to improve the welfare of both old and new players, and IMC will do constant monitoring and know which player were bought and how the money was paid. Facilities will also be checked from time to time, the Ondo State-born administrator stated. It's a very big measure, though, man, to this. Honorable Benga Elek Belaya also revealed that the IMC has fulfilled the mandate given to the IMC to bring football back on television, adding that saying they say that's why they began with NTA, and that's after a series of meetings with Super Sports. They agreed to begin with the Super 6 competition. I am glad to say it was a huge success, he said on the MPFL games on television. He also thumped up the referees for performing well throughout the season, adding that it was because the IMC paid their entitlement before games. He divulged that the incidents of crowd disturbance at the matches were present and absent because of the deduction of points as punishment of the crowds. That's the crowd trouble. The IMC is expected to submit a comprehensive report of the football season to the Nigerian Football Federation on Monday in Abuja. It looks very lengthy, but I needed to bring it to an end. And what do I make about this? I just cannot jump away from the story without, trying to say one or two stuff about it. I love the fact that IMC, the measurement is cool. I wasn't born in the 20th century. I'm born from the 21st century. So I think I hear that tells me about Rangers, shooting stars, stationaries, all those kind of clubs. I think stationaries, I barely would hear. That was the kind of pillars at that point. Old Nigerian league then, the what's the name they call it again? I can't recall right now. But I think there we had the LMC, the League Management Committee. It's now been changed right now to the IMC, where we've got the Benga Galea. We have the head of operation, Davis and Omi as well. I love the fact that everything looks to be right now, because it's a different time. We don't see the home syndrome all the time this time around. A team like Medley Nationals got away with the MPR, with the Super 6, got away with the MPFL, a bridge format league, get away result, and that's so great to see. But I love this, but I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to talk about the way the money is being shared or how the money would go. I'm only just being surprised as human that I am, that I'm giving money and I'm being told how the money will go. But I'm not going to say on the A side. Let me look at it from the other side. The reverse could be the case. If this money is not being monitored very well, it could just be used sheepishly, sincerely. So it's a welcome development to see. I mean, looking at the things to say 25 million naira for this, 25 million naira for this, it doesn't look bad. It's okay. I mean, I really studied this well. So the IMC, I think I will say thumbs up to that body doing so well. We need to shout out to the NFF as well. Okay, quickly away from the local news, let's talk about tennis right now. I told the legends in the game, we know Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal. But right now, I got this one now. Venus Williams outlast Camila Georgia in 3-hour Birmingham epic. The 5-time Wimbledon champion in her first grass court win in 2 years in her return to the WTA 250. You could say 250. Okay, on the news right now, Venus Williams might have slipped and fallen on court on Monday at the Rothesay Classic in Birmingham, but by the end of more than 3 hours of play, she was standing tall. The 43-year-old American overcame both an injury scare and Italy's Camila Giorgi in the opening round of the WTA 250 event for her 10th win of any kind in the last 3 years. Ranked just inside the top 700. At the number 697, Williams showed a flash of her vintage best to upset the 48th ranked Georgie 7-6, 4-6, 7-6 in 3 hours and 17 minutes. It was the 42nd WTA main draw match this year to last 3 hours or more, and improved Williams' head-to-head record against Georgia 3-love. They hadn't played in 5 years. But there were much concerns that Williams wouldn't last much longer than she matched first 5 games. After breaking Italian serve twice to start the match, the American was snake beaten by a knee injury in the 4th game and needed medical treatment at the changeover. She also took a hard fall in the opener, landing on her back, but by the end of the final set, Williams still in nerve and a fighting spirit that defined her 3-decade career saw her through to her first win over top 50 players since 2019. I thought I played so well today, and she also played incredible, Williams said afterward. I'm so surprised she's not number 1 in the world. There were so many moments where I just thought this match is over and she wouldn't hit a shot from now to nowhere. She pushed me to the better side. She pushed me to be better than what I thought I could be, and it's great to me. It's great for me. I haven't played a lot of matches, and it's great to come true. I go away the headlines again. Venus Williams outclassed Camila Giorgi in 3-hour Birmingham epic. The 5-time Wimbledon champion and her first grass court win in 2 years in her return to the WTA 250. You could say 250 if you want. Okay, so talking about tennis right now, God is one now. Stefanos Tsitsipas opens up on painful moments his younger self didn't anticipate. Tsitsipas have accomplished some notable results, but also had some painful moments, some painful defeats. Okay, maybe not much in detail on this, but let's go have some of the stories. Stefanos Tsitsipas says there are more pain involved than pleasure. Pleasure, right? In tennis, but adds that it's only making his tennis journey sweeter. Tsitsipas 24 has accomplished some pretty notable things, but there have been some very painful, heartbreaking moments for the Greek. Tsitsipas, who also had several Masters and an ATP Finals title in the collection, was also ranked the number 3 in the world, but Tsitsipas has yet to win a Grand Slam and reach the world number 1 spot. In 2021 French Open final, Tsitsipas was just a set away from accomplishing his biggest tennis dream, but then Novak Djokovic recovered from 2 sets to beat the Greek. Earlier this year, Tsitsipas would have become a Grand Slam champion and the new world number 1 win. Novak Djokovic stopped him at the Australian Open. I mean, I'm liking the name. Is the Greek man, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Away from tennis, let's go and talk about boxing. Tyson Fury doesn't believe he beats Usyk, says Johnny Nelson. According to Johnny Nelson, he says he thinks Tyson Fury doesn't believe he can defeat the unbeaten unified heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk in December, which is why the Asian keeps seeking a squeeze as much money he can out of the fight because he would be cashing out. If Greedy Belly Fury, as Usyk now calls him, whistle his way out of his fight with Usyk, right? His promoter at the Queensberry and Top Rank are going to need to do some fast hustling to find a high caliber opponent that the Saudis will agree to get for him to fight on the December card. Usyk's style of fight involving speed, movement, and accurate sniper rifle like headshot is bad news for the lumbar, mauling, grappling slug that Fury has become since teaming up with American trainer Sugar Hill Stewart. Time check from our cities here, 20 minutes gone past 9 a.m. This is Voice of the People, 9.3 FM. And my name is KZK. Alright, let's do some of the highlights. Let's go back to European football transfer speculation news, whichever. Okay, I fear I might not be able to go cover all, but let's just get some of the top stories. I think that would do. Then if I just eventually have the time, looking at the time here in the studio via the system, then I would know if I could go into any of the details on the show to give to you. Okay, now the first headline here is Zanetti confident Lautaro Martinez will stay with Inter Milan side, and he says he's fully committed to the club. Napoli president Aurelio Laurentiis tells Garcia, that's Garcia, Ruth Garcia. You want to go English Garcia, or you want to go Spanish Garcia? I want the Champions League final. Ex-Juventus defender Listeiner says the difference between Allegri and Conte. I should let you know this one later on. Atletico Madrid president Cerezo talks signing Amrabat, selling João Felix. They want to go English João Felix. You want to go the Portuguese João Felix. Father backs Real Madrid keeper Thibaut Courtois in Tedesco role. Ex-Manchester United defender Daley Blaine hails Lisandro, a great centre back. Agents in Roma talks for West Ham striker Scamacca. And also coming from Cole, say Arsenal attacker Saka now face off English football. Al Ittihad wants to pair Karim Benzema with superstar son. What are the Saudi doing? The Saudi guys are really on this everywhere, every day. I talk about this. Would I ever have a show without talking about the Saudi guys? I just think that's very impossible. You know why? Because the UEFA president himself, Alexander Safrin, is feeling so bad about this. He said, European football, UEFA to be exact, would not miss Karim Benzema and Cristiano Ronaldo. I have a take on it, but I'm going to save it to myself. I think I see the part, I see a little bit, what's it called? What's the better word? I think I see a little bit, is it jealousy? No, jealousy is not the right word. What's the better word to say? Is it competition? Maybe highly competitive. Maybe the Saudi guys are really threatening to the European football because what he said is true. But the Saudi guys don't want to know what you talk about. They don't make players. We get players. We get the players you've made. We offer them money. We offer them deals. And you can imagine a player of 37, a player of 35, a player of 36, a player of 30. In his 30s in Europe, looks like he's getting old. But the Saudi guys are saying, yeah, we've still got you covered on this. We have the money. We'll pay. Come, 2 years, 3 years. Let's go. So I'm not surprised to see the likes of Khalid Koulibaly. I'm not surprised to see Karim Benzema, Cristiano Ronaldo, big names making a move to the Saudi side. I'm not surprised to see that. And funny enough, I'll let you know, the transfer window is open. You're going to hear more from the Saudi guys. I don't sound like I'm a Saudi guy, but I'm trying to tell you, trying to let you know how these guys want to put in their money. Okay, on the news again, Real Madrid midfielder, what's his name again? Big guy. I talked about him yesterday. The only guy that made me almost cried in a long time, or shed tears in a long time. His name is Luka Modric, has come to say, I've made my decision about Croatia. I'm so sorry, I don't think I can go into detail. I got this one at Liverpool willing to wait to buy on Munich midfielder Gravenberch. Based on this note, I have to sign off from the show, but let me just give you one or two stories before I run away right now. It's no longer news that Chelsea trying to do a transition. I want from Mauricio Pochettino, but I've got this one. Edward Mendy, 18 months run will go down in a history book. Came from the League One and won the Champions League, Super Cup, Club World Cup, AFCON, Goalkeeper of the Year award. All in the span of 18 months, thanks to the memories of this guy. He's going to believe in Chelsea, Edward Mendy. Man United on the verge of reaching an agreement with Marcus Rashford over a new deal. I'll let you know, it's very close. I think that's up to £375,000 a week every Thursday. Chelsea are closing on Jacksonville. Villarreal have been informed that €35 million bid is coming. I understand Romelu Lukaku has decided to continue in Europe despite an important proposal from Saudi. My time is up, I can't do more. I'm so sorry, I have to run now. I'd like to end the show by saying thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for sticking around with me on the Sport Show. I'll return back on the radio for you later by the evening. It's going to be a fictional. That's a fictional, sorry. A historical time. It's a did you know? It's a factual show. Please don't miss out on that time. Okay, without God, there is no Kizzy K. And there is nothing wrong in starting small. But there's everything wrong when you settle for less. All I beg, all you need to do is just keep dreaming big, Lagos City and beyond. Work hard to make it a reality. Good morning once again, Lagos City. I am Kizzy K, the voice of the mic. Come on!
Plus combos, just to mention but a few. We offer flexible payment plan handled by our financial department with 24/7 customer care support system. You can visit our website on www.iruka.com to avoid buying fake products. You can also visit our showroom at number 36 Lagos International Airport Road beside Golden Tulip Hotel. Iruka, never settle for less.
Are you looking for the perfect getaway?
Look no further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, number 42, Murtala Muhammad International Airport Road, Lagos.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, our attentive staff is here to ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off from the Lagos Airport.
Take advantage of our state-of-the-art fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal at our on-site restaurant.
With stunning views, world-class service, and a prime location, Airport Golden Tulip Hotel is the perfect choice for your next vacation or business trip.
So, why wait? Book your stay today and experience ultimate comfort and luxury at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel.
For bookings and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-7003-333. You can visit our website at airportgoldentuliphotel.com.
Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, where luxury meets comfort.
As she takes you through in-depth interviews with successful entrepreneurs, financial advisors, and industry leaders.
This is the first time where the oil prices have gone high, but our revenues have nosedived. And the government is saying we don't know.
The internet is the biggest leveler out there for business.
A lot of them are scared that this technology is secure.
Gain valuable insights into the world of investing, as well as practical advice for managing your finances, growing your business, and achieving financial freedom.
There's been a lot of trending issues that has to do with businesses.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just starting out, Business Around Town has something for everyone.
Small, medium businesses are the weight of most of these economies.
So, tune in and take your first step towards financial success.
Hey. Yeah.
wealth creation, business around town, the Tuesday edition of the program. You already know what we do on Tuesdays. If you are regular, you know that we usually have a guest, Godwin Oyefesa, and we talk export, how you can export this, how you can export that, and everything around export is what we do on a Tuesday. So you should have your pen and paper and get ready to learn something that can benefit you to creating wealth. So today we'll talk about wealth creation, how you can make money, especially now. If there is a time that you need to make more money or a time where you need to manage your money, it is now. Because of what? Can I hear you? Yeah. Yes, you got it right. The subsidy removal that has crippled a lot of businesses. Even business owners are sacking their workers, telling them, sorry, I can't continue. People that eat 3 square meals a day are not eating 2 meals or even 1. People that would put on their generator and leave it overnight or maybe off it by 12 midnight. They now cut back. They cut back. Some of them off by 9 p.m. Some of them don't even put on generator at all. A lot has really happened. A lot has changed since the fuel subsidy removal. Now, how do you create wealth? How do you generate more money? And how do you manage the ones that you already have? That is what we're going to start the conversation with this morning. I have Godwin A. Oyefesa with me, joining me via the network. He is an agribusiness expert. He's a publisher and a business growth strategy, SME and export consultant. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Mary.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure being around again.
Yeah, pleasure having you. Now, let's talk this morning, the fuel subsidy removal and how we could create wealth, make more money, take advantage of this situation. Because there is always an opportunity in everything, whether good or bad.
Okay, thank you very much. I will say that there's every advantage in every adversity. Don't always look at situation on a bad note. Ask yourself at this point in time, what can I do? How can I get something out of this situation? Because whether you like it or not, people are still driving their BB cars. And you want to ask yourself, what happened? Are we not the same Nigerians? I think see all those V6, V8.
Hello there, welcome along to the Spot Ride. I am Keys K. My very good morning to you, beautiful Lagos City and beyond. Welcome to another great day. It's a Tuesday and I'm happy to be back here to dish out sports as this remains my priority. Let's get to talk about the local news now. Executive Chairman of Remo Star. I'm being a big fan of the Nigerian Premier Football League of late because I love what I'm seeing. Because now the Executive Chairman of Remo Star, Honorable Kunle Sanem, has rewarded players, officials, and supporters of the team with cash totaling 28 million naira for picking one of the CAF Champions League slots for Nigeria at the just ended GTI IMC Nigerian Premier Football League Super 6 in Lagos. Sanem, a former member of the Interim Management Committee of the MPFL and owner of CD Firenze, the Portuguese side, talk about the second tier, rewarded the players with 20 million naira, the technical crew and medical crew 5 million naira, the media team 1.5 million, as well as 1.5 million naira for the club supporters. Similarly, the general manager and member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Ekene Adams, also made a donation of 5 million to the team while commending the players for their exceptional performances during the Super 6 playoff. It should be recalled that the Remo Star finished second behind the eventual champions Eyimba International of Aba to pick the second FAC Champions League ticket for Nigeria. I love to say this, I love to talk about this because Remo Stars have done so well. But still on the local news, Chairman of the Interim Management Committee of the Nigerian Premier Football League NPFL, Honorable Benga Elgbeleye, says that Nigerian clubs are not good enough to win the continental title and advises team in continental competition to recruit some players from outside Nigeria to bolster their squad. According to report, the former member of the House of Representatives who disclosed this in an interview with reports said that the club qualified to represent Nigeria in the next CAF club competition need to beef up their teams if they are to make any meaningful impact in the CAF Champions League and Confederation Cup. Who also highlighted the achievement of the IMC, said the body has been able to align the Nigerian League with the AFCAF and Europe. Hopefully the next football season will kick off by August 26 and 27 this year and end in May 2024 in the regular league season, and Nigerians will be able to see on TV. Means that you must buy good players. The current players in the Remo Stars and Rivers are not good enough yet. They are not very good enough to win titles compared with the likes of Ali, Raja Casablanca, TP Mazambe. Elgbeleye said. The former Director General of the Nigerian National Sports Commission stated this. He said they must look for good players within and outside the country. They should be able to go to Ghana and other countries to recruit some players to prosecute their continental engagement and excel on the 100 million naira prize money won by Eyimba International FC. Elgbeleye said that there are conditions attached to how the money, which was already have been paid to the Aba team who won the Super 6 in the British League, would be spent to better the club participation in the CAF Champions League. He said the prize money is not meant to be paid into the club or account, but to be used to develop the club in areas of recruitment, facilities and players welfare. We expect them to use 25 million naira to beef up the team and another 25 million in addition to their government support to use to develop the stadium to be able to host international matches before their own fans. The balance of the 50 million naira will be used to improve the welfare on both old and new players, and the IMC will do constant monitoring and know which player was bought and how much they are paid. Facilities will also be checked from time to time. The Ondo State Bond Administrator stated. Honorable Bingeg also revealed that the IMC has fulfilled the mandate given to the IMC to bring football back on television, adding that was how it began with NTA, and that's the series of meetings with the sport. Also agreed to begin with Super 6 competition. He said, I'm glad to say that it was a huge success. He said on the MPFL games on Tuesday on television, he also thumbed up the referees for performing well throughout the season, adding that it's just because the IMC paid entitlement before games. He avoided that incident on crowd disturbance at matches were absent because of the deduction of points as punishment for any crowd trouble. The IMC is expected to submit a comprehensive report of the football season to the Nigerian Football Federation on Monday in Abuja, and that's for Benga Elgbeleye. I'm really giving out this, really dishing out this, but I feel so happy. You know why? Because I wasn't born in the 20th century. I wasn't born in the 19th century. I think I was born in the 21st century. And my dad tells me about this local league very well. I used to know about the shooting stars, stationaries, clubs, Rangers have been there. These clubs have done immensely well over time. And if you would agree with me, you will see there's a difference right now with the PFL, the way it's been. I think formerly we used to have the LMC, but now we have the IMC, that's Interim Management Committee, how well they've been doing. And I love the fact that everything is going on well at the moment. It gives me that edge to say I'm really anticipating to see next season come to be a very great one. But quickly away from local news, let's talk about tennis. I made you understand all the time on the show. We've got legendaries in the game. Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic, Serena Williams, Venus Williams. But she's in the news today. She's an American, tennis player, and Venus Williams might have slipped and fallen caught on Monday at the Rossi Classic in Birmingham. But by the end of the more than 3 hours of play, she was standing tall. The 43-year-old American overcame both an injury scare and Italy's Camilla Giorgi in the opening round of the WTA 250 event for her third win in the last 3 years. Ranked just inside the world top 700 at number 697, Williams showed flash of her vintage best to upset the 48th-ranked Giorgi 7-6, 4-6, 7-6 in 3 hours and 17 minutes. It was the 42nd WTA main draw match this year to last 3 hours or more and improved Williams' head-to-head record against Giorgi to thrill love. They hadn't played in 5 years, but they were concerned about Williams, who wouldn't last longer and the match. I mean, everybody felt like, let me just get it person days. Everybody felt like Serena Williams is the top notch, but for Venus, on that day, she's not going to last long at the match, first 5 games. After breaking the Italian serve twice to start the match, the American was about a knee injury in the fourth game and needed a medical, treatment at the check over. She also took a hard fall in the opener, landing on her back, but by the end of the final set, Williams' sterling nerve and the fighting spirit that defined her 3-decade career saw her through to her first win over top 50 players since 2019. I thought I played so well today, and she also played incredible, Williams said afterward. I'm so surprised she's not number one in the world. There are so many moments where I just thought this match is over and she wouldn't hit a shot from the outside or nowhere. She pushed me to be better than I thought about myself. I couldn't be, and it's great for me. I haven't played a lot of matches, and it's great to come through, Williams also said. And she has been sidelined since January due to a hamstring injury before returning to last week. Another WTA 15 in the Netherlands there. She led 17-year-old Swiss Janine Neff by a set and a break before falling in 3 sets, and she nearly let another slip away. She led 5-3 in the decider, served by the match 5-4, and also had the match point earlier in the tie break. Williams ultimately won the match despite breaking George's serve fewer times than she was broken 4-5 and winning fewer points 1-1 to 1-2. I haven't played like this in a long time, she said. At the very set, she has been very, very good for me, and I try my best to give my best. She loves the surface and she's dangerous out there. I hit some serves at 120 today, and I haven't done that in a long time. Venus Williams, how Venus Williams have been good over time. She said, I was like, oh my God, there it is. I missed you. I got a great start, and my legs started hurting in the third game. I was like, oh no, not this. It's really hard to control my emotions, to be honest, but virtually I just assimilated to what I was going through and couldn't move as well as I wanted to do. So Venus Williams is she's the lady who we can talk about every time on the day, but her rank is not that so okay. 700, she's ranked 7. I stand to be corrected on that, and that doesn't sound to be cold one. But within George Camilla, George Camilla, if you watch her play, you both know both ladies are good, but by age gap, this is a lady who has been in the decades, still talking about tennis. She's still involved in the game. Venus Williams, American-born lady, sister to Serena Williams. Both names have emerged to be champions in the world of tennis, and even your boys will definitely get to hear about these both ladies. But let's talk about tennis on the news. As the final season part, the Greek man says there is more pain involved than pleasure in tennis, but adds that it's only making his tennis journey sweeter. Since Paul 24 has accomplished some pretty notable things, but there have also been some very painful and heartbreaking moments for the Greek. Tsitsipas, who has several Masters and ATP Finals title in his collection, was also ranked as high as number 3 in the world, but Tsitsipas has yet to win a Grand Slam and reach the world number 1 spot. In 2021 French Open's final, Tsitsipas was just a set away from accomplishing his biggest tennis dream, but then Novak Djokovic recovered from 2 sets to beat the Greek. Earlier this year, Tsitsipas would have become a Grand Slam champion and the new world number 1 with a win over Djokovic in the Australian Open. The Greek suffered 3 sets defeat, and that's just how it is. But quickly, let's go to the world of boxing. I've got this one now. Johnny Nelson says he thinks Tyson Fury doesn't believe he can defeat the unbeaten unified heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk in December, which is why the aging Gypsy King is trying to squeeze as much money he can out of that fight, because it will be a cash out. If Greedy Belly Fury, as Usyk now calls him, whistles his way out of the fight, and Usyk, his promoter at Queensberry and Top Rank are going to need to do some fast hustling to find a higher caliber opponent that the Saudi would agree to for him to fight on December. Usyk's style of fight involving speed, movement, and accurate sniper rifle like headshots. It's bad news for the lumbar molding grappling slung that Fury has become since teaming up with American trainer Sugar Hill Stewart. Saudis are Skills Challenge Entertainment, the promotional company that is staging the December event in Saudi Arabia, surely won't dump a treasure chamber worth of dough for Fury to find another shot journeyman like we've never never been seen from him. So it's a find that about Johnny Nelson coming to let us know how it's going to be going, how it would be on this fight. But do we really want to fight now is the question. Tyson Fury in the news, Alexander Usyk also in the news, but these guys are big guys when you talk about boxing. But moving away from that very news, let's talk about football on the show now. Lautaro Martinez may be a walk-up winner, maybe should have played in the Champions League to be the 10th player to have won the Champions League and the World Cup in a single season, but it never happened. But now I got this one. Inter Milan Vice President Javier Zanetti insists that Lautaro Martinez is staying back with Azzurri. As a result, the Inter Milan captain has been linked to the move away from summer. And Lautaro also mentioned as a target for many clubs, the likes of Chelsea, Barcelona. Lautaro is also happy at Inter. There is nothing this guy. He stays with the club according to Zanetti, and he's a legend of the club. Coming from the Zanetti man, who is a legend man in the club. You know, Javier Zanetti won the Champions League as well with Inter Milan back in 2019-2010 season with Jose Mourinho. At that point, they had a very wonderful selection, wonderful. The likes of Chivo, the likes of Javier Zanetti, you know, wonderful team they've got there. Thiago Motta, Samuel Eto'o, Mario Balotelli, you know, they had Walter Samuel, a very good team. But now he's taking a very big role and insists, feels very optimistic that Martinez would be staying at the club. And what about Charu? Would I want to see him move? Maybe, I don't know. He won the Coppa Italia. He was so amazing this season. The just previous season I just concluded. I just would say maybe he can move on if he wants to move on. But Inter Milan is having a project under Simone Inzaghi, and that project is second to none. That's a project where I'm beginning to see Romelu Lukaku saying, I don't want to leave the club. I don't think it's time for me to move to Saudi. I don't want to go back to Chelsea. I want to remain with Inter Milan. And they did well, getting to the Champions League final. I think I just would commend the Italian teams in Europe last season. Reasons are because Fiorentina got to the Conference League final. Napoli also got close. Napoli was just there at the Serie A, but AC Milan got them off. Inter Milan was in the final. So the Italian guys did so well. Roma also was in the final, got Sevilla winning them, and they can say right now they are doing well in European football. Well, quickly, let's get on this one. Atletico Madrid president Enrique Cerezo is calling and plans to sign Sofiane Amrabat, the Moroccan guy, the Fiorentina has been released from Morocco squad to sort out his club future. Cerezo said the manager and technical area are working to set up the team. Secretariat does this job. We await orders and news from them. Cerezo also admitted that João Felix could be sold. He added, if there's a team that might be interested, it's likely yes. If not, he will remain a player for Atletico. We are talking about one of the best strikers in Europe. He still has a lot to prove to his worth, and that's from Cerezo. We'll talk about the man who I know well from Civitas Metropolitano. That's Atletico Madrid. And João Felix, you might want to call the English way, you could go with João Felix. I think he's been struggling over time with the team. I just would say struggles with the team, and it's just what it is. Chelsea now, I don't see him staying back with Chelsea, but I don't think he has a very wonderful role that he wants to play for himself at Atletico Madrid. I think he's being played off position. No disrespect to, you know, Simone Inzaghi. What's the name? Talk about the manager, Diego Simeone. No disrespect to him, but the way he's playing up his game, more of the time we see João Felix driving to the left, and sometimes he's being substituted with Yannick Carrasco. He doesn't have all the time he wants for himself. He's a man who's got potential. He's still very young. I'm not surprised to see Chelsea to sign him on loan and want to keep him. But with the way the thing is going, Mauricio Pochettino have come to the club to do a transitional movement. I just think he might be leaving back to Civitas Metropolitano for João Felix. Let's get on this one. William Hotspur, Son Heung-min in the news. He could be the latest footballer to leave for Saudi Arabia. And the South Korean is reported a target for £51 million move to Al Ittihad this summer. According to reports, Son is the latest Saudi league player who they are targeting after securing N'Golo Kante. The likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Karim Benzema, and Conte will now play in the Pro League alongside Edouard Mendy, and possibly Ruben Neves. While Son is keen on the move, in a matter of time, I may believe he can still play at the highest level. While the forward did not have the best season, he put that down after recovering from that injury. So Al Ittihad wanting to sign Son. I can't wrap up this show without talking about the Saudi guys. I was talking about it yesterday on radio, and I said the Saudi guys don't want to know what you think about them. These guys want to keep bringing the money. You know what the European football does. When you're in Europe and you're playing football and you're getting to 30, early 30, 31, 32, 33, you're looking old for them. They feel like your time is up, and they will barely want to give you a 2-year contract. They'd like to give you a 1-year contract because they feel like you cannot live up to expectation. Let's just watch him grow. And many of these players don't want to see that happen. Every player wants to have a guarantee. Every player wants to have a contract like 2 years, gives me the ultimatum to say, yes, I'm going to stay back with the club. But Son Heung-min wasn't so fantastic last season, but we know how he was last upper season, 2 seasons ago. And Al Ittihad now have signed N'Golo Kante, and they want to get to sign more players for the club. Son might be the latest guy who might be joining them. And also, Alexander Sanfrin, the president of UEFA, said yesterday, he said European football will not miss Ronaldo European football would now miss Karim Benzema. If they want to get it right, let them group their own players. And that sounds like a beef. Is it really a beef for me? I feel like the Saudi guys are bringing competition to the team, to the European football. The Saudi guys have money to get the Ballon d'Or winner. They got Karim Benzema. They have Ronaldo now. They have N'Golo Kante, Khalidou Koulibaly, John Ali. So, Al-Ila, right? Al-Ila. Many of these guys are really moving to Saudi. Now, at the money they're offering Luka Modric, they say they're going to pay him £200 million. And Modric is saying, no, I'll stay back with Real Madrid. And Madrid is offering a 1-year contract. So anybody would do for them. If you can't give those players a 2-year deal in Europe, the Saudi guys are ready to spend in the money. And that's just how they've been over time. So let me commend them on that. Even not for any reason, for the fact that they brought competition to the football in Europe. So it's like a threat now. The European guys are really being scared. I think that's coming from Alexis Safin. He's saying if you want to have a good team, you have to groom. How many players have we seen being groomed from the Saudi guys? We've not really been, we barely would say, but he doesn't feel happy that many players in Europe are moving to the Saudi. But it's about the money. I just would tell you, every of these guys got family, they've got bills to pay, they've got things to take care of, and I'm being told one, and a club is offering me a 1-year. It depends on the player, though. A club is offering me a 1-year contract, and someone is coming from the outside with bigger money, bigger pay, and sometimes the image right is massive. You just cannot turn it down. You just cannot say no. I'm not surprised that these players make that move. But it's a whole lot of talking point. I'll be back on your TV screen to talk more on this hopefully tomorrow when I return, because this is just on me to you, and updating your sports remains my major priority. But it's on this note that I have to sign out of the show. But do well to follow us across our social network at Voice of the People TV, and also get connected with us on YouTube, on Instagram at voptvlive Live. This is the best place you need to be at all time. My name is Kizzy K. Good morning once again. It's time for me to go. Bye now.
Only to give people fish, teach them how to fish. And I think that is what VOP stands for. Teach the people, make them to be wealthy. Wealth is to be taught. Okay? You don't just acquire wealth. Wealth you acquire and finish. But everything that wealth you work for, okay, is going to endure forever. In fact, you keep on passing to generations. So for those who think they need, they want to have want to know step by step on how to get foreign buyers, maybe at the end of the topic, at the end of today, we're telling you how you can get contact with me, so I can let you know how you can get those packages. Then you do it, then from there you move forward. Next question.
Okay. This one here says, good morning to you, Mary and Mr. Godwin Ifeso. Now, I want to take you back to the bitter cola just to clarify some things. You said I can export bitter cola abroad if it's well packaged in a wooden crate, and make sure that it's well covered to export it to the US and UK. So now my question is this: where do I source for quality bitter cola to export, and how do I package it? Because the packaging I heard is the one of carrying it abroad to protect it. I want to know if I should put it in a nylon to put a brand name on it. I want to know how I should package it for sale.
Anyway, when you talk about bitter cola, I think it's asking where you can source it. Now you can get it from the following places: from Ondo State, from Osun State, from Enugu, from Oyo State, and from Imo State. Now you can get bitter cola in all those aspects. When you talk about packaging, okay, packaging is on various methods. One can be done in nylon or airtight way, so that the airtight way is not, you don't have access to it, okay. So like also you can also transferable paper. It's also ideal. So those are things to come. Like I said earlier on, some of these things are actually practically oriented. So you can get in contact with me so that we tell you how these things are done. We show it to you. It's not just talking. So, but these are ways by which you can package. Like I said, have a package sizable in a paper envelope. Okay, it can be packaged. What that actually does is that it ensures aeration, which helps it to stay fresh and minimize heat. Okay, so I think that is that. Next question.
Okay. This one here says, "Good morning, Mary and Pastor O. My name is Peva. It's an interesting topic you are talking about. I want to know if your VOP business school for auto mechanic is still available." Okay, I don't have the information for you now, but as soon as I get it, I will get to announce it on the program here. Peva, thank you so much for the message. Okay, another one here. But before this, we need to go on a commercial break. When we return, we'll get to talk more on not exportation. Keep it here.
Is now here in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Romeo, the pizza champions, and cold berry ice cream. Delight in every scoop. Visit any of our outlets and feel the rich taste from pizza champions and cold berry ice cream at 11 Road by First Avenue, First Town, 28 Ogusanya Street, Surulere, 13 Admiralty Way, Lekki Phase 1. Romeo's Pizza and cold berry ice cream. Romeo, the pizza champions.
Are you looking for the perfect getaway?
Look no further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, number 42, Muritala Muhammad International Airport, Lagos.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed room, featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, our attentive staff is here to ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off from the Lagos Airport.
Take advantage of our state-of-the-art fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal at our on-site restaurant.
With stunning views, world-class service, and a prime location, Airport Golden Tulip Hotel is the perfect choice for your next vacation or business trip.
So, wait, book your stay today and experience ultimate comfort and luxury at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel.
For bookings and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-7003-333. You can visit our website at airportgoldentuliphotel.com.
Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, where luxury meets comfort. Are you aware that Iruka Online Limited installed and designed the 100,000 capacity church building? Oh yeah, we are the sole distributors of global leading brands all over the world, as Wafty Array, and workstations and keyboards, Mapex drums, down combos. Also mentioned, but we offer flexible payment plan handled by our financial department. 7 customer care support system. You can visit our website www.iruka.com. You can also visit our show at number 36 Lagos International Airport Road beside Golden Hotel. Iruka, never settle for less.
And you have been loving it. Now you're taking catch us live on YouTube at VOP TV for juicy content you can't resist. Talk shows, exclusive interviews, news, lifestyle, and more. It's all about you. TV, show up, speak up.
People 90.3 FM. The program is Business Around Town. 2 minutes past 10. We are talking Wealth Creation Tuesday and export is our focus, exporting, not abroad. And we're rounding off the series that we've started, I think, for a month now. We've been talking about different types of nuts and how you can export them and make good money abroad. So we've covered cola.
All right, welcome to VOP News Update. My name is Suspected gunmen have kidnapped the Oba of Idofin, Shedrack Durojaye Obibeni, and his wife in Yagba East government area of Kogi State. They were kidnapped along Makutu Idofin Road in Kogi State at about 5 p.m. on Monday, according to a report by the news agency of Nigeria. Confirming the incident, Mr. Abdulrazak Ashiru, Yagba East Local Government Council Chairman, described it as very shocking and sad. Ashiru said that he was still in shock over the incident, which had not happened in the area for almost 2 years. The council boss said that alerts and messages have already been sent to all the traditional rulers and community leaders in Okun land to be vigilant and conduct a thorough search for the rescue of the couple. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has carried out a major shake of the nation's security architecture with the immediate retirement of all the service chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba. Also affected are special advisors and the Controller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, according to a statement by the Director of Information, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi. A former theater commander, Operation Hadkai, Major General Christopher Musa has replaced General Lucky Rabo as the Chief of Defense Staff. Similarly, Major General Taurid Lagbaja is now the Chief of Army Staff. He replaced Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya. Air Vice Marshal H.P. Abubakar was appointed as the Chief of Air Staff in place of Air Marshal Oludayo Amao, and Rear Admiral E.A. Ogala take over from Vice Admiral Awol Gambo as the Chief of Naval Staff. Also, Deputy Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has been appointed as the acting IG, while Major General EPA Udendeyi is the acting Chief of Defense Intelligence. Nuhu Ribadu, who was appointed last week as the Security Advisor to the President, has been elevated as the National Security Advisor. He replaced Major General Babagana Monkunu, retired, who was appointed in July 2015 by former President Muhammadu Buhari. Also, Adeniyi Adewale was appointed as the acting Comptroller General of Customs. Similarly, the President approved the appointments of other military officers in the presidential villa. The federal government yesterday reached an agreement with labor leaders to spend 8 weeks fashioning out all contentious issues and implement the resolutions arising from the demands of labor. Recall that immediately after President Bola Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidy on May 29, organized labor threatened to go on strike, alleging that the government did not put in place measures to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. To avert the strike, the federal government quickly convened a meeting with labor where demands that will serve as palliatives were made, and the two parties agreed to meet again on June 19th. At the meeting yesterday, the federal government and the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) agreed that all the issues and demands raised should be concluded within 8 weeks. The two parties also set up a presidential steering committee to serve as a clearinghouse in coordinating the technical subcommittees on different items raised. Briefing State House correspondents at the end of the meeting, the president of TUC, Festus Usifo, who was flanked by his NLC counterpart, Joe Ajero, said the parties would reconvene next Monday to review the framework marshaled out. Also speaking, the special advisor to the president on special duties, communication and strategies, Lake said the meeting considered the short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures in resolving the issue with the government. President Bola Tinubu has pledged to give priority attention to the health and safety of Nigerians. He was speaking at a meeting with Aliko Dangote, president of Dangote Group, and Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who visited him at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja on Monday. The visit was part of the Gates Foundation's commitment to working with leaders and partners to support innovation that can help accelerate progress and improve lives across Africa. While saluting the courage and commitment of Bill Gates that Bill Gates had showed in working with humanity, the president commended the partnership with Aliko Dangote Foundation. Tinubu said his administration would do all that is required to make their work in Nigeria and Africa successful, particularly in the area of eradicating polio, measles, malaria, and other diseases from the continent. He praised Bill Gates' efforts on climate change and eradicating polio and malaria from Africa. While answering questions from the State House correspondents after the meeting, Dangote congratulated President Tinubu on his election and the successful assumption of office. He said the visit to the villa was to brief the president on the activities of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Aliko Dangote Foundation. A heat wave has killed more than 100 people in India as temperatures climbed to 43 centigrade in the northern states. The majority of deaths attributed to the heat wave have been among people over the age of 60, prompting officials to urge older people to stay at home until temperatures cool. The heat wave began in mid-April when temperatures climbed to 44 centigrade, but it has intensified over the past 25 days. In the northern states of Uttar Pradesh, 54 people have died, with 46 more in Bihar and 20 in Odisha. Officials say the heat wave has led to a 40% surge in patients seeking medical treatment for symptoms such as chest pain, breathlessness, and fever. Most of those who have died as a result of the heat wave have been over the age of 60 with pre-existing conditions such as high fever, diabetes, hypertension, and asthma. Heat waves are common before the monsoon season, with June being one of the hottest months. Experts fear, however, that they are getting worse because of climate change. And that's the VOP News Update. I'm Moses Humphrey.
What we are called to do, and we believe we do. Now you can go to my YouTube channel, okay, Export Television. Just type Export Television on YouTube. If you pop out there, you can reach out to me. You can give me advice so that you don't burn your hand, because every business has a secret. Every business will have a secret, and once you have a secret, you cannot succeed. So let's go to the next question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. 0700 903 9039. That's for the WhatsApp to call in and send in a WhatsApp message. I know many of you are trying to call in. You can't call in with our regular number. You have to use the WhatsApp, because that's the number I'm using to talk with Mr. Godwin, Oyefeso. So if you call in, it's going to be an interruption. That's why I'm not picking your calls. So you can only talk to me on WhatsApp. Yeah, so you could call the WhatsApp line. It's different from this one. I'll pick it. It's 0700 903 9039. Simple number. Okay. Now the next question here says, "Good morning to you, and I'm listening to the program for the very first time on my way to work, and I'm very interested in the export. Please let me know when your next seminar is going to come up so that I can prepare to attend." Okay, thank you, Kayode, for your message. I'll let you know. Just keep listening every Tuesday to the program every Tuesday on this dial. Keep listening, and then you will get to know the date. Another message here says, thank you, Mary, for the program. I came for the very first export seminar, the very first one you organized, and I've been able to get my export license. I've been able to also get my export license, and you said the other one is, well, let me see. Okay, I can't really get what you're saying. But you say you've been able to get all your papers. I guess maybe register your company and get your export license. Now you've been trying to export some of the products that you want to export. You said you want to export because you are a tailor and you want to put your product on Amazon and also want people to contact you. So you would like Mr. Godwin to give you some of the websites that you can go to get customers. Okay, thank you. That's the message for you.
Okay, good. Now, thank God, I'm very happy. People are making progress. They register their company, beautiful, and they also have an export license, beautiful. What I will advise again is that when you have a company register, the essence of company registration is not only for export. You know, if I should handle exports, if I should do a limited liability company, I'll make sure you have businesses that run to about 120. So please, as you have that you have registration, please don't put it under your pillow. Print a card, okay? Then whenever we are going out, be giving people out that, okay? So once you have a company register, you know, government approves you, government will even support you. There are some other opportunities like loan that government give, but because you have that company, so please, you have a lot of having a company register is a treasure in your hand. So please make use of it, okay? And there are a lot of other people that are doing for contracts or anything. Once you have that, you can actually have it in church, in any other places, you can actually do that. So for export license, like I said earlier on, once you have an export license, within the next 3 days, you can get an export license, okay, from us. Okay, we can help you to do. So these are things to remove the stress of you, okay, so you can get this thing done. Then, like I said earlier on, you need to have a foreign account. It's also free. Now, once you have done this now, the next thing is to now determine a product you want to export out of the country. And like the man actually said, he needs a foreign buyer. Okay? Yeah. Now, like I said, I've stopped giving people fish. In fact, I just thank God that because if not, the fish will have finished. When you are giving people fish, take, your cup. So I've decided that I'll be giving people fish. Let me teach people how to fish. Okay? And that's reason, like I said earlier on, for those who are listening to me and you need to know how to get foreign buyers, I have a kind of a small handbook that can take you through on how you can get a foreign buyer. So if you are listening to me, you can get in my contact, then I'll tell you how to get that, so that at least you can know how to do it. Then for those who also want us to assist you, so a place whereby every platform we can help you to register on, and every week, somebody came to my program some time ago. He said, "Sir, the only problem I have now is that the buyers are too much." I said, "Sir, well, when you came the last time, you said buyer is the problem." He said, "Sir, it's not the buyer the problem now. I cannot even meet," and I'm being very sincere with you. You will every week be sending people. Every week, I need cashew, I need food, I need black soap, I need the granite. You just be, and that's even effort is something that when you start, that will make you to stop is there. The day you die, that's when you stop. Even at the dying bed, maybe about 80 years old or 90 years old, you will be calling your children, Ikechuku, go on, the foreign buyer in Belgium. I just, because it's an all-engaging thing. I'm being very sincere. All-engaging. People are asking those things from you. Now, every country in the whole world has what they call comparative advantage. There are things you find in Nigeria you not find in Ghana. There are things you find in Nigeria you not find in Belgium. There are things you find in Belgium you don't find in Finland. There are some things you find in Finland that you not have in UK. That's how the world is. Okay? For example, now, granite Nigerian is very good. So people are ordinary because in other places they don't have. So that's why only business that does not fail. It's the only business that cannot, that does not stop. There are some business you stop. You get to something, you stop. But export is not like that. As long as the remains, you keep on. Now, in last year, 2022, about 214 different products ranging from manufacture, semi-processed, and even solid minerals, okay, were exported. 214 items, okay, and you discover that the 214 products were exported to 122 countries. Look at what I'm talking about. 122 countries. Nigeria exports 214 products to 122 countries, with Brazil leading with the highest import value of 12.27%. Now, in the process of exportation, now listen to this, very, very funny. In the process of exporting that 214 products, companies, limited liability companies that were registered, about 1,172 exporters participated. So you can be part of them. Look at a lot of companies that were registered in Nigeria. Only 1,172 companies participate in exporting. People who know this business don't share it. A lot of people have asked me, sir, what do you do in telling people? We know you, God has blessed you. I said, no. What you want to build up, the title of this particular program is called Wealth Creation. Creating wealth. How do you create wealth? Money does not come from heaven. Money you only created wealth by engaging, by involving in profitable ventures. That is why you make wealth. That is how you retain wealth. That is how you sustain wealth. That is how you actually absorb wealth. And that's why, I was very glad and happy coming to this segment, talking to people about what, because a lot of people don't see people that will tell them what to do. So, and like I said earlier on, in December alone, last year, okay, it recorded the highest number of no-loan exports to over 10.37%. This is a sector that, even if 10 million, 20 million, 30 million Nigerians are involved, cannot actually meet demand in international markets. So, it's a welcome session.
Thank you so much. I think we have more questions here, but our time here
is
up.
Go ahead. Let's be fast now.
Yes, we have just.
I'm looking at my time.
We have just 4 minutes before we go.
Oh,
okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
Let's
So, good morning to you, Mary, and thank you for the export program. I'm a keke rider. I've been listening to the program, but I don't feel that this export thing is for me. I'd like to hear from people that have come for the seminar and their life has changed by exporting. Only then will I know that, yes, I should invest in this export. My name is Chris. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chris. Chris said he wants to hear from people that have benefited from exporting before he will invest in exports. Okay, I know that you. I know you have. I know you have an answer. You have an answer for him, right?
Okay, I have an answer. Okay, but let's go. Yeah, for the fact that you will not be a keke rider forever, don't deceive yourself. The strength you have now to ride keke, by the time you're about 60 or 65 years, I'm telling you. So begin to prepare for something you can do, after then. Now, when you say you want to hear, please don't be formal. Now, when Jesus Christ, rise, resurrected, they tell someone said, no. What do you mean by that? Jesus rising up? Okay? And he said, until I touched him. Okay, that's when I'll believe. But Jesus said something which is very emphatic. Blessed are they that believe, so like at the performance. Now, let me also be sincere with you. If you are looking for testimony about, praise the Lord, I went to export and I just go for that seminar. Thank you for that, my sister Mary. The voice can help me, make I come. As I come, everybody they go sharing for me. I just export. I don't become millionaire. You will never hear that testimony if that's what you are waiting for. I've come to realize this. Okay? Majority of the people that are doing exportation don't tell anybody. If that is what you are looking for, you will never be successful. You understand me? So even in the seminar we come, the first thing I remember, 3 people told us that this thing, their family members are doing it, but they never told them about it. family members. So pray about things. What you need to do is hear any venture, go into it, pray about it, and tell God to make you a testimony. Next question.
Okay. Thank you. I don't think we'll have time for the next question.
Oh, sure.
Let's just round off today. So just quickly, what are your final thoughts on exporting of North? Because next week, we will not talk about North, cashew nut, and all of those nuts again.
Okay, my parting shot today is that basically you can export bitter cola. Okay, the international market is sold for $17, and in the local market is sold for 2,000 naira, 2002. When you look at that particular difference, you are making nothing less than even 100%. So what that is, at any amount you get, you are getting double of it. That's a good thing. And cola nut is also the same thing. In the international market, it's sold for about $25, and in Nigeria, it's also sold. Now it's also about 2,700 per kilo. Now you're also making 100%. Tiger not the same thing. And in that market, tiger not per metric ton, it's about 2,450. A metric ton is equal to 1,000 kilos. Okay, you're also making good money. Now other things also we can export apart from that, which we also tell a lot of people, some small things you can export and make money. There are quite a lot of them. Like I said earlier, that you can involve like granite. Okay, a granite in now it's about 1,002. It's about 9 pounds, and in the US it's sold about $9. So when you look at that particular equation, you're also making good money. Okay, like I said, you can also export cashew. So all these things, various nuts that one can export and make good money out of them. Like I also be telling people, expand your scope. Okay, some of the things you don't think are irrelevant, you can export OG, which is pap. You can export plantain chips. You can export chocolate chin chin. You can export roasted granite, yam flour, items such as dates. Okay, and kuning, which is called granite cookies. All these things are many more that you can export. So, but like I said earlier on, these things you need somebody to guide you, to direct you, to put you through on practical level. So for those who actually need my attention, I'm available. Number one, I also want to throw this, that a lot of people have been asking me.
Our time is up.
Okay. So just go to YouTube, my YouTube channel. It's Export Television. Type it, you get it then. Or you can just type my name on Facebook, Godwin Oyefeso. On Facebook. Then you can get contact with me there. From there, you can take it over. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time this morning. We've been speaking with Godwin Oyefeso. He's an agribusiness expert, a publisher, business growth strategist. Thank you. We'll be here again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Enjoy the rest of your day. Coming up next at 10:30 is Area Matter. Do not change the dial. Keep it here. We are the voice of the people, 90.3 FM.
The award-winning pizza in the US is now here in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Romeo, the pizza champion, and cold berry ice cream. Delight in every scoop. Visit any of our outlets and feel the rich taste from the pizza champions and cold berry ice cream at 11 Road by First Avenue, Festac Town, 28 Adenira Ogusi Street, Surulere, 13 Way, Lekki Phase 1. Pizza and cold berry ice cream. Romeo, the pizza.
Are you looking away?
No further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden number 42, Salam Muhammad International Airport.
Relax your mind in a beautifully rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
You travel for business or pleasure, our staff ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off.
Advantage over the fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal on-site restaurant
with views, water and a prime location. Airport Golden Tulip is the best choice for vacation or business.
So why wait your stay today and experience ultimating comfort and luxury at Airport.
For booking and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-333. You can visit our website at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel.
you aware, Iruka Online Limited installed and designed a 100,000 capacity. Oh yeah, we are all distributors of global leading brands all over the world, such as voptvlive Ray, speakers and Preseno's digital mixers and studio equipment, Coswell workstations, keyboards, Fender beaters, drums, Ashdown bass combos. Just to mention but a few. We offer flexible payment handled by our financial department with 24/7 customer care support system. On www.iruka.com to avoid buying fake products. You can also at number 36, Lagos International Airport Road, beside Golden Tulip Hotel. Iruka, never set to
hot and content on radio, and you have been loving it. Now we're taking it further. Catch us live on YouTube at VOP for all the content you can't resist. Talk shows, exclusive news, lifestyle, and more. It's all about you. TV, show up, speak up. YouTube VOP for all the juicy content.
every day strike. Strike. We don't become control strikers.
Like self give us. Like self can get.
Why una complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote so no go back.
Lambe. Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị. Ala zete na mụ na so make you. What we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take noise. It's his voice. Respect that voice. Roll, rejoice. VOP 90.3. Voice of
my people, VOP. We don't come again. Now I just come back from Canada. Because of this program, I may come back. I finish the program. I go back. You say if you come back, now it be the best way of traveling. But as it be like this now, I come they use jolly, pore, they welcome on. Because today, not Tuesday. Oh. Today, not Tuesday. If you check your time now, you go to say the time at 1 a.m. When you say
you know, talk and say today now 20.
You know what in my mind now.
You're supposed to talk and finish. You're not supposed to cool down.
You know, say you don't start again.
You're not supposed to cool down. You too waste time. I say today now Tuesday. Okay. You go done.
Make I ask you one question before I continue.
Oh yeah.
Carry goat, put rope, and put rope for goat. Which one they correct?
All of the above.
All of the above. So whether I first talk 20 or I first talk Tuesday, all of the above they correct.
You are right for that one.
So then they even, you know, see, I don't tell you, so I'm going to take you to Canada, so you're going to know some things. So you say,
say you know the way.
My people, now welcome. Now, area matter be the program where would they bring them come on now. The more as it happen, as it shell for we country Nigeria, for that we are the more where they on top VOP 90.3 FM. As we talk, no, say today na 20. Na June, na be the month. 2023, na be the year. VOP na the station. And my name na Tobeshu Asme. Them they call me to handsome woke marama. Oh, man, oh, shit, you know.
You are on your own. My people, we don't waka come again, Jare. We don't carry the thing where we sabi carry come. We don't carry and come. So that everybody go jolly, we go pull out, we go know where they shell it, and also follow, contribute. What? Sake of say, as I dey talk, if you no do something, something go do you. And most time, if something do you, it better make you do something than make something do you.
Why you first? Why you put that English also? Not
Okay.
say also.
Oh yeah, give me
also
another.
Also.
Oh yeah, give me another one where I go use if I.
If you don't put also, you go say follow waka.
Okay, now so if you, my name na Temitope Oyefoli. We don't carry come again for Ogbonge program wey be area matter. Now from Monday go reach Friday, the thing dey shele on top this station. Where we say you no get part 2. The only part 2 wey we know na the one wey we just open for Abuja. Na there e go. As e dey happen for here, e dey happen for there. This one na radio plus television. Because as you dey hear us, na so you go still dey see us. And e go dey pay some people. As e dey sweet to say e dey hear us. Oh yeah, make we see how today go be. Make una dey ready o, because we go open that line. Una go make people where e supposed to do something. We go tell them something before they do us something. Make we do them something, and wetin be the thing where we go do them. Make we use our mouth take talk, so that we go know how e be for our body, and they go fit do something. Na so e go be. That is the reason why the management for Voice of the People VOP 90.3 FM carry this Ogbonge program come out, so that everybody go talk as e be for their mouth. So tey government people them, when e reach 10:30 like this, they don't sit down. Some people they record them. Make them for know the mind of the people, because then they hear this station no be small. Oh yeah.
Now so you be before we continue. Una know say una fit follow us for our social media, for Instagram, Facebook, VOP 90.3 FM. Or make you run. No work today, no work. Just run. Enter our YouTube.
Run no.
Run. Run. Enter our YouTube now. And go search VOP 90.3 FM. If you there, you go see one fine boy like me. Fine boy like me. You go see one.
You too they make yanga.
See, why I not gonna make it yanga? Why I not? Say
you don't turn out to some.
You know some of our callers when they talk say, if I talk say to have some okay marama, talk say say you fine. Until yesterday, some people waka enter YouTube, go see say handsome okay marama no be for mouth. They come call me back, talk say true, you supposed to make it younger.
Continue.
Run.
You think say they wise, Abi?
Run. Okay. I have left you behind. Now only you can go. See, if I okay today, now only you go buy everything, come back.
Oh yeah, if only me go enter market, I go show you say I get customer.
How many customers you get?
Make we see. Oh yeah, the number one thing where I go put for, where I go shade for market.
Oh yeah, make I see.
Now I be say last, I talk about for the third time. They say, hey.
All right, good morning and welcome to Political Voice. My name is Moses Humphrey. Now, no fewer than 17 shop and operators at the popular Alaba International Market, Lagos, may be facing an uncertain future after watching government bulldozers reduce their shops to mere rubble. Lagos State government says it was prioritizing public safety when it undertook the demolition of the said distressed buildings, because they had been marked as unsafe since 2016. But for many of the traders, the timing couldn't have been more suspect, coming right on the heels of the 2023 general election that witnessed a high level of ethnically charged hate speech, especially in Lagos. Now, let's quickly bring in our guest, Obianuju Peter. Obianuju Peter Kubeze, who is a trader at the Alaba market. Good morning to you, Obianuju.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Now, what is the situation in Alaba markets right now?
There is a high tension
before you go on, I'd like for you to put your video so we can get to see you.
Okay, I can't hear you people very well. The speaker is low.
Okay. All right, then we'll make do with your picture then, if we have it. But go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. There is high tension right now in markets regarding the 2 days demolition of our plazas and all that.
High tension, you say. All right. Now let's begin with your own story. What would you say you have had to go through, personally speaking? Now,
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed with what is happening in the market right now. I'm totally disappointed and confused as well. Because where can we start now? Where can we start?
Well, we know that the state...
Okay,
go ahead, please.
We were told they want to demolish illegal and old structures. But we were surprised before yesterday around after 10 when we got a call from security people that they have started demolishing the building at the front of the road. There is new buildings and new structures. The building that are still very sound and they were not marked for demolition. So we quickly rushed to the market and behold, the whole building has been gone down. They demolished even till yesterday. Even most of your correspondents, they saw what happened yesterday. They were demolishing new buildings. Okay. So I'm now asking, these buildings they are demolishing without being marked. What are the main reason for demolishing it? We now heard that the place have been sold to Chinese people.
All right, now let's hold our thoughts. Let's take this a step at a time. Now, the government did say that 17 buildings were tested and considered dilapidated in deplorable condition and were marked. Are you telling me now that some of the buildings that were demolished were not old buildings and were not marked?
The ones they started demolition on Sunday morning, most of them are already marked.
Okay.
Most of them are already marked.
Okay.
But the ones they started demolition very late night on Sunday, and new buildings, very small buildings, and most of them are not marked. Even the ones they demolished yesterday, the majority of them are not marked.
Why
and many people could not even bring out their goods, those that are living fancies, because if they are marked, most of them will have removed their goods, like we did and others did as well. So many removed their own on Friday, some removed their own on Saturday. This one was not marked, so people relaxed that it will not affect them. Not for them to come very late on Sunday and building gone down. The building along the road, not even close to waterways.
Now, let me understand something. Why do you think that those buildings that were not marked were demolished along with the marked ones? Could it be that because they felt that some other buildings had been brought down and then it will affect the integrity of new ones? Could it be? What do you think?
I don't think because these ones are rude.
Okay.
These ones are along the road. They have nothing to do with the ones inside. These ones are along the road. They are strong. Even if they demolished an old building by the side, the building are still strong because they are new building. Most of them, they just finished most of the buildings last year. Some of them this year. They are not old buildings. What we are told, what we saw on the news, that they want to demolish old buildings. But what demolition yesterday is not old buildings. So we are confused.
Somewhere before I had to about some of the portion of land being sold.
What we had on yesterday morning when we came out is that the whole places has been sold to Chinese people. Because we started questions, why did they start demolishing the front building that has nothing to do with marked? And some people were telling us in the market that the whole places have been sold to Chinese, so they want to make entrance from the Alaba, from the market. They want to make entrance from to inside where they started the Sunday.
Okay, so
that is the rumor we had that it has been sold to Chinese people.
Well, it's a rumor, but do you have proof? Is there any proof to it?
It's an allegation. So there's nothing proved now until maybe maybe we start seeing Chinese people building plazas. That's when we cannot say it's true. But for now, it's still rumor.
All right, and these buildings, once again, are those along the road leading to its pathway to the ones that were demolished, the ones that were marked. Beg your pardon. All right, so sorry, I'm going to make you repeat yourself. It's just so that this gets to sink in better. Government said they were going to demolish marked buildings, and demolition started on Saturday morning.
On Sunday morning.
On Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Demolition Sunday morning, and they were bringing down marked buildings. Sunday morning.
Yes.
Now the marked buildings were somewhere inside the market. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
but
Sunday
the ones
morning,
they started demolition on Sunday night are new structures along the road. They started demolition very late at night, around after 10.
Sorry. Let's follow this space so we get to have a better understanding. So Sunday morning, after the government said they were going to demolish on Saturday, I mean the news broke on Saturday. So Sunday morning, bulldozers into the market found their way into the market to where the old buildings were, the marked buildings, and they demolished the marked buildings. So the bulldozers could find their way inside. They were not obstructed from going all the way into the market. Am I correct?
Nobody obstructed them. Yes.
All right. So, but they found their way into the market. Peter Akube. Oh, great,
Yeah.
great. So, Peter Akube. Oh, great,
Yeah.
great. So, I was saying that. So Sunday night, after traders had gone home, believing that okay, the old structures that were marked had been brought down, Sunday night, demolition of other structures that were not marked along the road were also brought down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Now, but the government also did say that there were about over 300 structures that needed to come down. Do you think the new buildings were part of those structures?
How can the new building be among the 300 structures? The new building are still sound. They are still sound. Are you getting me?
Yes.
The buildings are still sound. Most of them, they finished them this year. Are you getting me? And it's the same government that gave them the approval. It's the same government that gave them approval to build.
All right, great.
You understand me?
It's good that we're coming to this now. Okay, so it's a good thing that we have your picture now. So it's good we are coming to this point. So the buildings, the new buildings that were along the road that were demolished as well, they got approval to build those ones as of last year?
Yes.
Last year. And approvals were given and those structures were put up.
Were put up because if they didn't got approval, they can't put it off.
Okay.
because the government will mark it and they will close the place. You know how they do here in Lagos. So, but because they got approval, they started building.
All right. So now, does it seem like okay? Let me come to traders being able to get their goods out. For those that were marked, we understand that some traders were not able to get their goods out before the demolition.
Yeah.
How true is that?
Some could not get their own out. You know, most people could not get their own out, but some got their own out on Saturday.
Okay.
And some went yesterday morning. You know, they were trying to. You know what? Most things we sell here are small items that one cannot carry like that. So you need some trucks and all that. So, but some could not be to carry their own yesterday. Even outside people, all this malam, they are the one that were helping some people on the process. If you are packing something from this one and saw that caterpillar is on in front of this, you have to live for your life. You have to run for your life.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, the bulldozers were bringing down structures even while people were around,
still picking and still carrying.
While people were still trying to carry out their goods.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? I need you to say it in your own words.
Yes. Even they brought down Sunday. It was through security that we got to know that they are destroying those ones on the road. So that night, many people came and start packing their things. That late at night, even if they are still packing it, and rain fall on that night.
Yes.
The rain also meet them there, on top their goods. It was a horrible experience that Sunday, because I live.
Now, I didn't hear the last part. You were saying you lived where? We seem to be having a glitch in the network again.
Network is bad.
All right, go ahead. You were saying something that you lived.
So we started helping people along the roads that night. All the rain that fell that Sunday, all that rain beat us. Because if it's the building that they marked, they will have removed these things.
All right, now let's come back to the marked buildings. For the marked buildings, the 17 of them, government is saying that those buildings had been marked since 2016. Wasn't that enough time for people, for traders to have relocated? Why didn't they?
They marked most of those buildings since 2016. But people were like, maybe government will give them another location before coming for demolition, knowing fully well this place is international market. You understand?
Okay.
But since that 2016, they've been hoping for a new allocation.
Now,
until this Sunday,
the union in the market? Did the union in the market make any move to talk to the government about getting allocated space? Are you privy to any of that information?
According to the chairman's interview, he was saying that they begged for them to time getting me. So, but I cannot speak for the chairman. But
he begged for them to do what?
The chairman, according to his interview, he was saying that they begged them more times. You understand?
For time.
So, but I don't know the arrangements between the chairman and the government. But one traders, we are the one affected most because we are the one doing business there. You understand? So this notice of demolition now was so quick. They came on Friday and they told us to vacate Saturday. Monday they started demolition. No time and all that.
Okay, I understand that taxes and levies are collected at the market by local government and some individuals. Do you have that there?
Yeah. Yes,
people that go to shops, lock up shops and take taxes and all of that.
We paid. And we also pay even signboard. We pay for signboard advertisement, we pay for anything here. When
was the last time?
Owe.
When was the last time those taxes and levies were collected?
We used to pay yearly.
Yearly?
We used to pay yearly. This year, many people have already paid.
So you're paying...
We've been paying for it.
Okay, so from when the buildings were marked in 2016, didn't you stop paying pending when people come to demolish the building?
To collect for levies. They're still coming to collect for signboard, for adverts, bills. They are collecting. They never for once stopped collecting. They are collecting.
All right, so was there any time that the local government withdrew a permit to the shops in question?
No, not at all. If there's something like that, people will have known that, yes, these people are serious. They will have been looking for alternative. But nothing like such.
So if I get you correctly, we're trying to emphasize a few points here. So taxes and levies were collected by local government officials.
By local government.
And they continued to collect even after 2016 up until this year.
Yes.
So you paid your levy.
Even the signboards.
Signboard for, yes. What time did you pay your levy for this year? What time of the year?
We sometimes from January, but most of us pay yearly.
Okay, yearly. What time did you pay yours?
I paid mine. I paid mine on March.
March 2023.
Yes, because you pay according to when you entered. If you entered from March.
So you paid in March 2023, right? Not 2022.
Yes.
All right. So basically, the money you have paid in March 2023 was supposed to take you up until March 2024.
Yeah.
And that gave you the feeling that, okay, government would not come now, even if you knew that demolition was supposed to take place.
And people were still building. And
all right, now to the conversation of sale to China, you did say that there's no proof to that. It's just still a rumor.
It's a rumor.
Okay.
It's a rumor.
It's still a rumor going on. No proof until structures.
No proof until we see them
up.
there building structure. That's what we believe. But for now, it's still a rumor.
All right. We'll take a look at the buildings once again. Let's take a look at the buildings. Our correspondents were out on the street yesterday, and they spoke to a few individuals. Let's hear what they had to say.
Okay.
All right then. We've been speaking with Obianoju Peter Akubeze, and we've been speaking with Obianoju Peter Akubeze, who is a trader at the Alaba International Market, and she's letting us into her own experience from the demolition that took place over the weekend into Sunday. And points made is that some buildings, buildings were brought down, and some of the buildings that were newly built along the road were also brought down. Buildings that were erected as new as this year, or as recent as 2023, were also brought down, and then rumors emanating from the market saying some of it reason could be because government had sold the land to China. Well, we don't know how true that is. That is still a rumor. It's still hearsay. Now, Obianoju, if you're still with me, I want to quickly ask you this: is there already any conversation about, the government resettling traders? Are you with me, Obianoju?
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. I was asking the question, I said, are there already any conversation about government resettling traders?
I have not heard anything like such.
So the traders moved their goods and property. Where did they move them to?
That's why we are pleading on the Lagos State government to do something.
All right, you're pleading with the Lagos State government to do something.
To help us out.
Okay, what kind of help are you asking from the government?
At least an allocation, or they can also give us a place.
All right, so
if they can give us a plan to rebuild the place, we will definitely do it, because the place is the heart of the market. The demolished place is the heart of the market.
All right, so you want government to give you a plan to rebuild or to take you to another market?
My suggestion is they can give us a plan to rebuild. Are you getting me? They can give us a plan to rebuild. I think it will be better.
Okay. Because you don't want to leave that site, being that
yes,
it's a site that you've been in for a long time.
For a long time.
All right. So the market leaders now, the union in the market. Okay. Are we taking the interview now? If we can, let's take that interview now.
For demolition because of being very close to Canal, but as it were, what we learned is the fact that the area at the back there had been sold to Chinese people. Oh yes, it had been sold to Chinese people. So what they're doing there is to break all this building to create access to that particular land very close to the canal that we learned was sold to Chinese people. So I wonder what is happening. Is it not wicked? The wickedness of the I have two plazas here, one here and this other one at the back, that was not marked for demolition. But kind of something that CSO called me, I think early in the morning, to tell me that having those we that begin to do those everything. So what we got before now, that they marked those for demolition because being very close to Canal, but as it were, what we learned is the fact that the area at the back there been sold to Chinese people. Oh yes, it has been sold to Chinese people. So is to break all this building to create access to that particular land very close to the canal that we learned was sold to Chinese people. So I wonder what is happening. Is it not wicked? The wickedness of the I have two plazas here. This one here.
All right, the interview there by one of the traders as he was lamenting the fact that, pointing out to the fact that a part of the market somewhere at the back, close to the canal, had been sold to Chinese. That's what he was saying, and that government was breaking buildings to create a pathway, entrance into that part that was sold to Chinese. Well, if that truly was the case, that means your talk about wanting to rebuild may not see the light of day, because if government is breaking buildings to create a pathway, then they probably would not want any structure around there. Now, in a situation whereby the there is no permission for you to put up a structure around there, and government decides that, okay, it was going to rebuild part of the market, and for traders to now rent shops, would that be okay for traders?
If government build or can't hear you.
If government decides that, okay, it wants to build, maybe not on the pathway, but build structures within the market elsewhere, and ask traders to come and rent it, would that be okay?
It would be if it's Alaba International, it would be okay.
But if government says it wants to resettle the market elsewhere, move to another site, you don't want that.
It will be very difficult again to start building customers and all that.
All right then. I must say a very big thank you to you, Obianuju Peter Akabweze. Thank you for your time. And I hope that losses were not enormous. Are you privy to some of the losses that your colleagues had, or some of the losses that you had? How can you quantify it?
As I speak to you, so many are in coma. So many are in coma as I speak to you right now.
All right, so if they are in coma, can you quantify
because of the shock,
the losses? Okay, because of the shock. Can you quantify it? Can you put an amount to it? Like, okay, maybe this is, what people have lost.
What people have lost is billions. Is billions. What people have lost inside the market, what billions?
All right. Now, when the Alabama Market Union chairman came to address the market yesterday on the demolition, what were his words?
What he was saying, he's not happy though. He was saying if they gave us enough time. Are you getting me? Because before I came, he has already rounding up the. Because day before yesterday, I came home home around after 3 in the night. Because we were helping people parking there. So when I came yesterday, they have already done the interview. So I don't want to be seeing them say and all that. So, but he is not happy with what is happening. He's not happy.
Now, what did you hear that he said?
He's saying they will have given us time.
But if you want to go by what the government is saying, if he was saying that the government would have given time, but government did give time, so it's a bit confusing if one thinks about it. Government did give time from 2016 up until now. Isn't that enough time? That's 7 years precisely.
But because they are still collecting levies, so how will we know that they are ready today, tomorrow? It has no provision. They will have said, okay, let's relocate these people to such a place, pending the outcome of this one. But nothing like such. Now, where are we taking our goods to? Where are we going from here? How are we going to start afresh again? Most of us have shops there and warehouses there. So how are we going to start up again?
All right, so what is the union in talks with the government? I'm going to ask this question again. Now that the demolition has taken place, are you privy to any talk with the government by the union in the market?
Regarding the union, for them because I don't know their arrangements and their discussions with the government. I'm just a trader.
All right. All right, then, thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
I don't know the arrangements. I don't know their plans. We're in Nigeria. Everybody may go for their own personal interest. I'm just speaking the mind of the traders. That the sudden demolition is like a shock, because they will have said, okay, we are coming in 2 months' time. We are going to relocate you people so place. We are going to relocate you people so place. Like there was a time there was a fire outbreak at Alabama, Tejo Show Market. They relocated Article people. They relocated them to Article Market, open street fair. If there's such a provision, at least it would have been better, but no provision.
All right then. Well, no provisions have been made so far, and traders are counting their losses. As Obianuju have said, some have fallen sick due to the amount of losses incurred in the demolition. But government is saying that yes, it did give enough time. But another side to the conversation is that the local government around there and market forces continue to collect fares and levies and taxes in the market. Up until recently, these taxes were paid, and this just gave the traders the false hope that they could continue doing business in that vicinity up until government made its intention known on Saturday, and then demolition commenced almost immediately. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, we do hope that traders will be able to get back on their feet, and find a way to do so. And we also do hope that government will resettle traders. Well, we'll find a way to get in touch with officials of the Lagos State Building Control Agency and get their own part of the conversation. But I must say a very big thank you to you, Obianju Peter Akabweze. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right then. We'll take a break now and we'll come back in a bit. apparently when we get to speak with a member of staff of the Lagos State Building Control Agency, this conversation will continue to make headlines. All right, and we do hope that we'll get in touch with a few members from the Lagos State Building Control Agency. So they get to tell us their own part to this. And questions are rising. The traders, do they want monetary compensation? Would that be enough? But from what Obianaju has said, Obianaju, the guest that the trader, affected trader that we spoke to earlier, did say that they would prefer government to allow them build structures still within Alaba market, because they would not want to relocate to another place because it had taken time for them to gather customers and all of that. So, apparently, the traders want to continue doing business within the Alaba market environment. That's the situation of things. But we'll reach out once again to the Lagos State Building Control Agency, and we do hope that they will oblige and come speak to us on their part of this story, and find out if it's true that buildings that were not marked for demolition were also brought down, buildings along the road, as stated by Obianaju Peter Akubeze, who we spoke with earlier on the program. Well, that's how far we can go today on Political Voice. My name is Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
See how they do am. If you see person, they will look your dress. As they see, say, you fine.
Prepare very well. They will follow you from here, reach 7 or 8 bus stop.
Before encore.
And you know, say,
lose.
If sometimes
Nigeria, they get mind now.
People like us, when no get hard, if they say make you give them small. You know, see, they do not for the parents. They do them for the pikin.
And that thing, then they deliver. If they gather the money in the evening, then gather the money together, then no say you work well. The food will go chop, it go past the one way no sabi.
That one now. The see way hustle pass. Now you go shop or more. After where they want bank.
No, be the time where them bank for more. Me they never bank for more.
After where they talk bank for more. People they shout. I wonder what me will do. How? Why you go back for more? You never buy anything for this country, not for more. Especially all these people when they drink carbo.
You know, say if they drink their agbo finish,
they use
that one step up. That moment it go carry pepper follow body.
Now why are not even the good morning, Daddy?
Hello. Oh, good morning, ma.
I want you to come out for this day where the
Okay.
At times, all those things where they happen, now longer food, 9 days or something. These parents, they train their team. They will train them. They start going outside. They will start seeing many things. Big home or big things where they see their needs to use. They will not let them be like their needs. They will start bad discussion. Tell me your secret. What are you doing? At times it's not by force. They do not carry them by force and enter place. You still stress that kind of situation. It's not easy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We allow you make you come up because you know Kukuma hear everything where you talk. You get the one way we hear, you get the one way we know here. Due to say network in this hub. All these people they from WhatsApp enter. Now even be like say better today. Say people were from WhatsApp they hear them very well. So you too from WhatsApp enter 0700 903 903 9. Good morning.
In the studio there. Have you there more than 2?
We know that now God did the third of us.
Okay. Good morning to a few plus the invisible one amongst you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Your name and where you they call us?
Yeah. My name is Kenny. I'm calling from Owo.
Talk to us.
If you put a Mr. Shah, because I'm not your mate.
Oh.
I'll be Baba. It is well. That's just in a lifetime of it. Okay. So what I heard for is very important with parents. That a child I'm a writer anyway. There's a script I'm writing now on parenting. There's a child left for himself. And I took a quotation from the book of Proverbs. That a child left to himself to live a free will life will only bring his parents shame, and that will unleash terror in the nation when he grows up. So the same proverb said, train a child the way he should go, that when he grows up, he should not depart from it. So we parents, we have a lot to do, no matter that we have money. And the things also I write that you being rich does not rule as the fact that you will spoil your children. But when you let them sometimes feel about those from the poor family, that's why it's as if, let me not go too far anyway. Okay. So, like that guy that said, those girls now, should the person go marry them tomorrow? No, you don't have to condemn them. God has never condemned them. So I know many people that are married from Brutel, from hotel. They pick it, they let it out of that place. I want to marry you no matter you are here. And they married, they get children, they're living happily today. And the book of Hosea in the Bible, God commanded one of the prophets, that's the prophet Hosea, said, go and marry a warden, a prostitute. The Hosea said, God, you did like that, and I see they tell me to go marry prostitute. You know, not say God has a purpose for that. So, as a woman, based on that guy's statement, is not good. That
okay. Thank you very much. The guy's statement for yourself, you say you know good. I go support you for that one because why I go support you be say now because as in talk and because they see him. What of the people see? They're not choice. Now, say gets their own opinion.
Hello.
Good morning. Your name and where you
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Okay, the call from
Talk to us.
I want to talk about something. Probably it's okay to become a president.
People like say
at the time we go for north, west, and east. We don't say east is not president for a long time very well. So I think maybe this is supposed to go to north or west. But because of the way they divide it, apparently still the eastern even if they give them to call, all of them they are from east. So I don't want everybody to say apparently still they okay because me are from east. I'm a Igbo man, but I'm supporting Akabe to become the Senate president. And another thing I want to talk, one woman just talked now about our youth. I think this is a new generation. Make everybody train your own child very well. Me, I want to put my own mouth and then make it rule us better. Another hand, I'm not happy for the price of welfare day for the nation, about 500 or more. Some states buy 750. So I don't know the way that fair price will come to an end. And no one make it continue. If you continue for 500, people will suffer. And the premier in Nigeria better in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Hey, what?
No, sir, probably on south. And I make people that talk up. Especially all those that will be southeast. And make man to that seat. But all the same, start there. Our time, if you check your time now, you go see say now 1 minute now maybe we'll carry our shoe, enter the motorway, carry us, go back. Because I told them I say I'm from Canada, enter. So if I finish now, they go back Canada. And they thank all of una we call. We apologize, say get us network, do us today. But we dey always pray make we serve una better. Because if you know eat tomorrow, na the same better food now we go eat. I know say we never forehand. Then a network now one come for our hand today, but because we believe on una go do well. We thank all of una. Say no easy at all. Say network they deflect, una they push. People where push and enter. We thank una. For people where we say their call not enter because of network, we thank una. For people where we say their call enter, but we no kukuma hear what they talk. We thank una. For people where send us message, we thank una. For people where hear but they no call, we still thank una. We thank una. We no fee be here, but because una they now make us stay here. But it will come on our way again tomorrow. Make una keep the listening to VOP 90.3 FM. If you know what it they good, make you do it. But people talk say it is good to be good. My name na Tobeshuku Kasme. They call me to handsome working marama. Oh queen, man, oh sure you know.
This life now all about moving. If you don't know where they go, people go take you to where them they go. Make you get one definite place for your mind where you want waka go for this life. Because if you fail to do something, something will do you. My name na Temitokwe. Oye Folu una do well.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, our attentive staff is here to ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off from the Lagos airport.
Take advantage of our state-of-the-art fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal at our on-site restaurant.
With world-class service, prime location, hotel is the perfect choice for next vacation or business.
Stay in comfort, luxury, and airport golden hotel.
For bookings and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-7003-333. You can visit our website at goldentillyhotel.com.
Airport golden luxury meets comfort.
Content on radio and you have been loving it. Now we take it further. Catch us live on YouTube at talk show, reviews, news, out, more. It's all about you. VOP TV. Speak up.
Are you aware that Iruka Online Limited all designed a 100,000 capacity church building? Oh yeah, we are the sole distributors of global leading brands all over the world, such as voptvlive speakers, digital amplifiers, digital mixers, and studio equipment, software workstations and keyboards, Fender guitars, Mapex drums, down bass combos. Mentioned but a few. We offer payment plans by our department with 24/7 customer. You can visit our website www.com to avoid buying fake products. You can also visit our showroom at number 36 Lagos International Airport beside Golden Hotel. Iruka never said FM.
Hello there and welcome to You and Your Mental Health. My name is Esther Umachuku. About 25 to 30% of Nigerians suffer from mental illness, and less than 10% of these population have access to professional assistance. In the past, Nigerians were never comfortable with openly discussing matters relating to their mental health. But with enough sensitization, awareness, mental health conversations, people are beginning, let's not say have come to terms, they're beginning to come to terms with the fact that such cases and issues are on ground and will keep reoccurring. Right now, depression is a common term that a lot of people may think they understand. But on You and Your Mental Health, you will unlearn to relearn what mental health is all about, its risk factors, triggers, causes, and recommendations to resolving that particular aspect of our health. So, right here on You and Your Mental Health, we will discuss these issues weekly, provide answers to questions, and of course, we have a therapist who will answer those questions, advocate for you. And in the studio right now, we have her. Her name is Ayodeji Michael Oni, also known as Mtish. You're going to define what Mtish is. Why that name, Mtish?
Okay, so I always start from there. So Mtish is actually Mommy Tish.
Okay.
That's the name of my first daughter. So that's where Mtish came from.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like it. It's finicky. Mtish.
And uncommon. Thank you.
Okay, so what is mental health? Let's just start with the basics. What does that mean?
All right. So, well, you started well in the introduction. When we talk about mental health,
Thank you for staying with us. World News at 12 begins with President Bola Tinubu approving the immediate retirement of all service chiefs, including the Inspector General of Police from service. Also affected are the advisors and the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service. In a statement on Monday by the Director of Information of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi, it informed that Nuhu Ribadu, who last week was appointed as the Security Advisor to the President, has now been appointed as the National Security Advisor. Also, former theatre commander of Operation Hadin Kai, Major General Christopher Musa, would replace General Lucky Irabo as the new Chief of Defence Staff. Similarly, Major General T.A. Lagbaja would replace Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya as the Chief of Army Staff, while Rear Admiral E.A. Ogala has been appointed to take over from Vice Admiral Awal Gambo as the Chief of Naval Staff, and Air Marshal Oludayo Amao would be replaced by Air Vice Marshal H.B. Abubakar as the Chief of Air Staff. Deputy Inspector General of Police Kayode Tokun has also been appointed as the Acting Inspector General of Police, and Major General EPA Udiane as the Chief of Defense Intelligence. President Tinubu also approved the immediate dissolution of the governing boards of all federal government parastatals, agencies, institutions, and government companies. A statement released on Monday by the Director of Information of the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Willie Bassi, said boards, commissions, and councils listed in the third schedule, Part 1, Section 153 subsection I of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, excluded from the President Directive. VP News gathered that the Nigerian Judicial Council, the Code of Conduct Bureau, the Council of State, the Federal Character Commission, the Federal Civil Service Commission, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the National Population Commission, NPC, the Police Service Commission, and the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation, and Fiscal Commission are part of the agencies excluded from the directive. Now reacting to this development, we have on the news at 12 today Mr. Cyril Abaku, a political analyst and a social affairs commentator. Let's take a listen to him.
The first thing to be said is that everything Mr. President has done are well within his powers to do. It is conventional that when a new sheriff is in town, the old guard has to give way. So these are people that serve at the pleasure of the president, of Mr. President, service chiefs, the coterie of advisors, board of ambassadors, of course, ostensibly for the fact that when a new leader is in town, of course, he has his own soldiers, he has his own army of professionals, technocrats, experts, party men, who will now eventually go in and fill up these positions, as it were, deliver in line with the president's ideology or policies. So this is where we are on paper. But in reality, if we want to begin to analyze the replacement of, for example, I will tell you freely that the performance of commanders, of military commanders, the army, navies, is not entirely about. I think that in the Nigerian case, it has been more an issue of political will and political control, and about what, because they're not the commander-in-chief, and then they are just, field commanders, as we are battalion commanders or commanders of missions. So a junior commander cannot command more than is commanded. There's no other fuss about it. If a president gives green light and tells them to go all out, I don't think that they will hold back. Now, Boko Haram is not as big as it is being made to look. Being made to look like. I can tell you that even the police itself has specialized units that can take care of Boko Haram in a month. But the question is, are they funded? Do they have all the motivation they need? And are they being instructed as, to say, this your mandate is go out and do it? If they don't have that mandate, if they don't have the encouragement, if they don't have, if they don't feel that you really couldn't get the best out of them. So it's not primarily about the president changing them. It's about the president now giving them the leeway to go all out and do the needful. As for the other question surrounding the MDAs, well, the reality is that the past 8 years pardon my language, were calamitous. They were terrible. We had some of us even had cause to wonder if the president was aware of what was going on. But here's a new president. I do hope that in no time these new posts will be filled, the vacancies will be filled up, and so that people can get to work and be able to put effective checks and balances in place. The why INEC was left out, the Fiscal Commission was left out, Commission, those are the nerve and bone of government. Mr. President didn't give an explanation as to why those ones were not shifted, but the reality is that some parastatals affect government's functioning more than others do. I can't rule out politics out of it. I cannot, because the presidency is a political office. So, and these are political appointments. If he's feeling some are not feeling, that politics is often defined as who, guess what, how, and so for me, I think there are political considerations, whether you want to admit it or not. But in the days to come, perhaps we would see why the president has chosen to act the way he did. But the fact is, we have to live with it. He's changing guard. He's changing guard. That's the truth. He has left Civil Service Commission, INEC, and the number of others. Perhaps. When ministers now come on board, those ones will also be affected the way I see it. Yeah.
In the meantime, the federal government and organized labor have reached an agreement to sort out the implementation of the resolutions reached on palliatives to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy removal by August. Representatives of the government and those of the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) adjourned the meeting 2 weeks ago after jointly drawing up 7 resolutions and 3 agreements for the welfare of workers and other Nigerians. At the resumed hearing yesterday at the presidential villa in Abuja, the two parties, amongst other things, set up a presidential steering committee to serve as a clearinghouse in coordinating the technical subcommittees on different issues raised. Addressing state correspondents after the meeting, Festus Osifo and his NLC counterpart Joe Ajeru said parties would reconvene next Monday to review the framework agreed upon. Now let's take a listen to the TUC President Festus Osifo, the NLC President Joe Ajeru, and the presidential spokesperson Dele Alake speaking on the resolutions reached and the implementation frameworks.
Okay, so we just concluded our meeting. If you remember very well, the last time we were here, the Labour TUC NLC met with government. That was about 2 weeks ago. So we agreed that we are going to reconvene today. That is the 19th of June. So we just convened. We had a meeting, although brief. And the purpose of the meeting today is actually to put together the framework on how what we submitted as our demand, how will they be delivered. So we put together, looking at those frameworks. So government came with what they think will work. We also made some input. So from this night, we're going to continue the work in order to have that framework together. So once we have the framework, then we agree that anything we are putting together, we must conclude everything in 8 weeks. So everything must be rolled out within that time, not something that we are going to leave endlessly. So we have agreed, they have submitted a framework to us, we have looked at it, we have made input. So this night we'll continuously work on it in order for us to come up with the deliverables. The last time we had a meeting. So if you look at that communique, there are some action items in that communique. So it's actually how will these action items be delivered. So for example, we need to have a presidential steering committee that will oversee everything. We also need to have technical subcommittees because, for example, when you talk about the issue of CNG, so the issue of CNG, you need experts. The issue of CNG, you need those people that are willing to invest. In the that of CNG, you need the National Oil Company, NNPC Limited, to come up with what they need to do and the time with which they are going to deliver. So all that, I mean, there are some technicalities that are required beyond this meeting. So those technicalities will now move into the technical committee. So those technical committee will zoom into the presidential committee. But all these, we must conclude everything maximum in 8 weeks. So those technical committees, some will submit their report in 1 week. Once they submit in 1 week, we implement. Some will submit in 2 weeks, we implement. But the last should exceed 8 weeks. Yeah.
So what we're looking at now is the role
that if let's assume next week the technical committee on CNG comes together, then they submit a report. Let's say within 1 week, they should be able to turn in the report to the Presidential Steering Committee. So when they turn in that report, then they start rolling out immediately. So the same thing across the entire the list that we submitted. So all these actionable items will start effective immediately. Yeah.
minimum wage. Minimum wage. Framework and deliverables.
No. Once the terms of reference, the terms of reference of these committees are going to be agreed on between today and tomorrow. Because there is a school of thought that is of the opinion that minimum wage, because it's a function of law, and in the law, the committee that will review minimum wage is already there statutorily. So that committee will also start their functions. So for us, those terms of reference, we could not agree broadly totally on the final terms of reference, but we'll work on that between today, tomorrow, and have the full terms of reference across all board, because we are looking at having a broad 5 technical committees that will subsume into the presidential steering committee. Yeah.
What are the low hanging?
Actually, we see the CNG as low hanging fruit. We see the issue of palliatives that could get to the people. We see that as a low-hanging fruit. So for us, we see most of the things we have said as something that government can do almost easily. But let government now tell us. So when we are now agreeing on the terms of reference, I just want us to exercise patience a bit, because when you see the terms of reference in these committees and the areas they are looking at with timeline, so there must be timeline, 1 week, 2 weeks, but maximum should not exceed 8 weeks. In the next 1 week, so these committees will start work. The terms of reference, they will start developing them. So by next week Monday, we will be here again. By next week Monday, same time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll reach from. And as at the end of this meeting, we have set up committees in those key areas to commence work on them to make sure that we wrap up in the next 8 weeks. Simply that's the
when we adjourned, when Labour called off the strike and tabled their demands, we went through all those demands, and ourselves, that is government and Labour, went through all the items on their list, and we all said we were going to go back to our principals and make consultations. They also said they were going to go to their executives and members and make consultations, so that we should reconvene today and move forward. And that's exactly what we did. We reconvened today, and then both parties went through this list, and we ticked off the viable ones. Those things are broken into 3 different categories. The immediate, those that can be of low-hanging fruit in the immediate C, then in the short run, the medium term, and the long term. So those list of demands in terms of implementation and execution fall into those 3 broad categories of short, medium, and long-term, categories. So that's what we decided today. And then other meetings will still be held in order to cross the T's and dot the I's. And we have adjourned again, and we are meeting. Now, work groups have been constituted at today's meeting. There's a steering committee that will be like a clearing house, and there are other work groups set up comprising both parties, government and Labour members. And these work groups will work together very, very harmoniously and very efficiently to arrive at the final resolution of all those demands and what we call interventions.
Is the steering
In the meantime, the Labour Party and its presidential candidate Peter Obi on Monday again accused the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) of frustrating its petition challenging the result of the February 25 presidential elections. Their lawyer Jubrin Okutekpa, a senior advocate of Nigeria, complained to the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja that INEC has refused to provide all the documents the legal team requested. He said, and I quote, "We are bringing this to your notice for your intervention because we have done everything humanly possible. These documents were certified since May 29. We have severally written letters detailing the documents we needed and the proof of our petition." End quote. Barrister Okutaka claimed that despite that his client had since paid the necessary fees demanded by INEC for the documents, the electoral umpire had refused to make them available. But responding, INEC's lawyer A.D. Mahmood, a senior advocate of Nigeria, insisted that the commission never denied the petitioners or any document. He explained that all the documents being tendered by the subpoenaed witnesses are from INEC. Consequently, the 5-man panel led by Justice Samami adjourned to Tuesday for the cross-examination of the witness and further hearing of the petition. Elsewhere, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Imo State has said the 7 members of the working committee who resigned last week did so because they were afraid of an indictment. The former executive member of the chapter defected to the All Progressives Congress (APC) after dumping the PDP on Sunday. Reacting, Financial Secretary Bede Ejimadu said a report implicated them for alleged mismanagement of 1.4 billion naira earmarked for the 2023 presidential campaign. Ejimadu, alongside some party officials, while addressing reporters at the PDP secretariat in Owerri, said they are just trying to run away from being indicted, but that will not save them. He said the campaign fund had remained unaccounted for since, stating that his office did not receive any money. The official noted that those who left felt they were bigger than leadership, usurped his position, and misappropriated the party funds. He said their exit was not a concern as they had the right to do so, saying the PDP would find capable hands to replace them. You're listening to the World News at 12 on Voice of the People 90.3 FM. After the break, we'll bring you stories on the foreign scene. Welcome back. Now on the front end, Russian drones targeted the capital Kiev and other cities in the early hours of today, hitting critical infrastructure in Lviv in the west, according to Ukrainian officials. Ukraine's Air Force says 35 drones were launched and all but 3 of them were shot down. According to local authorities, the attack on Lviv triggered the fire, but no one was injured. The raid on Kiev and the missile attack on Zaporizhia to the north and from the coast of the Internal Sea of Azov in the southeast, according to the Ukraine Air Force. It was the first of such incidents in 18 days. In southern Ukraine, Zaporizhia was attacked by a number of ballistic missiles, according to local officials, but they added that no one was injured. 3 drones were also shot down over the southern region of Mykolaiv. The Zaporizhia region is the focus of much of the Ukrainian military's current offensive to recapture territory seized by Russia at the start of its full-scale invasion in February 2022. And that's it on the World News at 12. Just before we wrap up, let's take a look at the top stories again. You heard that President Tinubu has retired the service chiefs, the IG of police, and also dissolved the boards of agencies. You also heard that the NLC, the TUC, and the federal government have agreed on subsidy palliatives plans to be ready in August. The Labour Party and the INEC lawyers have clashed again over poll material, and the Imo PDP alleges that 7 officials defected to the APC to avoid 1.4 billion naira probe. On the front end, Russia renews drone and missile attacks on Ukraine. And that is a wrap on the World News at 12. My name is Chioma Innocent. Please follow our social media handles at VOP 903 FM. For coverage of your live event and brand news mentioned on our news bulletins, do send a mail to news@voiceofthepeople.ng. Good afternoon and thank you for listening.
Hello there and welcome to You and Your Mental Health. My name is Esther Umachuku. About 25 to 30% of Nigerians suffer from mental illness, and less than 10% of these population have access to professional assistance. In the past, Nigerians were never comfortable with openly discussing matters relating to their mental health. But with enough sensitization, awareness, mental health conversations, people are beginning, let's not say have come to terms, they're beginning to come to terms with the fact that such cases and issues are on ground and will keep reoccurring. Right now, depression is a common term that a lot of people may think they understand. But on You and Your Mental Health, you will unlearn to relearn what mental health is all about, its risk factors, triggers, causes,
and recommendations to resolving that particular aspect of our health. So, right here on You and Your Mental Health, we will discuss these issues weekly, provide answers to questions, and of course, we have a therapist who will answer these questions, advocate for you. And in the studio right now, we have her. Her name is Ayodeji Michael Oni, also known as Emtish. You're going to define what Emtish is. Why that name, Emtish?
Okay, so I always start from there. So Emtish is actually Mommy Tish.
Okay.
That's the name of my first daughter. So that's where Emtish came from.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like it. It's finicky. Emtish.
And uncommon. Thank you.
Okay, so what is mental health? Let's just start with the basics. What does that mean?
All right. So, well, you started well in the introduction. When we talk about mental health, a lot of people don't like to discuss the issue of mental health. You know, a typical Nigerian has little or no understanding about what mental health is all about. But thank God for the sensitization and the awareness that has been going on so far. So, mental health basically is the psychological, the social, and the emotional well-being of anybody, of any person. You know, it's your perception of yourself, how you think, how you feel, how you behave generally, your disposition to life, and your general well-being. That's mental health.
Oh, that's beautiful. I actually like that definition. But then, if you, in this part of the world, let's be realistic. Before a lot of people began to accept that this is not a spiritual matter or that somebody has gone berserk, that there are several factors that creates the scenario for this thing to come up. Now, in Nigeria specifically, it is understandable if you say almost every Nigerian has mental health. With the current circumstances now. If you are normal, you may become abnormal. But realistically though, for persons categorized to have mental health means that they cannot adjust to normal societal accepted behaviors. It feels like they're abstract or out of the normal sense of the characteristic of a human, of an individual. What elicits that particular aspects of our makeup, of our form as mental health? What causes it?
All right, so there are so many factors that causes the mental health disorder. I don't like to use the word illness or sickness, you know, because these are part of the things that make people feel absurd and not want to open up with the issue of their mental health. So I like to use the word disorder because something that is not in place. So there are a lot of factors responsible. There are a lot of reasons why people have these issues, you know, and it doesn't just start, you know, it's an accumulation. That's what I say. It starts from childhood. You know, so there are a lot of unattended issues while we're growing up. That's the adversity, you know, that our background has cost us. You know, a child that is not shown love while growing, a child that is deprived of basic amenities, basic things that he or she is supposed to have access to. You know, we have the gender inequality, we have the status, you know, the social status, we even have the physical outlook, the fact that your physical appearance is not accepted. I do say that, for instance, the fair complexion has been overrated.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So everyone wants to be accepted. There's a standard of acceptance in the society. These things are the causal factors. They're the things that causes the issue of mental health. And funny enough, we don't pay attention to them until they become accumulated to that big issue that we now see as a mental health disorder.
Now, there are certain indices that one could relate to mental health. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, it is not easily noticed. As a Nigerian, you already have routine. The ideal thing for you is to provide for your family. So they eat, your kids go to school, you pay your bills. But then there are other issues that emerge that may affect you psychologically while you go about these daily routines or dispositions. Now, when it begins to overtake your normal way you do things, how do you tell that something is going off? Something is no longer as it used to be, especially as a family member who is close to this individual, who could either be the man who is providing for the home, or right now in most instances in several homes, women. How do you begin to see the signs?
Yeah, so you're very right. Most times we don't even know when these things begins to set in. We feel everything is all right, you know, and in the real sense, things are not all right. You know, so abnormality becomes a normalcy. You know, so it starts from the fact that, you know, you just feel that you're stressed. Stress is one thing people should look out for when it comes to mental health. And stress, I say that is a thing of the mind. You can be stressed and not stressed.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So stress is a thing of the mind. Everyone is in Lagos, so no one is left out. Even the highly placed that we think they have it all figured out, they have everything going on smooth with them. They have cars, you know, they have big things that we do not we see them and we just envisage that they are fine, you know, and everything is perfect for them. The fact about mental health is that stress comes from within. It's not an outward thing. It's not because you are jumping from one bus to another. No. That's not what causes stress. Stress comes from within. So stress is something that people should look out for. You know, then restlessness. Yes, the fact that you just become restless, you feel you're fine, but you know something you're just disturbed about little things. Things just get at you. You know, so restlessness is there. Then there's anger. You're just angry for no reason. You begin to be fearful. There's another thing people should look out for. You're fearful. The fear of tomorrow. The fear of what tomorrow holds for you. The fear of what you're going to eat tomorrow when today has not even gone. You're already thinking about what happens the next day. Phobia is there. You just fret for things. You fret at the sight of people. You fret at the sight of situations. You know, so there are a lot of things people should take note of, that, you know, most times we just overlook those things, and if we are not careful, these are the things that, you know, becomes big issues and they affect our mental health.
Do you think that having limited access to finance and being part of an ethnic group that seems marginalized could be one of the factors that evokes these symptoms of mental illness?
Of course, everyone needs money. So the issue of finance is a big issue, but at the same time, like I said, the mental health, you know, anything that has to do with mental, you know, is psychological. It comes from the mind. It comes from within. It's not something that has to do. So the mental health is different from the physical health. The physical health are things that you can see, you know, they are on the outward signs that you can see. But when it comes to mental health, a lot of harm would have been done within before we begin to see signs without.
Now, post-COVID, especially in this part of the world, because in some countries they're still experiencing COVID, but let's just say post-COVID in Nigeria, there was there was recession. The economy seemed like it wouldn't resuscitate. A lot of entrepreneurs went into debt, and even individuals who had jobs lost their jobs. We heard recurring cases of suicide attempts on 3rd Mainland Bridge. If you recall the last one where this very, will I say, financially empowered young lady who just received a phone call, and then she just told the Uber driver to stop by the side of the 3rd Mainland Bridge. She came down and just entered the water. That you'll be wondering what extent of hurt or conversation that she was having on the phone that could have led her to do such a thing to herself. Other instances we've heard where these men attempting to jump through into the water, and people are asking, no, don't do it, and you hear them say, I'm owing somebody money, and they say, how much is the money? It's too small. They say, no, I cannot pay up that money, and they don't mind. They just want to end it. And on 2 occasions such instances happened on 3rd Mainland Bridge. That was the scenario. One complained that he was accused of stealing, and despite telling them he did not steal and giving a statement at the police station that he was not the one who did it, they still said that in the next 2 days, if he doesn't bring the money, he'll be dealt with, and so he decided to end his life. The other person too said the same thing. There was no food, there was no money to take care of his kids, so he jumped into the water. at what stage does it get to the level where they don't mind anymore? It's the best way they can handle that situation in their lives is just to end it, to stop existing.
All right, so that's the state of helplessness and hopelessness. When you feel that the whole world has come to an end, your world has practically crumbled, you know, right in your very front, in your face, you just give up hope. And that's the point of hopelessness, the point of helplessness. When you feel that you cannot get it right, you cannot get a solution. And you know, and the truth is, like I keep saying, the solution is not that you end it. The solution is that you find a way around it. That's it. And it comes from the place of, you know, the changing of your thought pattern. When you change, you know, most times when people deal with mental health issues, they have distorted, you know, thoughts. They don't think right anymore. And so I say that, you know, like I said when we started, it's not just something that happens over the night. No. Mental health doesn't happen over the night. Someone that is giving up is not giving up because of that issue that is happening now. It's as a result of things that have piled up over the years, you know. Someone that over the years you just feel that nobody comes to your head, nobody comes to your rescue when you have issues. So when some things come, you know, to light, some things happen, you just feel, I'm not even gonna get help in this. How is this any different from the ones that have happened in the past? But if you have been in a position where you just always have a way around it, you figure things out, you don't just allow your situation to set you back. You see it as a setup to set you on. You know, you will know that this one is not any different. If I could win the one in the past, if I could find a way around the issues that I've had in the past, then I can find a way around this.
Remember that to participate right here on You and Your Mental Health, all you need to do is to send your comments at VOP Television right there on YouTube. All right, you can also follow our social media handles at VOP TV to ask further questions as well. Tish, your social media handle.
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram at Ayodeji Michael Oni. You know, just write MTISH.
Also on social media, Esther Nwachukwu, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. All right, that's a wrap on this segment on You and Your Mental Health. Up next, we have another interesting segment, and the topic is something I feel every one of us needs to pay attention to. We'll be right back. Hello there and welcome to You and Your Mental Health. My name is Esther Nwachukwu. I'm glad to feel good. I'm glad to feel well. That's a very vital aspect of our well-being that we need to pay attention to. And that's where You and Your Mental Health comes in. We reel out all the areas you need to understand about your mental health and how you can take care of yourself, you know, in the process. Today, we are looking at something I feel a lot of us are currently going through. Now, there is a saying that Nigerians like to smile and suffer. But there's also another, I read it somewhere, where Nigerians are self-organizing people. They know how to make themselves happy despite how hard the situation will be. Currently, there have been few queues at most filling stations. At the automated teller machines as well, you have a lot of people struggling to get money from those machines. POS are also not given because they do not have the new Naira. Then you also have traffic gridlock across several areas across the metropolis. Lagos State is a place where if you do eventually have your state of mind sane, then you definitely have something miraculous to thank God for. So if you're in Lagos and you seem to have your mental state balanced, congratulations to you. So looking at that particular perspective and that scenario, let's talk about a couple of celebrities, well-known individuals that we love to watch on our screen express themselves on how they went through their own. All right. Now remember, on this program, we have an in-house therapist. All right, and she's here to tell us how we can cope with all of these issues as concerns our mental health, and that is Ayodeji Michael Oni Mtish. I think I prefer to use Mtish because it's okay. So Mtish helps us to, would I say, put the diagnosis of the several mental illnesses and their categories into perspective so we can understand what we're dealing with. And so she's here to help us understand all these areas that there is a lacuna, the porosities involved when it comes to mental health. So Mtish, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here again.
So before we proceed, I actually want us to watch this clip on these celebrities. You know, they entertain us. They're always on our screens and we love them. I'm actually crushing on one of them. Let's watch them express themselves on how they went through their own mental crisis, their own dilemma in that regard.
Yesterday, the news broke of DJ Twitch, I think that's how it's pronounced, his passing, suicide. And it was a very sad news, you know. In his 40s, committed suicide. But I can absolutely relate to that. Sometimes when they say, "Oh boy, how are you? How are you doing?" I'm fine. How's it going? I'm nice one. Hey, it's never really fine as we say I'm fine. Sometimes it's always more than that. Men, we go through a lot as men, even as women also, but speaking about men, it's crazy. I remember in 2017 I had a series of tweets that I went on to delete. It was very suicidal. Someone called me a year later and said, "Can I go and delete those tweets?" Because I was going through a lot. I was overwhelmed. I didn't understand what I was thinking of career too much. I was thinking, am I doing enough? Am I enough? Relationship, I was stressed. Am I doing the right thing? Am I with the right person? Is this working? Is this not working? Was all this stress? Am I not the peace? Am I? So many thoughts in my mind. Work was overwhelming. Just too much. And at a point, I could not take it. I felt so useless, not enough, incompetent. Even though it was the contrary, it was the opposite of how I felt, but genuinely I was beating myself up too much. Then I started to tweet randomly, and I was very close to actually, you know, jumping into the bridge or just taking my life. And that it took the grace of God for me to scale through that, you know. And here's the thing, I usually bottle up, you know, I don't share stuff. I learned to become better with doing that. And I'm just sending a word out to every man out there. Look, it's not easy. It's not going to be easy, but hey, always talk to someone.
Voice notes on WhatsApp. Say, baby, just allow me to come back. I'll be taking my medicine. I promise. And then he said to me, that's just the point I wanted you to get. Because what is happening to you has happened to many people. It's happening to many people. So you don't let it ruin you. Just recently, there's the popular IVD story. If anybody followed it. Bimbo is late now. But I recognize myself a lot in Bimbo, who is dead. All that aggression and violence and endless nagging. It's a mental imbalance. Like that. You can't be so crazy you pour kerosene or fuel around about your house and then you put it on fire and expect it not to burn. It will burn, but it will burn you too. I have this injury to show for all the times that I smashed floor tiles, was breaking windows so I could jump out. I'm just trying to say that so many people are here listening to me and they're just like me. Some of them know about it, some don't know. So I'm bringing you the same gospel that Jesus brought to the people. Consciousness, awareness, knowingness. What you don't know is your mountain. From the moment...
Now that was Kunle Remi and Chacha Ekefani. If you recall the story that surrounded that time when this incident trended, when Chacha was all over the place and it seemed like it was a family problem, she eventually disclosed that she was bipolar. Kuliremi just admitted that at some point he had a whole mental breakdown. So it tells you that there is no one who is isolated, there is no one who doesn't feel this, especially in this part of the world. Now, Emtish, I'm sure you heard these two celebrities. I'm sure there are a couple of other celebrities who have not disclosed their mental states. But for Chacha Ekefani, I don't know if you recall when that incident occurred, where a lot of people thought it was her husband who was maltreating her at some point, and she ran out on the road. A lot of commuters surrounded her, pouring water on her head. She was shouting and crying, and people were wondering what was going on. Some people thought she was acting a movie at the time. Other persons thought that no, this is not normal, something spiritual has happened, because we all know how Nollywood can be sometimes. What would you call the kind of scenario she experienced?
All right, so on the very empathic side when it comes to celebrities and a lot of influencers, because the truth is they have a lot they are dealing with, and there's so much of expectations from them. They have tons of followers that expect things from them. They expect them, they've put them at a particular standard, and there's a lot of things that people expect them to figure out that they haven't figured out themselves. And so someone did not just become a celebrity over the night. Yeah, you were first a human, just like everyday person, before you became a celebrity or an influencer.
So in this particular regard, what types of mental illness do we have? How would I categorize them?
All right, so it starts from, like I was telling you last week, the other time, I said it starts from being stressed. From being stressed, you begin to have panics. From having panics, it could degrade to having phobias, restlessness. Then it becomes anxiety. From anxiety, it becomes full-blown depression. So we don't just become depressed. The word depression has been overrated. A lot of people go, I'm depressed. No, you're just stressed. The point of depression is that point where there are now symptoms that people can easily see and people can relate with. That's the point of depression. And now depression are also in stages. From just being depressed, you can now become acutely depressed, severely depressed, where you now have the psychosis, you have the schizophrenia, you have the bipolar disorder. So at that point it has become a full-blown depression, that people now begin to behave out of the norm. They become uncontrollable at some point. They begin to do weird things. They hear things from inside and they just do it. They begin to hallucinate. They have delusions, they have dreams, nightmares. At that point, they don't even sleep. We have the sleeping disorder where people deal with what we call narcolepsy, what we call azemia, where people don't sleep anymore. Some pretend as if they are sleeping, but they are not sleeping. You see them, you just think they are taking a nap. No, they are actually lost in thoughts. So at this point it has become full-blown, and at that point people have lost control of their self, of their thoughts, of their personality.
Now, Emtish, let's come back to gender. I know that when it comes to mental health, it's all encapsulated. Even a child whom you think shouldn't be bothered by certain things is already getting into that state of mental illness. But women, there's this pressure, would I call it societal pressure on women, from childbirth to women now taking the roles of men in their homes, being the ones responsible, to, would I say, societal expectation, especially in their corporate environment where they work, amongst their peers, even amongst their colleagues as their own same gender. And it feels that in recent times women are the ones who are tilting more into the state of mental health illness, that is mental depression. So how do we try to help the situation, or how do we encourage women not to slip into that dark hole when it begins to display itself?
Okay, so I need to first correct the impression that women slip more into mental health issues.
Okay.
No, the symptom shows more in women.
All right.
And so that's why in the research we have more men, attempt suicide. Women contemplate. When it gets to the point where a woman attempts suicide, she has gotten to the peak where she can no longer take it. But men, because men are logical, women are emotional, and most times we are unable to control these emotions. We're unable to hold down these emotions. So it shows more, the symptoms shows more in women. It doesn't show in men, because men learn to mask,
compartmentalize.
Yes, they mask this thing. So they carry this facade that makes them look like they are fine when they're not fine. So the next thing a man thinks about is just end it. So we have more suicide attempts
by men rather than women. Women only show symptoms more. Men don't really show symptoms unless a man comes out to say that this is what I'm dealing with. You hardly can tell that a man is dealing with depression. Like the recent Booker experience, where an individual who seems to have everything in place, who seems to be good financially, has a good financial standing, good business acumen, the right connections, and that's the owner of Booker Hut. And then all of a sudden the news broke out that he is dead and that it was based on suicide. So in scenarios where you have the elite, individuals who seem to have everything, supposedly, the things that I and you want, the things that we crave, that we are actually doing this work for, and then this individual has it, but somehow they're not satisfied. They seem to be thirsty for something they themselves don't even know they want. How do you help such an individual in that particular state of mind?
Now that's another fallacy. That's when you have money, you have everything. No. It's at the point when you have money that you know that money is not everything. So for a lot of people that feel that once I have money, I'm okay, I cannot have mental health issues. Welcome to mental health issues. Because it's at that point you realize that there are a lot of vacuums that has not been filled up, and that cannot be filled up with money. But I know a lot of people would argue this, let me have the money first. Well, if you think that having money is the solution to mental health issues, then these people, the celebrities and all of the people that are coming out now to disclose that they have dealt with this issue or they are still dealing with this issue should not. Reason being that there are a lot of things that has been dead. I was telling you the other time that this thing is as a result of accumulation from childhood. A lot of people have been abused. A lot of people have been stigmatized. A lot of people didn't have it, they didn't have a right upbringing, while they were growing up. So a lot of things have been distorted with our growing that were not fixed or that have not been fixed. So these things begin to accumulate. The society adds to it. Friends adds to it, breakups, heartbreaks, and all of these things adds to it. So all of these things becomes complicated. Then when there's a trigger, there's what we call emotional outburst. People begin to, break down, and you feel that, why should you break down? You have everything. You don't lack. You're a celebrity. You're a figure. Everyone wants to be like you. No. That's not what the person is. The person is an entity that has been formed with the circumstances that has made him before he or she became a celebrity or an influencer that we are admiring. Okay, so we need to look into that aspect and not just judge them based on what we see, based on the influence and the affluence and the fact that we feel that they have all of these material things that makes them look like they are complete and perfect.
So kindly explain to us how some of these symptoms affect our mental health. Symptoms like restlessness, fatigue, poor concentration, tense muscles, interrupted sleep, and a bout of anxiety symptoms. How do these things contribute to mental health?
Okay, so these are symptoms. These things show when issues have begun to happen inward. Okay, so when you become restless, there are a lot of signs. These are just signs. There are a lot of signs, and it differs in people. your personality, would determine the kind of symptom that, each person would show. For some persons, they just become restless. They can't just sit in a place for a long time, and you're just wondering, why is this person restless? So we need to be sensitive to people around us. Some people just become withdrawn. They just isolate themselves. You hear people say, no, I'm antisocial. I do just like going out. I'm an introvert. Yes, you could be an introvert, but that does not mean that you should not socialize. That does not mean that you don't have friends that you relate with. That does not mean that you don't have good interpersonal relationship. Even as an introvert, you could enjoy your privacy, but it doesn't deprive you from having friends. But the moment you begin to, cut off from people, you don't want to be with people, you just want to be all by yourself, those are signs to watch out for.
Especially for the term depression.
Yes.
Because depression seems to be the, prominent diagnosis for mental health that a lot of people slip into and are not aware that they're already slipping into it. And so in the process where it's happening, since that's the norm, how do you know that you're slipping into depression?
Yeah, just what I'm talking about now. These are the signs you look out for.
What if this individual normally is an introvert, someone who normally doesn't socialize, always working, and if they're not working, they always try to occupy themselves with something? It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them, but they're literally slipping into depression. For such persons, how do you know that they're depressed or they're getting into that state of depression?
Okay, so withdrawal is not the only sign to look out for.
Okay.
You could just want to be by yourself, enjoy your privacy, you just want to do your work, and you don't just want noise, or so there are people like that, introverts for example. But like I said, you can be an introvert, and it doesn't mean that you don't have friends. It doesn't mean you don't have people you relate with. Okay, they might not just be much. But there are other signs apart from being withdrawn. We have the restlessness, we have the poor concentration, the fact that the moment you just see that you can no longer concentrate, you have distorted thoughts. Different thoughts just occupies you at random moments when you're supposed to be doing something. So you need to check your track.
So how do your loved ones, because most times when these things happen, the individual going through it doesn't know that anything different is happening.
Sure.
It is those that stay with them or those who work with them that begin to observe some certain changes, and it starts in a very subtle manner. So how do you help an average individual who seems to know that person, maybe from a distance, but know that something doesn't seem right, to put that in that person's life that, hey, something is wrong, you need to check yourself out?
All right. So in the treatment of mental health disorder, we cannot do without support system.
Okay.
Yes. So most times when people even come to us for therapy, you need to have a support system. Even if you're a working client, you observe those things yourself, and you want therapy, you need to provide a support system, because you cannot go through the journey on your own. Now, what the support system does is they're the ones that help notice the signs. They're the ones that help see if you're improving. In fact, they are the ones that even notice it in the first place. Because like you said, most people going through this issue, going through these stuffs, they hardly even know. They feel that they're living their normal life, even though there's some of them that know, but they cannot place it. They don't know that it's actually a mental health breakdown. So what the people around them need to do is to be sensitive. Be sensitive to people around you. There's a particular woman I don't want to mention now.
Okay.
The case was all over, the issue was all over then. She committed suicide, working in a good place, earning well, and she came back from church, and she took sniper or something, killed herself, living well, working in a good,
I remember that case. A woman who,
a particular telecommunications company.
Yes. Could it be? I mean, questions arose as to possibly because she's older and she hasn't gotten married, or that a couple of other things, and she's in frequent church attendee. She attends church services. She's involved in a lot of church activities. Wow, I remember that particular case.
So the issue with that is, we are not telling you that mental health stability means that you will not have issues. No. It doesn't mean that you will not have crisis. The only thing mental health stability tells you is, or makes you do, is that you tell yourself that even in the face of those crises, I will be sane. Yes.
All right. Do give us tips, at least the general tips, for anyone who even doesn't know that they are experiencing any form of mental illness. Someone like me, I feel I'm normal, but who knows? You can never tell. What are the tips generally to help take care of myself?
Okay. So your self-esteem is key. Yes. Now, most times people dealing with mental health issue don't know that they are dealing with inferiority complex or superiority complex. So the complex issue comes to play.
All right.
These are one of the things that forms the foundation block of mental health. So one tip I'm going to drop today is, please watch out, you know, for yourself when it comes to your esteem issue. Make sure that you have a balanced self-esteem, not a high self-esteem, no, balanced. Because when you say I, is you're you know, in some ways you're tending towards being proud.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Shouldn't be about
apparently
I as the
individual.
It should be about maybe you and every other person.
Exactly. Because when we say something is high in this part of the world, it's, you know, regarding towards something that is not proportional, something that is not right. High voltage, high temperature, high. So instead of saying I, personally, I like to say just have a healthy self-esteem, a balanced self-esteem, wherein you know that you matter to yourself than you matter to anybody.
That's good. You matter to yourself than you matter to anybody. Remember that you can participate on you and your mental health. All you need to do is to subscribe to @VOPTV on YouTube. Now, when you subscribe, you will definitely get notified on any edition or segment of the program that comes up. It also tells you that you can send us your comments right on there and ask relevant questions. Now, if you do not want that public disclosure, especially if there are some certain things you really want to know personally, all you need to do is to reach out to MTish on
@Ayodeji Michael Oni on Instagram, at MTish Michael Oni on Facebook.
Now, if there are also topics as regards mental health that you want us to discuss right on here and shed more light, you send us a message right on YouTube, or rather you can actually send a comment and we'll definitely divest it right here on you and your mental health. My name is Esther Wachiku, and that's a wrap on today's segment of this particular interesting program. See you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome to the segment of you and your mental health. My name is Esther Wachiku. It's another beautiful day here for us to talk about our mental health, our mental space, and our mental environment. Today we want to focus on you and your workspace. That is, your employment, your work environment, and how it affects your mental health. So here is the thing. As usual on the program, I have a guest. And of course, you know how intelligent, versatile, and vast that she is. She gives us her wealth of experience when it comes to addressing the several cases of mental health issues. And I want to welcome you to Ayodeji Michael Oni. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you did.
Yay! Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
It's always exciting to see you here, and you look beautiful. I love the patterns, colorful, the fruits. It breathes life. I love it. Thank you for this. This is an inspo on its own.
I told you about the haircut, right?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. All right. Now, here's the thing. A toxic work environment is one where negative, antagonistic, or bullying behavior is baked into the very culture. That's the truth. Now, in a toxic work environment,
Malawi controls the worst cholera outbreak in history. Welcome to the World News on VOP TV. I'm Kayla Abraham. Forty-three Al-Shabaab. Here are the top stories on the hour. 43 Al-Shabaab militants killed in Somali airstrike. Palestinian death toll rises to 6 after raid in Jenin. Malawi controls the worst cholera outbreak in history. Welcome to the World News and VOP TV. I am Kayla Abraham. A search and rescue mission is still underway for a submarine that went missing in the North Atlantic on an expedition to explore the wreckage of the Titanic. Lieutenant Jordan Hart of the U.S. Coast Guard in Boston confirmed that the personnel were currently undergoing a search and rescue operation when asked about the rescue off the coast of Newfoundland. At a news conference on Monday afternoon, where Admiral John Muga confirmed that 5 people were aboard. A Coast Guard official identified them as an operator and 4 mission specialists, a term the company uses for its passengers. The vessel submerged on a dive on Sunday morning, and the crew of the Polar Prince, the ship that ferried the submersible, and the expedition members to the dive site lost contact with them approximately an hour and 45 minutes into the vessel's dive. Ocean Gate Expeditions, a company that deploys manned submersibles for deep-sea expeditions, confirmed in a statement that its sub was the subject of the rescue operation, adding that it was exploring and mobilizing all options to bring the crew back safely. The company did not say whether any of the people on board are paid tourists. It takes them as passengers on its expeditions. The U.S. Coast Guard said it had a C-130 crew searching for the sub approximately 900 miles off Cape Cod, and that the Rescue Coordination Center Halifax is assisting with a P-8 Poison aircraft which has underwater detection capabilities. Aircraft are searching from above, while vessels also search on the water. Sonar buoys have been deployed in the water in an attempt to listen for the missing sub. They are capable of listening to a depth of 13,000 feet. The Coast Guard is also working with military and civilian partners to develop a rescue plan if the vessel is located underwater. Somalia's government says 43 Al-Shabaab militants, including 2 senior commanders, were killed in Somali National Army forces during a weekend airstrike in the Lower Juba region. Somali National News Agency said the attack was carried out by Somalia's international partners as the militants and their commanders gathered to plan attacks against government soldiers at the Bassa Nguni military base, which is home to the Somali National Army and local forces. The statement did not specify the foreign partner that conducted the airstrike, but often U.S. Africa Command drones carry out attacks on Somali militant targets. The news comes as Somalia's Council of Ministers nominated Brigadier General Ibrahim Sheikh Muyanding Adaw as the new commander of the Somali National Army. A spokesman for the Somali Defense Ministry stated that the appointment follows a proposal to remove General Odawa Yusuf, who has held the position since March 2019. These military developments are coming at a time when the army, with the help of forces from neighboring countries, is up for the second phase of an offensive against Al-Shabaab. A Palestinian has died of wounds from an Israeli military raid in the West Bank city of Jenin on Tuesday, taking the total to 6. The ministry disclosed in a statement that a 48-year-old man was shot in the abdomen by Israeli soldiers in Jenin on Monday and succumbed to his injuries on Tuesday. The ministry disclosed that the Israeli raid resulted in the injury of 91 other Palestinians, including 23 in critical condition. The military incursion triggered clashes with angry local residents, during which Israeli forces used live fire, tear gas canisters, and sound bombs. An Israeli military helicopter fired missiles at a residential building during the raid, marking the first use of military aircraft by Israel in the West Bank since 2002. According to the army, 7 Israeli soldiers were wounded in an ambush of an armored vehicle during the raid. The Israeli raid in Jenin drew a wave of condemnations from several countries, including Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Turkey, and the EU. Tensions have been running high across the occupied West Bank in recent months amid repeated Israeli raids into Palestinian towns. At least 170 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since the start of this year. At least 21 Israelis have also been killed in separate attacks during the same period. Russian drones targeted the capital Kyiv and other cities in the early hours of Tuesday, hitting critical infrastructure in Lviv in the west. The capital and Zaporizhia in the south were both described as massive. Ukraine's Air Force said 35 drones were launched and all about 3 shot down. The local authorities stated that no one was hurt in the attack on Lviv after explosions rang out early on Tuesday. But the head of the regional authority, Maxim Zgotsky, disclosed that a critically important target had been hit 3 times by Iranian Shahed drones and fire had broken out. More than 20 drones were fired at the capital in waves from Russian territory to the north and from the coast of the internal sea of Azov in the southeast. Kiev authorities said it was the first such incident in 18 days. Zaporizhia was attacked by a number of Iskander-M ballistic missiles, adding that nobody had been hurt. 3 drones were also shot down over the southern region of Mykolaiv. The governor stated this. The Zaporizhia region is the focus of much of the Ukrainian military's current offensive to recapture territory seized by Russia at the start of its full-scale invasion in February 2022. Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Maliar said hours earlier that Ukrainian forces had recaptured the village of Piatikati as they tried to break through Russia's front line in the southern region. She stated that it was the 8th Ukrainian village to be recaptured in the past week. There has been no independent confirmation of the latest development. In a nightly TV address, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that in some areas, the military was moving forward while in others, they were holding positions against Russian attack. The defense minister stated that Ukraine's push had advanced some 7 kilometers in 2 directions in Zaporizhia towards the occupied southern cities of Melitopol and Berdyansk. The exiled mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov, disclosed that residents had seen Russian forces leave the Kherson region further west for the front line in Zaporizhia. Melitopol and Berdyansk lie on a coastal route from Russia to Crimea, seen as critical to the Russian military because the bridge over the Kerch Strait from Russia to occupied Crimea is largely avoided by supply lorries. A Russian MP stated earlier this month that the bridge was not considered secure, but the land corridor was operating normally. Western intelligence officials stated the Russian troops have moved away from the front line in Kherson since areas around the Dnipro River were flooded after the Kakhovka Dam was destroyed on 6 June. Military authorities in Myanmar have announced the death of 4 men and a woman arrested in connection with an attack on a police station in Myanmar's central Bagar region. They were among 34 locals arrested in suspicion of involvement in the April 27 attack on the police station in the Wau Township. On Monday, an official of the Wau Township People Defense Force stated that the families had been notified of their deaths. They were told to hold funerals but did not receive the bodies. The official added that 2 other men were shot before their arrest. People's Defense Joint Forces attacked the police station in April, leading to a police roundup of locals over several days. They took in 20 people for questioning on April 27 and 28, and another 14 on May 1. Locals stated they did not know if those arrested will be charged or released. The acting head of Iran's trade promotion organization has declared his country's willingness to expand trade ties with Burkina Faso and export technical engineering services to the country. Mehdi Zengami made the remarks in a meeting with Issa Boro, Secretary General of the Foreign Ministry of Burkina Faso in Tehran. Both countries are setting sights on the expansion of commercial relations on the same scale with political cooperation, which they hope to present at the upcoming Joint Economic Committee meeting between them. According to Zegami, the expansion of business relations is not possible without the businessmen of the two countries getting to know each other, especially during conferences organized to iron out interests common to all parties concerned. Earlier on Saturday, Barrow had announced that the West African country is going to open an embassy in Tehran. Malawi is making good progress in its battles against the deadliest cholera outbreak in the country's history, which has killed nearly 2,000 people since its onset in March of last year. Health authorities say that the country has seen a steady decline in the death rate with no new cases or hospitalizations for the past 2 weeks. A cholera report which Malawi's health ministry released on Sunday shows that the outbreak has been fully controlled in 21 districts, including Lilongwe, which reported most of the cases. The government stated that in a few areas were still reporting cases. George Mbotwa, spokesman of the health office in Nsanje district, stated that the district is recording an average of 1 or 2 cases per day, but that number is lower than the average of about 30 daily cases during the peak of the outbreak. Mbotwa said the corresponding cases largely happened because most Mozambican nationals stay away from the country's health facilities and seek medical assistance at Malawian hospitals. He stated, however, that the efforts are being made to contain the cross-border cholera infections. Finally, on his first trip to California since announcing his re-election campaign, President Joe Biden announced $600 million in federal funding to fight the effects of climate change after touring in Northern California Nature Reserve with Governor Gavin Newsom on Monday. The financial commitment from the president is expected to only enhance Biden's strong political support in California and among Americans concerned about the environment, two constituencies critical to the president's bid for a second term. A top Biden rival in the 2024 presidential race, Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, was also in California during a fundraising tour, and Vice President Kamala Harris spoke at a Juneteenth celebration in Los Angeles, an indication of the outsized role the state may play in the election. The Biden administration funding to combat climate change, which will be awarded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration under the Inflation Reduction Act, will help coastal and Great Lakes communities susceptible to storm surge, sea level rise, and flooding and support innovative solutions to boost climate resilience. The Democratic president touted his administration's work to fight climate change. Biden highlighted $2.3 billion to modernize the electric grid under the federal bipartisan infrastructure law, including $67.4 million in California. And that is a wrap on the World News on VOP TV. I am Kayla Abraham, and thanks for watching.
Employees are stressed, communication, which is essential in a work environment, is limited. And then there is always the attitude of blame culture. In fact, it's always rife in such environments. People are rewarded for unethical, harmful, or nasty attitudes and actions. Now, a sizable portion of millennials in Nigeria are currently being pushed to extremes in the name of being gainfully employed. Okay, they are cornered by the relentless rise in unemployment, account balance statements, and subtle digs from relatives. That is something I feel a couple of people can relate with. Now, 30 months, imagine staying 30 months without a steady income. And the fact that that very important call that you're waiting for from a well-connected uncle is now being forwarded to another number. It makes you take anything you see with both hands, and that, I must tell you, is dangerous. When that happens, you already know how it is with employers. All right, now in private enterprises, conversely, your daily bread could be jeopardized by the side of the bed your manager wakes up from. The risks that he or she could pull a god and take you from being employed to unemployed. And so the risk of being unemployed, going through the unimaginable process, is something you cannot imagine put yourself through. So what do? You absorb whatever limitation, toxicity that takes place in your work environment. IIDG is here to tell us precisely how that can adversely affect us mentally, psychologically, and even our social lives. Now, I already gave a rundown of generally what it takes, but there is a culture in this part of the world. I don't know if it started from our colonial masters, where they feel that in order to get the best from people, their own people, it is through punishment, torture, and hardship, or creating a destabilized environment where people cannot be together but oppose each other. Why do we have such traits and attributes in most Nigerian workspaces?
Okay, so the issue of mental health, mental health leads us here. There's what we call this adaptability factor, where you just find yourself in the place and somehow you just see yourself doing the same thing everybody does, because there's this feeling that that's what brings results. That's what gives you the expected, results. And that's where we find ourselves. Mental health disorder that is caused by the economic, the geographical location that we find ourselves. So sometimes it could be a Nigerian thing, but it's not a personal thing. So Nigeria can affect you, but you can choose not to allow Nigeria. Like we say, don't allow Nigeria happen to you. So you can allow, Nigeria not to happen to you. You can dictate your own personality. You can dictate how your disposition, to things. So most of this toxicity in the working place is as a result of a distorted personality. A personality that has allowed Nigeria to affect him or her, to dictate his or her disposition to things, with the belief that you have to be hostile to get the best out of your employees. You have to be harsh. Don't even let them see you smile. That's how they can respect you. Bosses want to command respect instead of earning it.
Okay, let me paint this scenario. A typical Nigerian in a state like Lagos, for example, you already understand how Lagos is. It's a quagmire of a state, but somehow we revel in it. We pull through. You wake up, you walk on the island, you reside on the mainland. So ideally, you wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. You prepare, bearing that your boss told you to do some things down. Possibly you took it home. So it means when you got home the night before, you didn't go to bed on time. You had to get all of that down. You eventually get on the road, get to the office before 7 a.m. Your boss comes in, and literally all the hard work you did the night before, it seems like you did nothing. Couldn't address you in a proper way like you're addressing a human being. Couldn't tell you the areas you went wrong and whatever it was they asked you to do. And then there's this boomerang. You're being insulted, you're being denigrated, terms are used to insult you. How does that affect the productivity and ethical disposition to the work for that individual?
Of course, it does affect, because mentally
I just hope that you stay there, and so we can do this together. You know how we do it here, right here, huh? When I'm set to get to open up the studio lines, I would also ask you to, say something as regards to what you've heard. Okay, your observation, your everything will be needed then. Okay, yeah. When I say everything, I mean whether you have a query or a comment, whatever it is. Yeah, we'll be set to hear, listen to all of them at that time. Okay, but then check your time. It's 1:24 p.m. and hey, I am not alone in the studio this afternoon. I've got CP Chooks joining me via the telephone, and he's here to talk to us. Let's welcome him now. Good afternoon to you, CP.
To you and to other listeners.
Welcome. Now,
thank you.
If you were just tuning in or if you're watching us already, YouTube, do join us in the comment section. Also, just go there, comment section, and of course, drop your comment as we discuss. Okay, and hey, the WhatsApp portal is also open. That is our WhatsApp number 0700 903 9039. That is 0700 903 9039. Okay, and hey, in case you know, it's VOP 90.3 FM on YouTube. VOP 90.3 FM on YouTube. You can go there and watch us live, and like I said, to drop a comment. Okay, now this beautiful afternoon, there are a lot of stuff, a lot of stories to touch on, quickly this afternoon. And hey, from in case you don't know, let me formally let you know that the former governor of Benue State is in the office of the DSS. It's currently in the McCurdy custody rather of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. It is actually, because the EFCC invited him. But we get to hear more, okay, as we sail this afternoon. And also, police pensioners are begging Tinubu to exempt retirees from contributory scheme. Of course, thank God we have the CP. Maybe I will start from there. Contributory pension scheme. Okay, Tinubu is out of the country. He has gone to Paris. He is going to Paris, and some other persons are saying, "Well, don't worry. Let me hold on. Let me hold on. We'll get there, okay?" Again, thank God we have the CP here. As regards the acting IG, Egbeto Kun, I'm sure the CP also is aware that this man will be retiring next year. In fact, yes, in 2024, he will be retiring. Well, we'll also touch on that. Then the big story here is this one from Omo Agege. This one says Omo Agege recruited the Mayfele rather to scuttle Tinubu's presidential bid. Yeah, Omo Agege recruited the Mayfele to scuttle Tinubu's presidential bid. There's a whole lot to talk about this afternoon. Of course, we'll touch on, why the DSS is opposing Nnamdi Kanu's request to access medical records. Okay, now we'll touch on a whole lot of them. Okay, but then let's just set sail. Let's start from the police pensioners begging Tinubu to exempt retirees from contributory scheme. Now, let's talk now. The Association of Retired Police Officers of Nigeria, CP, has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to sign into law the bill for an act to exit the Nigerian police force from the contributory pension scheme. The president of APON, a retired assistant inspector of police, Stephen Ayewumi, made the appeal In a statement in Abuja today, he said that the appeal became necessary to enable the retired police officers to have the required benefits accruable to them and avoid any case of misappropriation in the retired benefits due. Now, CP, you are also retired. Do you consider these good news? You know, what do you have to say as regards this? Let's start from there.
Well, the chairman or the president of the Association of Retired Officers, ARPON, has hit the nail on the head by drawing the attention of Mr. President concerning the plight of retired police officers. If you go into details of what officers go through after retirement, you weep for them. Okay, you can imagine if you had been following president in a Brekete network,
yeah,
in Abuja.
Ahmedisa.
You would have seen where a commissioner of police retired made it abundantly clear that his pension on monthly basis, based on this contributory pension scheme, was barely 100,000. That in a month. And then is on what grounds or what is the justification for after being in 35 years in area and have risen to that level, to give him something that is not sufficient for him to fuel his and buy diesel for the generator in his house. Then talk of other bills, feeding, hospital expenses, and so on and so forth, and other sundry things. And then the area and of their interest and concern is that other sister agencies, I repeat, other sister security agencies, I don't want to talk of the military now, they are no longer in that contributory pension scheme. Because when you analyze the breakdown and everything, you see that the man has lived for 35 years or 60 years of age and ended up going home with nothing, absolutely nothing. So what is good for the goose is equally good for the gander. That's what they are only asking for. They want a situation, what you have done to the other security agencies, retirees, should be extended to them, so that all the would not be in vain. I mean, you've now find a situation where some children of retired police officers will say, if this is what our father or mother went through, I have no business going to serve my fatherland in that institution called the Nigeria Police. So it is very, very key and timely that the National Assembly has already gotten the bill set, awaiting the assent of Mr. President. And if it is assented to, it is not, it is, giving what is due to the retired police officers. Give them, they are just seeking for fairness and justice. Do unto us what you have done to others, that all of us have the same terms and conditions of service.
And what if it's
not? And what if it's not? Sorry?
And what if
the
bill is not assented to by the president? What happens?
Well, if it is not assented to, after all, before the bill came up, they have been managing their lives with whatever they saw or see. If he's not assented to, life continues. But a day will still come when Daniel will come to justice. So I even foreclosed the possibility of the thing being assented to. The people that are now arguing against it are just doing that out of wickedness. They are doing it out of, well, I don't want to bring in the words that they are enemies of progress. It is because they are not the ones wearing the shoe or shoes. It is those wearing the shoes that know where it pinches most. I have already done my analysis earlier by telling you that similar security agencies, what they go home with by the time they exit. So it's timely to address that issue and do the right thing.
All right, CP, I think we should also touch on the welfare of retired police officers, in line with the current realities in the country. I would want to ask you, if you meet the president today, what would you tell him about, retired police officers?
It is the position the president of Association of Retired Police Officers had maintained or asked for. It is the same thing I'll ask for, that let them look into the welfare, not only of the serving policemen, but for those who had put in their lives on the line and have retired and are still alive. Is it an offense for somebody to work and retire, or is it a cause again? I mean, when you compare what they paid them based on the levels they retired, and or that is, you compare it with those of other agencies. I don't want to call the names of the agencies. You will weep. I'll ask anybody that will do the comparison to put his or herself in. As far as the whole thing is concerned, it is most unfair. And for those who are advocating for it to remain, they are not just honest. They are not being sincere themselves. They are only considering the pecuniary gains they are making from the sweat of other people, other human beings. Because the pool, this huge sum, you hear that it's in Pencom. Most of it is from police. You just collect people's money together and begin to trade with them. Go to the market and other investment portfolios. You trade, you make your huge sums and profit and whatever. And then you appropriate to yourselves very large allowances and salaries, and even part a lot of projects you do there. We are not fools, we know what is going on. Then the people will now be suffering and shedding blood, you know, by way of shedding tears. Blood is flowing from their eyes. I think the earlier it is looked better for everybody, because that will also serve as encouragement to those ones who are still in the system, that there is hope for future.
Okay, now the acting Inspector General of Police, Ayo,
who was appointed by President Bola
Tinubu
last night, is
expected to retire from the Nigerian Police Force on September the 4th, 2024.
That is September next
year.
And for some
Nigerians, they see no reason why
the president
appointed him in the first place. His tenure or his time is kind of short. People are wondering, instead of bringing this man forward, why not bring someone who will just stay and understand what's going on? Someone that would do better, someone that will act better, instead of someone who will just come here or go there and spend just 1 year in office and then retire.
Well, in my response to this, your question, the man you are talking of joined the police. He was appointed as a graduate officer, cadet assistant superintendent of police. a university graduate officer in 1990, March the 3rd. He has put in over 32 years. In fact, what am I talking? This is his 33 years plus in service. What else are they talking of in terms of experience, in terms of capacity, in terms of competence? That officer is a very sound officer. So what we are talking about duration, I mean, the who does not make the monk. It is, we are not looking for people that will be raising shoulders or people that will come to make noise. What we want is silent operator who knows what he's doing, putting square peg in a square hole or round peg in a round hole. The officer we are talking about is somebody I know on one-on-one basis. The duration is not issue. It is ability to drive the force higher level. And I am not, in fact, I have no doubt in my mind that the man will deliver more than what you expect. Looking in terms of time and all that, somebody like, let me give you two instances, or even three. Somebody like Suleiman Abba, retired IGP. He was only there for 9 months, but it was under his watch that we had seamless 2015 election that removed a sitting president and called the candidate from the opposing party. And policing was very, very professional and interesting under him. I give it, under him there was nothing like nepotism. Under him, like special promotion, he promoted people based on seniority and merit, and he was very fair to all the officers. And there was motivation. He drove enthusiasm at 9 months of his stay. A second person I'll give as an example is Hafiz Ringin, who was also Inspector General of Police for only 1 year, 2 months and 3 weeks or thereabouts. No, sorry, 1 year and 5 months, not 1 year, 2 years, 1 year and 5 months. Between September 9th, 2010 to 25th of January 2010, 25th January 2012, 1 year and 5 months precisely. But come and see how he conducted 2011 election. Look at his pattern, no single special promotion. Even his PS, he did not promote him. His orderly, he did not promote him. He said everything must be on merit and seniority. And people were very happy. He motivated the system, no stories, 1 year and 5 months. To don't even bother this man, because the man, by the time he's even leaving, Nigerians will be clamoring for him to stay more. The most important thing is for him to restructure the place, make it to be very fair, be firm, and be just in professionalism and in deployment of personnel, and being sure that motivation is there. That is what we should be talking of. Okay, now you're talking of somebody that has 1 year and 4 months. What of the president that has within 1 month has done a lot of restructuring and changes, and Nigerians are hailing him that all those areas where we have rot, he's just exhuming them one after the other. Look at even his postings and deployments for public officers. Especially look at the one he did for service chiefs. Reflected all the regions. I think that is what is more important. Look at people's capacity, competence, and ability to deliver. And be sure that you drive the system to a professional level that Nigerians will beat their chest and say, yes, we now have a difference. So people shouldn't even go into whether he has 1 year. Even if you give him 4 years, and at the end of the day, he has nothing to offer. Or he believes in ethnicity, believes in religion, believes in tribe or regionalism. Is that what we are looking for? Instead of concentrating on how to tackle the challenges. That is the most important thing.
Of course. Then
because once the environment is secured, foreign investors will come. Even Nigerian abroad who can comfortably come back and do their investments. I think that's the area we should concentrate on, and not whether the man has 1 year and 3 months or 4 months.
But you of all persons should understand that the security concerns in our country currently is huge, and it can be overwhelming sometimes. So one would say, hey, let's have an IG who can stay for at least 4 years and face this thing squarely, instead of having someone who's going to stay, like I mentioned earlier, for just a year, and then we have another person come on board. I mean, considering the security situation in our country, in every state in the country.
I've just analyzed you. I've given you instances with 2 past Inspector Generals of Police and their performances.
But does that really matter? Does that count?
That is look, once you are coordinated and you put the right persons at the right places, then you expect results. And you are open to criticisms, you are open to advice, and you don't assume that you know it all. When in some cases, some of them are empty-headed and have nothing to offer. I mean, you should look at people that have the capacity to deliver. If you bring them on board, it's not a one-man show. It is a collective responsibility. So once you bring people who will deliver on areas that of interest to the people and the government of Nigeria, then what are you talking about? Whether the man is going to stay there for 10 years or 5 years? Yeah. By the time this man will be getting towards his exit, Nigerians will beg the president to give him an extension of 1 or 2 years, so that he will finish the good job he started. So we shouldn't even talk about the government. That's of interest. That's not the key thing there. Let us see what he has, because I know he will have a lot. He has done courses both at home and abroad, and he's a widely traveled and widely experienced top cop, to say the least.
Now, CP,
maybe we should bring in the issue of service chiefs, into this discussion.
There was a gale of
a sack
in the
nation security architecture.
Ministries and parastatals
yesterday. There was a cleanup as the president retired all the service chiefs, advisors, and the Controller General of Customs, and dissolved boards of ministries, departments, and agencies, and of course parastatals. Some persons have the president, while some persons, have said otherwise. They've said the president should have done something different instead of sacking them. What you have to say, TB.
You see, the president is responding to the pulse of the nation. If you look at the issue of security, the challenges had been enormous. And there are some areas people can't even go into farm. Every day there are complaints of loss of lives. Look at even the one that happened in Plateau recently. 10 days. The other time it was Benue. The other time you hear from bad news from either Borno or Zamfara or Kebbi and so on and so forth. For how long will we continue like this? So he promised Nigerians that his government will not be government of dictatorship or government where you block your ears to advice or to yearning of the people. He's running a government of openness and responding to the cries of the people. The people are saying that the situation is bad. Okay, apart from that, look at even part of our foreign exchange, major foreign exchange earner, or a source of our foreign exchange earning, which is oil. Look at the oil theft level and the extent of pilferage going on in the Niger Delta, where pipes are being busted left, right, and it's been going on for so many years. Yet, there are people with the responsibility of making sure the thing never happened. And you still people who were there and they didn't act. Okay, ask yourself, since they've been doing either area patrol or inland waterway boat patrols or patrols on the high sea or continental shelves, how many arrests have they made? How many people have prosecuted? If not the whistleblower, who was given an assignment to check out what is happening in that creeks. I mean, the brigandage could have continued till date. And since after that, all those people responsible for this security apparatus or apparatus, whatever you call it, what have they done? Do any shake-up? Did they, arrest even personnel who are neck deep or involved in these malaise? And if they don't bring them to the open for the whole world to see the economic saboteurs, did they try them departmentally and deal with them? These are the questions. So I don't want people to use the word sacked. They were not sacked. Okay. When you say that means he has lost all the entitlement and everything. They are just removed. And it is part of the presidential prerogative to choose people he wants to work with him. You can force people on him, and you cannot compel him to continue with people that had been there for some time or for a long time, as the case may be.
CP, let's also talk about the service chiefs. Let's bring them in, the more into this discussion.
Yes.
Now we have the defense chief from Air Chief, who is from Kano Southwest. We have the army chief, who is also from Ogun State Southwest. We have the naval chief, who is from Enugu. One would say the only man who is from the southeast, for now, that has been appointed, and we have the CDI, who is from Cross River State, that is south, and finally the NSA, Nuhu Ribado, who is from Adamawa State. Would you consider these a good balance? I mean, for you, is it balance? You were tilted towards it, but then I felt let's bring it up. Do you consider it a good balance? Now, one would ask, where is the North? Okay, and aside that, maybe we should say it's like a two-in-one question. Another one is maybe this one now would help Kaduna to become a stable state. Don't you think so? Because so far the chief of defense staff is actually from Kaduna State, which is northwest. And persons have come out to say, okay, this time around we'll see who is who in Kaduna. We'll find out who is the owner of Kaduna State. Actually, if it's bandits or those from the state. I mean, the indigenes of that state. Don't you think so? Don't you think so?
Well, first and foremost, you have asked two-in-one question. First one first. The deployment or the posting of the service chiefs is balanced because virtually all the geopolitical zones has been captured. So, having said that, the issue of
is balanced.
That's what you're trying to say. Yes, it is balanced. It is balanced. All the regions have been captured. The Northwest, the northeast, the south-south, the southeast, and the southwest. So what are you looking for? The thing is not skewed to one particular region. So why would Nigerians complain? There's no cause for complaint. And I'm sure all those people that were picked, they may have all been profiled, and their curriculum vita spoke for them. That is why they have been.
Hello and welcome to VOP Business. I'm Kayla Abraham. The foreign exchange market closed on Monday with the dollar quoting at 770.38 naira at the investors and exporters forex window, which was 1.68% higher than 757 naira quoted at the parallel market, also known as black market. After trading on Monday, Nigeria's currency naira depreciated by 13.93% day on day to 770.38 naira as against 663.04 naira on Friday at the I&E window, the official forex market of Africa's biggest economy. Naira gained 0.39% as the dollar closed at 757 naira at the parallel market on Monday compared to 760 naira on Friday at the parallel market. Traders attributed the naira appreciation to low demand for dollars following recent changes in foreign exchange policies by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The CBN on June 14, 2023, collapsed all segments of foreign exchange markets into the I&E forex window. The CBN on Friday, in a letter to all banks, disclosed that cash deposits into domiciliary accounts will not be restricted and that customers shall have unfettered and unrestricted access to funds in their account. The letter, signed by Haruna Mustafa, the CBN's director, Banking Supervision Department, stated that the new FX policy change aims to promote transparency, liquidity, and price discovery in the FX market in order to improve FX supply. The federal government on Monday confirmed that it had commenced the implementation of the payment of 7.5% value-added tax on automotive gas oil, popularly called diesel. Officials of the Nigerian Customs Service and Federal Inland Revenue Service confirmed this in Abuja, stressing that AGO was not exempted from the payment of VAT based on the VAT modification of the 2021. The development was, however, condemned by Nigerians who pointed out that citizens were still trying to adjust to the hike in palm price of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, not knowing their plans had been perfected to further raise payments for diesel. Nigerians lamented the effect of the introduction of the 7.5% value-added tax on the price of diesel. This comes barely a month after President Bola Tinubu removed the subsidy on petrol during his inaugural speech on May 29, raising the price of PMS from 188 to about 580 naira in different states of the Federation. Recall that the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, announced that the Finance Act 2020 raised the previous 5% VAT of the country to 7.5% on commodities, including automobile gas oil, and it was implemented on February 2020. However, the new development has hit Nigerians hard, as many have called for an utmost review of it, especially because of the recent removal of fuel subsidies. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has firmly refuted circulating allegations suggesting that the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited lacks the authority to issue oil import licenses. The NMDPRA also clarified that it had not granted any permit to the Dangote Group for oil importation in July. The managing director of the Nigerian Mainstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, made this disclosure to state correspondents at the presidential villa. Farouk stated that apart from the approved 6, several companies applied for permits to import petroleum in due course. Ahmed also debunked insinuation that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited had given approval to Dangote Group to import petroleum, saying that the company has no hours to give such approval. The managing director further noted that there are several companies that applied for fuel importation permits, and anyone can apply for importation to get access to the port, as the authorities open to all those interested in importing. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has taken steps to stop ship owners from withdrawing their vessels over what they see as excessive back charges. The special advisor to the president in revenue, Zaccheaus Adedeji, who led government officials in an interactive session with shipping stakeholders at the State House, warned that Nigeria cannot afford not to have vessels move in and out of the country. Reports had suggested that at least 2 ship owners disclosed that they were keeping their vessels away from Nigeria after a series of multi-million-dollar tax bills were sent out, seeking to recover back unpaid duties from 2010 to 2019. Briefing State House correspondent after a meeting today with stakeholders, Adedeji allayed fears within the oil and gas sector, spelling out the agreements reached to avert vessel withdrawal so as not to disrupt the flow of product. The presidential aide assured that a technical committee has been set up to resolve the issues in contention. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has taken decisive actions to address the contentious issue of crude oil shipping back taxes, which has recently led tank owners to avoid operating in the country. This information was disclosed by the President's Special Advisor on Revenue, Zaccheaus Adedeji, during a press conference held at the State House on June 19. Adedeji revealed that an agreement had been reached to prevent vessel withdrawals in order to maintain an uninterrupted flow of crude oil products. Furthermore, he mentioned that a technical committee had been established to tackle the challenges at hand. Emphasizing the committee's role, Adedeji assured that no vessel would face arrest or detention while the committee works towards reconciling the back taxes. These proactive measures taken by President Tinubu demonstrate a commitment to resolving the issue, ensuring the smooth operation of crude oil shipping, and preventing disruption in the country's oil sector. During President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's inauguration speech, he pledged to address complaints of local and foreign investors regarding multiple taxation and anti-investment barriers. Meanwhile, operators across various sectors have alleged that the fact that excessive tax burdens discourage both local and foreign investors from doing business in the country. Nigeria's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has extended an open invitation to investors, emphasizing his commitment to economic empowerment and growth. According to him, the door of the presidency is open to investors who are on the same page in regard to his mission for economic empowerment and growth. Tinubu made this known in a tweet about his meeting with Indian billionaire Mr. Sunil Bhatir Mittal, the global chairman of Bharti Airtel, Dr. Segun Ogunsoya, the CEO of Airtel Africa Group, and other members of the Airtel board. In a separate meeting, President Tinubu also met with billionaire tech founder of Microsoft and co-chair of the Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, alongside the president of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, at the State House today. And that is a wrap on VOP Business. I'm Kayla Abraham. Thanks for watching.
We have been serving you hot and fresh content on radio, and you have been loving it. Now we're taking it further. Catch us live on YouTube at VOP TV for all the juicy content you can't resist. Talk shows, exclusive interviews, news, lifestyle, and more. It's all about you. VOP TV, show up, speak up.
The award-winning pizza in the US is now here in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Romeo, the pizza champions, and cold berry ice cream. Delight in every soul. Visit any of our outlets and feel the rich taste from the pizza champions and cold berry ice cream at 11 Road by First Avenue, Festac Town, 28 at Denira Ogunsanya Street, Surulere, 13 at Admiralty Way, Lekki Phase 1. Romeo's Pizza and cold berry ice cream. Romeo, the pizza champions. Are you aware that Iruka Online Limited installed and designed a 100,000 capacity church building? Oh yeah, we are the sole distributors of global leading brands all over the world, such as Wafday Line Array, speakers and digital amplifiers, Presence digital mixers and studio equipment, Coswell workstations and keyboards, Fender guitars, Mapex drums, Ashdown bass combos, just to mention but a few. We offer flexible payment plan handled by our financial department with 24/7 customer care support system. You can visit our website on www.iruka.com to avoid buying fake products. You can also visit our showroom at number 36 Lagos International Airport Road beside Golden Tulip Hotel. Iruka, never settle for less.
Are you looking for the perfect getaway?
Look no further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, number 42, Muritala Muhammad International Airport Road, Lagos.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, our attentive staff is here to ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off from the Lagos Airport.
Take advantage of our state-of-the-art fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal at our on-site restaurant.
With stunning views, world-class service, and a prime location, Airport Golden Tulip Hotel is the perfect choice for your next vacation or business trip.
So, why wait? Book your stay today and experience ultimate in comfort and luxury at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel.
For bookings and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-7003-333. You can visit our website at airportgoldentuliphotel.com.
Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, where luxury meets comfort.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give up. Don't run for motor. Even leg self can get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Shokolokobago shit.
Ìjọba tó dára òun là ń bẹ̀.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọghị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Voice of the People. 3FM. Welcome from that break. And in case you're joining us or you're just tuning in, my name is Jude. It can be Jude, and this is the VOP FM. It means Voice of the People FM. 90.3. And of course, I've been having a beautiful conversation with a former commissioner of police. He's Juice. Well, this time around, I encourage you to go to the comment section. If you are watching us live on YouTube, go to the comment section and let's hear your thoughts. Just drop your comments and your observation as regards some of these stories. Okay. Let's talk about. Let's get to this Omoagege story. The Delta State chapter of the All Progressives Congress is accused former deputy president of the Omoagege of being behind suspended central bank governor Godwin Emefiele's participation in the APC presidential primary, scuttled Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's accusation. I mean, this is quite a big accusation. Don't you think so? I think it is quite weighty as it is.
It is a very serious allegation, but those who came up with this allegation can best substantiate it. It is just, in politics, it's filled up with all sorts, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And people just come up with stories sometimes that you can't even reconcile, and they're coming to undermine the integrity of some other persons, and for reasons best known to them. I mean, sometimes they work behind the scene, and the question you ask yourself is, what is the motive behind this? You now want to run down people without substantiating your facts. So I take that story with a pinch of salt. Whoever has raised this should be able to come and bring facts and figures to prove this type of statement. As far as I am concerned, that statement is callous, and it's very wrong for somebody to come up and say things like evidence. Nigerians want to see the facts, the raw facts, before they can draw their conclusion. And then secondly, you now ask yourself, what is the nexus between Omar Agege and Emefiele? Omar Agege is from the area they call Delta Central Senatorial District. Their language is predominantly Urobo. So he will leave Urobo and love an Eka man from Delta North. Emefiele comes from. I think he's from either Eka North East or Eka South, local government, which forms part of all of them within the former governor, Senator Kowa, the former governor of Delta, and now, and the last vice presidential candidate of PDP. They are all from. So, the people coming up with this argument trying to tell us that the man from Urobo land is having to look for his own Urobo brother who bring up. He's going to support an Ekama to go and derail somebody from Southwest. I can't place it. So if the person coming up with this argument has his documents, it's for Nigerians to see, they're making flat and substantiated statements in the name of politics.
Well, the letter, let's dig deep into this information, and of course the letter. The letter was signed by the State APC Secretary in Michael, Delta North Chairman Tom Ona, South Chairman Nelson Ogarama, and Central Chairman Michael Orunefe. Now, the statement partly reads. Let me break it down so we can understand. It said, Your Excellency, you will recall that at the point ahead of the party's national convention in June 2022, members, especially those of us from Ika South local government area, got information Omoagege had planned to issue party cards to the CBN governor, and we objected to his plans. We told him it was not normally
Emefiele to contest.
That it will affect your chance to secure the presidential ticket. Let me go further. All efforts to make Omoagege see fell on deaf ears, but he convinced Emefiele and assured him that he would get the party's national publicity secretary, Felix Moka, whom he planted as a spy to help get Emefiele the ticket. Now, let's leave that and get to the issue of the scarcity of the naira. Do you know some persons still believe that scarcity was orchestrated by Emefiele against the All Progressives Congress and its candidate? Maybe that is should we say where all of this started from? Yes.
Well, the issue of naira scarcity is an issue that we have to look at the two sides. Number one, Emefiele happens to be the governor of Central Bank, which made him the chief executive. The man was only one man. He has other management team in the presidency of deputy governors and top management. That is one side. Then on the other side is the government headed by the former president. And only God knows the security report that must have come to the table of the former president. It was the former president that gave him go ahead and do this. So why are we throwing it down to the man? Granted that the man has his own issues, they should focus on his issues than trying to bring out all sorts of things against him now because of his present ordeal. I don't know the man. I've never met him in my life. I've no business. But I believe in people trying to be fair when they are making their comments. I like standing on the truth. If he has issues, let him face his issues. Bringing this and bringing that and to add into the fire already is not fair to the man. And I'm sure they are doing all this just to pull the man down. The man is already down. Let him answer charges to whatever iniquities that would have been traced to him. Than bringing up this Naira issue again and saying, let me be frank with you, the decision was not the man's decision. The responsibility ended on the table of the former president of Nigeria. He's the one who approved it. And I believe he may have done it based on what he did in 1984 April, when he was the military head of state. That worked out, probably because we are a military regime. But now it's a different ballgame, civilian dispensation. So,
hello, CP, are you there?
And the cabal, or those
hello
who are very close to him and not raise concerns about it. It should just be rested on MFL only. That's also that's what I think.
Okay, Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Let's see if we can reconnect and, of course, hear from him finally before we let him go today. But then, let's get to talk to you now, the listeners, okay? In case you're listening from wherever actually, it's time to hear your voice. It's time to get your own participation, all right? All you have to do is call the number 0700 903 903 903. 0700 903 903 903. But don't forget that the WhatsApp line is still there and open. 0700 903 9039. That's the WhatsApp number. 0700 903 9039. That's the number to call to be part of this beautiful conversation. And don't forget, for those watching via YouTube, you can go there and stream. Drop a comment, okay? Do drop a comment. It's VOP 90.3 FM. That's what we're doing. You can go there and watch us live, and of course, do drop your comment. Hey, before I start taking calls, and keep all your comments civil and keep it very, very short. 60 seconds, if you don't mind. Yeah, just 60 seconds, and that's will be very, very beautiful. Okay, thank you so much. Let's start from here. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon.
Yes, this Chief Function and Water. Okay.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Please, what you say is concerning concerning of this Dr. Bons's speech. That is saying lie concerning the military because he's finding a way to take over Tampolo's position, the security of pipelines that federal government gives him. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Asari Dokubo is lying according to you. All right. 0700 903 903 903. Don't forget, I'll get to read all of your comments, okay? So just keep them coming in. I'll read them one after the other. The number is 0700 903 903 903. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Yo, good afternoon, Mr. Ikami Jude.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you are doing a great job, excellently.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Imobe from Alimosho.
All right.
Yeah, the analyst, that's the CP, most of his analysis are quite absolutely, how do I explain it? I am listening to him with keen interest. He's saying facts about the state of the nation. He's never sentimental. He's not playing politics. And how do I explain? Most of the questions you ask, he never dribbled any of them. And he was going straight to points. All I want to say is that let us be sincere in this country. The only way out for a headway of this country is when people as it is. On the side of Asari Kumba, we all know who he is. That's his nature. Whenever he's seeking for favor from government, he has double-sided speaking. That's just his nature. He will speak here, speak there. A day is coming, he's going to treat the president one way or the other, the same way he does to others. So all I will say precisely concerning the president himself, he's playing a role, and I believe he's taking the giant stride steps. What we need to do is that let's call a spade a spade. At this point in time we are in this country, what will exonerate us from the mess we find ourselves is that, and let the right thing be done. Dissolving the, service chiefs is the right step in the right direction. When you look at it, the North are there in the military. The man, Oganla, is called an officer, is from Imo, or I know it's from Enugu, so which is from Southeast. So what the man is doing so far so good, because of the limited time, is doing his best. I want to thank the analyst, the CP, for what he's doing. And you two that comes to the studio with boldness, may God grant you your heart desire. I appreciate.
Thank you so very much for calling. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to take more calls right now, and of course, be reading your messages back to back. They're saying on. Okay, let me hold on with these messages first of all. Let me hold on with these messages. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Jude.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, my name is Monday. Yes, from Agege. I always enjoy your program when you start this thing with your city. God will bless you people.
Amen.
Yes, you see, concerning Emefiele, he knows what he's doing concerning the dollar issue, because when we have cashless policy, he do it to turn to APC favor. At the end of the day, they banned 1,000, banned 500. If the thing fall apart, he just makes people to increase dollar and make the poor masses to suffer for it, and he affects a Labour Party. So this is party government. They are just deceiving themselves, not us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for calling. Also, thank you. I appreciate your call. Yeah. 0700 903 903 903. That's the number to call. And of course, 0700 903 9039 is the number to send your messages to. Okay. And then we're streaming live. You can go to the comment section and, of course, drop your own comment. That is at VOP 90.3. Yeah. Like I said, I will also touch on, some comments here on Asari Dokubo's recent comment on Nnamdi Kanu, the Niger militant warlord has studied Nigeria with a discovery that the country reacts to trending issues and not deal with serious issues to fix our problems. The guy wants to make himself relevant under the presidency of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government. Asari is a non-state actor operating a private university in Benin Republic. Where did he get the money to fund the school? We know. No sane country would allow people like Dokubo to visit the president to discuss national issues. That's your opinion. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate you. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Samuel calling from Ajawe State.
Welcome.
Yeah, this concerning this Dokubo something.
Yeah.
Every time the man will say one thing or the other. now is looking favor from Tinubu administration, which Tinubu cannot give him anything. That is my own. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for calling. I appreciate you. Yeah. Keep your calls coming in 0700 903 903 903. That's the number to call. 0700 903 903 903. Good afternoon to you. All right. Let me see if I can touch on some comments now. Okay. Let me leave that and jump on the next comment. The next comment. This person is saying, "Good afternoon to you, Julian CB. Asari Dokubo could have gone for contracts from the president without mentioning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For mentioning him with such hatred, he has lost all." Oji from Surulere. Thank you so much, Oji, for sending that in. Good afternoon. All right. This person is saying, "Good afternoon, VOP. Asari Dokubo's assertions appear true because this is not the first time we are hearing something similar. Whatever his ulterior motives is, the truth is that Nigeria should take the matter serious." Chima also sent that in from, of course, Surulere. VOP 90.3 FM. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah, when I hear people talking about sincerity and truth about this nation, I began to wonder where the truth lies and the sincerity. Over 5 years or 4 years ago, nobody wants to come up with the truth. There is something secret in this country that nobody wants to unveil and nobody wants to reveal it. And they're talking about sincerity and sincerity. But I believe, but one day, the truth must be unveiled. Thank you.
All right. The truth must be unveiled one day, someday, maybe very soon. It's okay. I'll take more of your calls, okay? But then let's see if we could get to remind you quickly, those just tuning in, what we've been discussing. A whole lot. But I'll do that in a jiffy. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Talk to us. Go ahead.
Yeah, afternoon. Let's you get from satellite.
Okay.
Let's case cannot be one-sided. When a case is like this, President must be involved and come to round table to Nigerians. Then things will be sorted out. If we are talking of Mephiles every day, we never get it right. Let President himself now be everything in the system. Let him come with a Mephiles in the round table and talk something concerning this country, how they manage it. I think from there, the truth will be coming out. Then, if there is agenda in this country, I believe there is agenda. But they are hiding it. That's why we are in this mess. So let them tell us how they manage the country with a Mephiles. Not only a Mephiles. Presidents must be stripped down and we ask questions on him, how he managed finance with a Mephiles. That is my take.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I think let's see if we can take more calls now. Then before I bring in the CP again. Good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is I'm calling from Egypt.
Welcome.
You see, about this Mephiles and the Dokubo, and Mr. Dokubo,
my own for Godwin Omefele, the former CBN governor. If our new president can do it right, you see Omefele and our president and Mahmoud Yakubu, our INEC chairman, if they bring three of them for the board, for the table, I will not say this government really means the job. But then what is calling him, actually the Kuba. I see the Kuba is just sometimes I'm asking this country whether some people get this country differently. Because I remember during something like that where the you see the Kuba AK-47. Where is he AK-47? Is he the military man? Is he the security man to be handling AK-47? There are some people where we say go handle that kind of gun. They military they pick him up. But some people go commit, talk nonsense for this country. Nobody will ask, nobody will talk. But when a poor person do something, or knowing person do something, they will begin to show everybody up and down. I think the Kupa can talk make it talk, but one day the truth will come outside, and that man must be arrested very soon. So that's what I'm praying for. That's what I'm praying for. That's my own contribution.
Thank you so very much for your contribution. Keep your contributions coming in. Keep it coming in. Let's talk about these issues. Let's talk about our country. Let's talk about Nigeria. 0700 903 903 903. All right. For those who are just tuning in, let me touch on some of the issues we've been discussing. Now, police pensioners have begged Tinubu to exempt retirees from contributory scheme. The Association of Retired Police Officers of Nigeria has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to sign into law the bill for an act to exit the Nigerian police force, from the contributory pension scheme. The president of ARPON, retired Assistant Inspector of Police, Elder Stephen Ayewomi, made the appeal in a statement, of course, in Abuja. And of course, we also touch on the fact that the President Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja for Paris to join his counterparts from across the world at the Paris Summit for the new Global Financial Pact. Tinubu's official Gulfstream jet departed from the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at about 11:30 this morning for his first foreign trip as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Again, we also touched on the fact that the acting Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, who was appointed by President Bola Tinubu just last night, is expected to retire from the Nigerian police force on September the 4th, 2029. A lot of questions have been raised as regards that. And again, we also touched on the fact that Tinubu has sacked the service chiefs and, of course, dissolved boards, MDAs, and that. And, of course, I asked the CP if, those that have been appointed are just, what he expected. If that is what he expected so far. And, of course, he answered that. And, hey, the Director General and the Commandant of Merchant Navy Corps, Alan Benson Edema, yesterday urged the 10th National Assembly to pass the Nigerian Merchant Navy Coast Guard Security and Safety Corps Establishment Bill to end the crude oil theft in the country. And I would just on the issue of Obioma Agege, where the Delta State chapter of the All Progressives Congress has accused Obioma Agege of being behind suspended Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele's participation in the APC presidential primary to scuttle Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's ambition. Yes, that's where we are right now. And hey, I want to get your participation, your comments quickly, all right? Via YouTube, via WhatsApp, and hey, you can also call in. The number is again 0700 903 903 903 0700 like 0700, okay? 0700 903 903 903. That's the number to call.
Hello, Mr. Jude.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, one day I call back.
All right.
Yes, concerning Asari Tokumbo, what he's saying concerning Nandi Kalu is just to tarnish his image and spoil the administration that just enter. Yes, if I was Tulumbu now, I would have released that man and have good record. Because that man has been there for so long. Oh, yes. Because now Paddy government wants making account to the boss because he pay for oil money. Is it good like that? Thank you very much.
Okay. It's a big question. Is it good like that? Maybe the next caller will help us answer the question. 0700 903 903 903. That's the number to call. Let's see if we can touch on I'll take more calls, okay? Don't worry. I'll take your calls. I'll take it now. Good afternoon.
Hello, good evening. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, in follow up to the last actually the war, we are just trying to destroy the image of Nnamdi Kanu. Formally, they are friends, they are working together. But as I gather information recently, we are wrangling over something. Sometimes even Saleh Dogbo would disown Biafra and say sometimes he will say that he's the leader of Biafra and whatever. So all these wrangling are the later problem he has with Nnamdi Kanu. So if that one has reached this level of going to meet Tinubu to tell him not to release Nnamdi Kanu, that is quite unfair for him. And whatever anyone is doing, there are some repercussions that stand against that. Then again, we are talking about truth in this country. There are many sayings that the truth has not been unveiled. And it's true, because even these recent elections, the truth that surrounds these recent elections has not been unveiled. Because if we are so much in love about truth, to be saying truth in this country, there are some certain people that are supposed to have been hanged, even because of the attitude they play towards this election. I know this election, there are some areas that they voted, they did the election, and the votes are not carried over. They throw the votes inside gutter and pursue everybody, give some people wounds. Why should the record and the report about those things not reach appropriate quarters? Then, and many other people that we have at the polling stations, why is the truth surrounding that matter not being reported? The INEC officials that are witnessing and officiating those things, why didn't they report appropriately? So there are many things that we are talking. Anybody that goes, jumps over the fence, he will start to carry flag. No. Let us be sincere in ourselves. And if we love truth, we will abide with the truth anywhere, anytime. There are many things I want to talk, but I don't know if I will be taking the time. So, but what I'm trying to say is that let people mind what they are saying and what they are doing.
Thank you.
Because we must have to be speaking out of our conscience, and we remember that God is our unseen God in everything we are doing. We might be thinking we are free. We have done our own. We are hidden, but nobody is hidden before God.
Thank you very much.
Every actions are seen by God.
All right.
And when the repercussion comes,
thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. All right. Thank you. Let's quickly touch on this message before I take more calls. It's saying, good afternoon, VOP. I beg to differ from what your analyst said about Mr. President traveling out. Please, the country has the right to know the whereabouts of the president. For indeed, it is too early to be traveling for this. This is how Buhari started. What did he say? Please, there is no sincerity of purpose. As for Emefiele, he was talking or he was taking instruction from someone. Can they call up the person for clarity? All right, it's okay. What's your name? You didn't add your name, but thank you so very much for sending that. I'll take more calls now. Okay, the time is 2:39 p.m. Okay, 2:39 p.m. Okay, 0700 903 903 903 0700 903 903 903. I will take just one call, then go on a short break. And when I come back, I'll take more of your calls then before we wrap things up. Okay? Let's talk to this person first. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Augustine.
All right. Please, you have to call back. Call back. Your network is having issues, I tell you. So please do call back, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I want to appreciate the program you are anchoring. Thank you so much. You are a great man.
Thank you.
The issue of Dokubo. Please, I want to ask Nigerians, what is the actual job of Asale Dokubo? Is he a politician, a security man, or a force man? So what actually is he doing? He's working for Nigeria. That is number one. Number two, if they want to make sure that Nigeria is different from as it were before, they should start from the beginning. The INEC chairman should be inclusive in the revolution. As the CBN, this is inclusive. Even the CBN, I think the person that used him and dumped him is over there now. Because I believe that people are centralizing on the suffering at that period of time, but they could not centralize as well to the person that lead him, told him to do what he did. Are you hearing me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Please, they should make sure that all this is now is settled. As they're retiring all those forces, top chiefs and the rest of them, they should retire all those people then. They should recruit new faces, new people to rule Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Recruiting fresh persons, new group of persons to rule the country. Your opinion, though. Thank you so very much. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Increase your volume. I can't hear you very well.
Hello?
Hello?
What did you say? Whoa. 0700 903 903 903. That's the number to call. 0700 903 903 903. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon.
This is Mr. Joseph from me.
All right.
Yeah, talking about Emefiele. Oh, I pity Nigeria. Do you know why? Emefiele, was he not appointed? Office appointed. He was appointed into that office. Appointed him. Is the person that appointed him invisible? The man that appointed him, was he not there when Emefiele was doing all he was doing? Are you telling me that Emefiele was not taking instruction from somewhere? was taking instruction from somewhere. Who initiated the Naira change that made Nigerians to suffer? Nigerians suffer. So many died because of that issue. What are they telling me? If they want to bring this country together, if they want to say the truth, if the president wants to do the right job, if he wants to bring Emefiele to book, then he will start from the head. They should not use Emefiele and dump him. Now he's now standing alone. Why should it be so? In Western world, it's not done so. They have to bring the person. Is he an invisible man? No. Things are not done like that. They have to bring him. Or do they want people to start calling names? That is our problem. Who will say? Who will come out and say the truth? So many things have been happening in this country. A lot of secrets. There are people who have the guts to come out and say the truth. They don't want to come out and say the truth. If somebody like me now come out and start saying the truth now, they will come after me. But there are people who are there. Who are those people? Are they dining with the government that made them to shut up their mouths, that they don't want to do something? In fact, my brother, and the people who are doing this are grandfathers, great-grandfathers like us. They are not thinking about the future of the little ones coming and the unborn ones. I'm afraid. Let me just stop here for others to comment. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. All right. Check your time now, okay? 2:45 p.m. Like I said, I do hope you've had something to eat this afternoon. You've had your lunch. Or are you doing 101 or 0? It's okay. Just go grab something to chew, okay? And stay alive for us. Okay. I'll take more calls right now, but then let's read this message. It's obvious that we are going to see much of traveling from Mr. President's corner, and we will be unlikely to tell the main reason for his traveling unless judiciary do what is right. Monjay sent these from Egbeda. Thank you so very much, Monjay. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, there's something I want to advise this forum.
Kindly move away from your radio set.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So, in fact, like yesterday, the lady that officiated there was so much afraid when somebody wants to bring out truth or be trying to hit a point. The lady will sweep out from the main point and they're trying to cover up. And even they say that he said, maybe if we finish now, tomorrow, office will be on fire and then you know the concern. I would suggest this forum to stand and people will be suddenly come there and air their view, say the truth they know. It's to back yourself up with a due security sign off. At least you have a lawyer back you, then you have a way out. So even when somebody airs some good points, then you will be able to forward that point to a certain place so that.
Hello. Oh, so sorry. Is it network or your call card? So sorry about that. Maybe you can just try and call back if you can. Okay. But then, if you've been following me, I am someone who gives people the opportunity to say, to have their say on the show. But you know what? It has to be very, very civil. It has to be very, very civil and no inciting comments. No fights, no arguments. Just let's get your own comments in a neat way, without calling anyone's name, without dragging anyone. Okay, I allow you to have your say. if maybe you're just new to the program, okay? But keep listening, huh? Thank you for calling. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, Julia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm from Eba.
Yes.
Julia, the appointment of all these services, Mr. President, this is the first time he's getting it, so they swore him in. All those other ones you were doing, I saw him 16%, but this particular one, I saw him 98%. And this is the first case. The most important thing now is to give these people free hand to work. Not every Wednesday they hold meeting, fake meeting, and say that he's commanding the services to go and crush terrorists. Every Wednesday is sent to go and crush terrorists. What Buhari used to do, you don't need it to. These people should know their job, and you should give them free hand to work. Give them free hand to work so that you will not be telling them again to go and crush terrorists. That is their duty. You don't flush them out. This is the greatest palliative you can give to Nigeria. Forget about these things Labour is demanding. If you flush this, if you eradicate them from the farmland, forest, and the farmers go back to their farmland, Nigeria will be nice. We will see the impact of this fuel subsidy. Then they will be producing food. Allow them to do their work and fight these people. Not when they start killing them, you say they are killing them because they are not. It's not a Fulani. It's not an Hausa man. You should give them free and the army so that the allowances go to them. You should hold meeting with them, know what is impeding them before from fighting the battles. And Tinubu should not follow the path of should not be loyal to Buhari, because loyalty to Buhari will be a disloyalty to Nigerians. All the things he promised Buhari that he will not disappoint him. Let him disappoint him. If you don't disappoint him, that means that you continue to romance all these terrorists and they will be killing. And you see any terrorists they attack, you see military checkpoints, they will pass them. Few posts to military checkpoints where terrorists attack and they kidnap people, they kill, they go to villages, 1,000 houses are placed, 200 houses are placed. Let this not continue again. Let him be a new Nigeria. Let him know what he's doing, not important. To allow EFCC, ICPC, DSS, Nigerian police, you should fortify them, allow them to work, not go and arrest an FLA, go and arrest the EFCC chairman. They should arrest everybody that work with Buhari, allow them to do their work. Mr. President should not be imposing himself on them. That is not good. Institutions, they empower them as institutions and remove eyes from them, whether they arrest his brother or not, do their work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I appreciate that comment. I think quite thoughtful. Quite thoughtful. Thank you so very much again and again. Well, we do hope let these guys do the needful. That is what the country is asking of them. Nothing more. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
CP, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Just go ahead.
My name is Akajaja from Okota.
Okay.
Please, my contribution is it is high time we stop deceiving ourselves. See, this country, we know the solution to this.
Hello?
People go to heaven. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Even if the way they are running it and bring an angel to come and be our president, it cannot work. It is high time we stop all this deceiving and advocate for regional government. That is the solution to the country. Since 1960, we have our independence now. What have you achieved with this kind of country, with this kind of government running? Let us not run from the fact. Let us go back to our regional government. That's the only thing that can help this country. That's my contribution.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, and thank you again. 2:52 p.m. We'll be winding up anytime soon. Okay, let's see if we can take maybe one more call or thereabout, and we're good to go. Maybe one more or two, and we're good to go. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So there's one guy that called. My name is Justin, calling from Massachusetts.
Okay.
There's one guy that raised a phone that I like. He called before concerning yesterday's program, evening program precisely. So each time a call on the program, when we're trying to make a point, so they'll be trying to dodge some facts. So I don't know if she's afraid or what. So whenever we raise it, they will not allow us to say something. So that guy that called before, I like it. If I don't know what is going to happen if somebody says the truth in this country. So let us call and say this. So let people say their mind. You say that they're going to say the station on fire, that if the situation happen, so we'll be at home enjoying ourselves and there will be. So I don't know. I think I may be the people speak out on this thing. So I don't know. That is I like since I started listening to this station, I stopped listening to other stations. And I kept on listening to this station every day by the station when you and the people is discussing in this region. It makes me to feel as I'm a citizen of this country. So, but when something like this is going on, I don't even know whether to off my radio or to understand. Please. That's my own opinion.
Thank you so very much for calling. I appreciate your call so very much. It's time to roll. It's time to go. Thank you again, all those who called and dropped their messages. I appreciate you so very much. And I want to thank you again and again. Let's do this again tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow we'll be discussing something quite different, okay? Helping you make money is what tomorrow is all about. Yeah, on this platform tomorrow. Please do join me again. My name is Jude, Ikami Jude. Follow me on Facebook and Instagram at Ikami Jude. IKAMIJUDEH. IKAMIJUDEH. One word. Okay? Ikami Jude. And do follow VOP across all socials. Okay? That is at VOP 90.3 FM. I love you so much. And do have a beautiful day. Good afternoon, Nigeria.
This is the station that gives you a voice.
How can you election when judgment has not been given to them? Meaning that you are bribing the judiciary.
We see a lot of young Nigerians who are leaving the country in droves. They are running away to escape poverty. They are looking at this issue, and I think Nigerians should rise. Many families and properties have been destroyed. Accountability is one of the things that is lacking in governance in this country.
Speak with no hindrance.
Chapter 4, Section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, right to freedom of expression and press, states, every person shall be entitled to the freedom of expression, including freedom to hold opinions and to receive and impart ideas and information without interference.
Now you have a voice. Voice of the people, 90.3 FM. The award-winning pizza in the US is now here in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Romeo, the pizza champions, and Coldberry ice cream. Delight in every scoop. Visit any of our outlets and feel the rich taste from the pizza champions and Coldberry ice cream at 11 Road by First Avenue, Festac Town, 28 Adenira Ogunsanya Street, Surulere, 13 Admiralty Way, Lekki Phase 1, Romeo's Pizza and Coldberry ice cream. Romeo, the pizza champions. Are you aware that Iruka Online Limited installed and designed a 100,000 capacity church building? Oh yeah, we are the sole distributors of global leading brands all over the world, such as Wafday Line Array, speakers and digital amplifiers, Preseno's digital mixers and studio equipment, Coswell workstations and keyboards, Fender gears speakers, Mapex drums, Ashdown bass combos, just to mention but a few. We offer flexible payment plan handled by our financial department with 24/7 customer care support system. You can visit our website on www.iruka.com to avoid buying fake products. You can also visit our showroom at number 36 Lagos International Airport Road beside Golden Tulip Hotel. Iruka, never settle for less.
We have been serving you hot and fresh content on radio, and you have been loving it. Now we're taking it further. Catch us live on YouTube at VOP TV for all the juicy content you can't resist. Talk shows, exclusive interviews, news, lifestyle, and more. It's all about you. VOP TV, show up, speak up.
Are you looking for the perfect getaway?
Look no further than the luxurious accommodations at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, number 42, Muritala Muhammad International Airport Road, Lagos.
Relax and unwind in a beautifully appointed rooms featuring all the amenities you need for a comfortable stay.
Whether you're traveling for business or pleasure, our attentive staff is here to ensure that your everyday need is met. We also offer complimentary pick-up and drop-off from the Lagos Airport.
Take advantage of our state-of-the-art fitness center, outdoor pool, and enjoy a delicious meal at our on-site restaurant.
With stunning views, world-class service, and a prime location, Airport Golden Tulip Hotel is the perfect choice for your next vacation or business trip.
So, why wait? Book your stay today and experience ultimate in comfort and luxury at Airport Golden Tulip Hotel.
For bookings and reservations, please call 0815-8003-333 or 0815-7003-333. You can visit our website at airportgoldentuliphotel.com.
Airport Golden Tulip Hotel, where luxury meets comfort. You want to know more on viable product trends, financial update, data analysis, interviews on economic projections? Join Business Report at 3 on VOP 90.3 FM.
Now you have a voice.
This is the Business Report at 3 on Voice of the People 90.3 FM. My name is Chioma Innocent. First, the 4 points. Federal government seeks U.S. support for energy transition. Banks and others pay 200 million naira fines for data breaches. Federal government gives the vessel owners 6 months for tax compliance and account reconciliation. On business outside Nigeria, millions of UK citizens to receive cost of living payment. Details now. Thank you for staying with us. The Business Report at 3 begins with President Bola Tinubu on Monday calling for an equitable balance between fossil fuel and green energy in the race for energy transition. He also urged the United States and other developed nations not to forget Nigeria and Africa's challenge with poverty as the world transitions into clean energy. During a meeting with the United States Assistant Secretary of State, Bureau of Energy Resources, Geoffrey Pyatt, at the State House in Abuja, the president said the new energy represents just 5% of global energy requirements. The special advisor to the president on special duties, communication and strategy, Dele Alake, disclosed this in a statement he signed on Monday. President Tinubu presented his perspectives to the U.S. delegation on the role of Nigeria as an oil-producing country and the importance of revenue from fossil oil to national economic well-being. He maintained that the country will honor all its obligations to climate change and its quest for clean energy. He also urged the Assistant Secretary of State to impress on his home government the urgency of responding to the needs of Nigeria. Earlier in his introductory remarks, Group Managing Director of the NNPC Limited, Kiari, told the president that the energy industry in Nigeria had been engaged with the U.S. Department of Energy on the energy transition. Kiari acknowledged the support the Nigerian government received from the U.S. Department of Energy in order to develop the Petroleum Industry Act. Meanwhile, the National Commission of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, yesterday said no fewer than 7 banks and other institutions have paid over 200 million naira into the coffers of the federal government of the data privacy of Nigerians. Addressing reporters at the headquarters of the Commission in Abuja following the signing of the Commission's Act by President Bola Tinubu, Olatunji said the penalties were within a year for infractions committed by the institutions after thorough investigations by the Commission. The National Commissioner, who did not review the identities of banks and other institutions, explained that over 100 private sector institutions were investigated for varying degrees of personal data privacy breaches within the past 1 year. He cited instances where citizens' personal data were wrongly captured by banks and the concerned persons could not access funds in their bank accounts due to infractions, while some customers had money wiped off their bank accounts due to personal data breaches. Olatunji, who said the private university and some insurance companies were being investigated for data breaches, warned that with the new law, data processors and controllers must have data protection officers in their organizations. Explained that compliance with the principal legislations as assented to by President Tinubu would not only boost the nation's digital economy but mainstream the country into global recognition and also strengthen its standing in the global digital economy landscape. In the meantime, the federal government has announced a grace period of 3 months for non-resident vessel owners to reconcile their tax obligations in order to ensure tax compliance. A 6-month grace period was equally given to vessel owners who are yet to reconcile their accounts and fulfill tax obligations to clear the outstanding tax bill said to be running into millions of dollars. Reports said many of the vessel owners avoided the nation's port due to tax concerns in the recent past. According to the Special Advisor on Revenue to the President, Zacchaeus Adedeji, the decision was made following an interactive session involving key stakeholders, including oil and gas regulators, the Nigerian and National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and representatives from the presidency. During the session, concerns were raised regarding a demand notice issued to non-resident vessel owners, which required them to remit back taxes for the past 10 years in accordance with Nigerian tax laws. Mr. Adedeji explained the government's commitment to upholding the law and not accepting any form of blackmail from tax defaulters. However, to avoid disrupting the flow of oil and gas products within and outside the country, it was agreed that no vessels or ships would be detained or arrested. Instead, he said a technical committee would be established to address the concerns of non-resident vessel owners and to facilitate the reconciliation of taxes. Welcome back. You're still listening to the Business Report at 3 on Voice of the People, 90.3 FM. Now, on business outside Nigeria, more than 6 million people with disabilities in the UK will start to receive £150 payment from today to help with the cost of living. Households who qualify will receive the payments distributed by the government over the next 2 weeks between June 20 and July 4th. The payment is made automatically and those eligible for the support do not need to take any action. This follows a disability cost of living payment paid in September. People on the disability benefits are eligible for the latest payment. Cost of living payments were originally introduced to help struggling families cope with the soaring costs of gas and electricity. The government has also made the cost of living payments aimed at low-income households and pensioners in recent months. In addition, all household energy bills were cut by at least £400 between October and March, although there are no plans to repeat this next winter. Households' finances have been hit by soaring prices, with inflation hitting 40-year highs last year. Food prices in the UK continue to surge at the fastest rate in nearly 45 years in April, with staples like sugar, milk and pasta going up sharply. Chancellor Jeremy Hunt said the additional costs faced by disabled people mean inflation is particularly challenging, which is why halving it this year and getting back to the Bank of England's 2% target is the government's priority. And that is a wrap on the Business Report at 3. My name is Chioma Innocent. Please follow us at VOP in 903 FM for coverage of the live events and brand news mentions on our news bulletins. Do send an email to news@voiceofthepeople.ng. Good afternoon and thank you for listening. Please stay tuned for Funhouse Time with MC Chooks and Walkie Talkie.
One hit at a time. The best music on the best radio. Voice of the people.
Yes, my people, they say it's a taboo. No matter how fish can swim, you know, swim for hot ororo. It's a lie. You know, they pay 1 million. Now, Funhouse show you this so now for 90.3 FM, Voice of the People. Now, coffee they tell you so. Everything's fake. You know that if you change the dial, I go dial you something. Yes, my people, they say it's a taboo. No matter how fish can swim, you know, swim for hot ororo. It's a lie. You know, they pay 1 million. Now, Funhouse comedy show you this so now for 90.3 FM, Voice of the People. Now, coffee they tell you so. Everything's fake. You know that if you change the dial, I go dial you something.
Heaven must fall if I don't get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Ade. You're on to Funhouse Time with Walking Talkie and MC Chooks on the Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Touch it.
Bruh, then came on in 2 seconds everywhere, boss. Rat will die on top bag of rice now for happiness killer. Ladies and gentlemen, keep listening to Funhouse Time with Walkie Talkie and MC Chooks. Keep listening to VOP 90.3 FM. MC Passion says so. AKA Titus. Then came on in. Peace out. Bruh.
Heaven must fall if I don't get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Ade. You're on to Funhouse Time with Walking Talkie and MC Chooks on the Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Don't touch it.
Bruh, then came on in 2 seconds everywhere, boss. Rat will die on top bag of rice now for happiness killer. Ladies and gentlemen, keep listening to Funhouse Time with Walkie Talkie and MC Chooks. Keep listening to VOP 90.3 FM. MC Passion says so. AKA Titus. Then came on in. Peace out. Bruh.
Heaven must fall if I don't get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Ade. You're on to Funhouse Time with Walking Talkie and MC Chooks on the Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Don't touch it.
Are you smart with great zeal and passion to market a brand? Do you love to see things through to completion? Yeah! Then it's time to step up. This might just be that great opportunity you have been looking for. Perfect! Simply log on to voiceofthepeople.ng/conversa and fill up your information immediately. Just take a step and thank me later. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM. Now.
To know, be the first to hear.
Listen to Voice of the People.
90.3 FM. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, my people, they say it's a taboo. No matter how fish can swim, you know, if you swim for hot ororo. It's a lie. You know, they pay 1 million. Now, Funhouse comedy show you this so now for 90.3 FM, Voice of the People. Now, coffee they tell you so. Everything's fake. You know that if you change the dial, I go dial you something.
Heaven must fall if I don't get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Ade. You're on to Funhouse Time with Walking Talkie and MC Chooks on.
Yes, my people, they say hey, it's a taboo. No matter how fish can swim, you know, if you swim for hot roro, it's a lie. It's, you know, they pay 1 million. Now, Fun House Comedy Show you did so now for 90.3 FM, Voice of the People. Now, Kofi, they tell you so. Everything's fake. You know that if you change that, I go dial you something.
Heaven must fall if I no get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Lade. You're on to Fun House Time with Walking Talking and MC Chooks on the Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Don't touch it.
Bruh, then get on in 2 seconds everywhere, boss. Rat will die on top bag of rice now for happiness killer. Ladies and gentlemen, keep listening to Fun House Time with Walkie Talkie and MC Chooks. Keep listening to VOP 90.3 FM. MC Passion says so. AKA Titus. And get on in. Peace out. Bruh.
Heaven must fall if I no get money. Now we get money, get it best. What's up, everybody? It's your girl Lade. You're on to Fun House Time with Walking Talking and MC Chooks on the Voice of the People 90.3 FM. Don't touch it.
Bruh, then get on in 2 seconds everywhere, boss. Rat will die on top bag of rice now for happiness killer. Ladies and gentlemen, keep listening to Fun House Time with Walkie Talkie and MC Chooks. Keep listening to VOP 90.3 FM. MC Passion says so. AKA Titus. Then get on in. Peace out.
Yeah, so that's what's up. Lagos. We don't come. We don't came. If you check your time correctly, you're gonna see now exactly 60 minutes. They dodge 3 o'clock. Oh, yeah, set your time now. Don't let person deceive you. Everybody get problem. Oh. You don't hear person problem. When you hear people problem, you're gonna say people get problem. You're gonna say your own problem, they learn. Guys. He tell me say he wants to sell a dog. I say how much you want to sell him? I tell me the amount. I say no wahala. Say things hard for him. So I make a fire buyer. So that week I don't cost the buyer. The following week I can't see buyer. I can't carry the buyer go your house. I will reach your house. I ain't welcome. It's not welcome now. We'll sit down. Now we'll sit down. Now give us rice. We chop finish. Now I go say that the dog now will come by you. He said now the dog now the chop so. Inside the rice he put the dog. The guy don't have patience. I don't talk about before. Say some people the way this life they go. Some people they are next of kin of burial when they die. Because when they go check account, they don't go see anything for account. As they save, they chop. As they chop. Because the way APC they go like this, let's say they look all the manifesto, all the aspirant manifesto. Say what you say go do so? Say go sack the service chief. We are sack them now. The whole just say the guy don't get anything. That's election. Lagos. My name is Dr. Walkie Talkie. Now full as I get to the anniversary. We just can't talk today. So we know say the country they go to hard times. So we shift our party go from small. For now. Well, after the show, we just the share toothpick round. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Walkie Talkie. I get my best man for you. Some people they roll they come. Lagos! Why they not cock shoe for ground? MC Chooks, the High Chief, is in
Lagos. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depending on where you listen to us from, this is not the voice of High Chief Ofegu Ekutofe Nkisi. In case you don't understand what it means for Igbo, leave am. We are in the celebration mode. Leave am for Igbo people. Leave am. Cha-cha-cha, Igbo Kwenu. Igbo Kwezwenu. They call me the Ajandaru Pale Pale. Shosha Ajanaku. Inonjo Giriosa. Eni Sheka. Be any sure. Now Yoruba people get that title. If you don't understand it, leave it. Eni temi ba oni o. Shewa. Le. Shewa. If you don't understand any of these two languages, you go no say that they call me the mouthpiece of the common man.
You know, sister, I don't wear cap.
Yes, sir.
They wear like
Benue,
like Tinubu cap.
Yes.
But people, you know, say Akpabio. They just give Akpabio appointment. Now they begin wear APC cap.
Really hope.
So who don't get this cap now? The future don't give appointment.
Yes, sir.
So go just try go look for it. If you want YouTube, they miss. We did live for YouTube.
Yes, so
VOP
90.3
live studio.
I will get some people who will like make you see. But before they say na Femi will get money. Now they call FM. If you say they come and say FM, they say na big boy. The one way don't get money, they call him la la.
Hero.
Ladies and gentlemen, they say one student. One student. They say result come out for their quarter. You can go check the results. He expect them with he come fair, go wash it, I come back. He can't refresh it. Then somebody tap out. No be live score. Now you result with that.
But if you like the food, you get one guy when the village don't vow, say this guy no paper make come. They put satellite for everybody. They put camera for me.
Two babalawo bet.
This guy can never make
it. Say if you make camera, wash shrine bond.
But the guy don't say they don't bet for they don't bet money for a life. But now he go start fake life. He first go that David Moto now. He go find where he picture he post. Village people say
wow.
Davido moto, like this guy don't buy this kind of moto.
I would have pushed Kayana.
Now they can go give Babalawo the picture. Say, see where this guy post. Well, no, this guy.
Airport verify. Go and verify.
This guy no fit make this guy. Babalawo check. This boy not being get this moto. Not he say bond the moto. Say I don't say the guy cause he was not for house. New house. Because what
they happen? Big Kubana kind of.
They still told me the Babalawo. They say Babalawo. I bet post check where. This guy not supposed to make up for this life. And they check. They say this guy. What did he get this
Big Kubana get this house?
I said, well, okay, what did the guy they do? It's not fake life. They say kill the fake life. Baba the Baba in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey God.
One of Nigeria's finest comedians.
Hey God.
A senior colleague.
Hey.
I don't ask, why did they call this guy Baba the Baba?
Listen to me.
They say he followed the Mali Baba style.
Hey,
they say they need to give out Baba the Mali Baba, Baba the Baba.
They call him the master storyteller.
The controversial comedian.
The most controversial comedian in Nigeria. A father of one. A husband of none. Ladies and gentlemen.
You don't tell. You suppose don't because you don't tell that they watch your comedy skit for YouTube.
Because everybody get time when they go blow.
Your comedy skit for YouTube. Your videos.
Yeah.
Start on Nigeria.
Yes.
They off.
That time I don't get I don't get help. So but although everybody get time when you go make up.
Like,
I know people will start before me. Where I still better pass.
Yes.
I know the ones who will start together. We don't still die.
But they spend that time. But that's it for me. Now I'm going to discover this thing. This YouTube thing.
You know, then we don't say money they inside YouTube at all. So what they do for the fun, just to reach out to people because then I don't get push. So I push myself.
Okay.
So that's what I get. I know if, like now if you mention some comedians, you go mention their mentor. You go mention they work with social person. I have one brand where everybody know, but then you cannot attach my brand to anybody. You can't attach my fame. What even affect my career? That's it. The point you go say, me you go serve somebody, may not be like say you don't get mentor. You can't reach your mentor place, mentor can't torment you. You can't, as in you cannot afford what you could afford before. You go back again. So you start over. Small time, one motivational speaker because you need a mentor. You go back again. That mentor torment you. So at the point I said I want to stay on my own. Anyway, God go bring mentor for me.
This actually it almost affects me when Passion be day mainland. Like just like say I date Passion that time. Like I'm not separate us. When the flatmates come pick him, he won't come go island. I go to ask myself, say wait to how want they cope? Because anywhere they go, like everywhere, you must see me now. Like I don't even do without them. I go to do and I don't know anything. I said wait to not come out after like 2 weeks. I said wait. Let's say they put my hope on man. Why not just develop on myself? Make I know my strength.
Yes.
Baba, only because they come out for night, only me they work out for night. Before you know, I go there now. Ashiri comedy club. They know me. I go to my comedy club. They know me. I go to my comedy club. Then when I want to do my show, when Pastor say, wait, how to pull all these comedians? I said, you understand? He said, how to pull all these people come and show?
So you need to work out on your own. Sometimes you need to do something on your own because if you don't do those things, you know go feel do it. Even that person they carry you come out, no go feel show you something.
This two way too often they talk. I'll say it in 1 minute. For the level of or the number of years over a decade where I don't date this industry.
So you don't hold like this.
You see the worry over a decade where I don't date this industry. I don't come see. I've learned something. They say wise people learn from their own experience. Wise people. Yeah. Wiser people learn from other people's experience. My mentors, I can mention people or more to you. Yeah. But guess what? Funny enough, inside those 4 or 3 who I go call as my mentor, now only 2. Now I get personal relationship with.
Yes.
The remaining others, I get mentorship from them online.
Yeah, you just learn one or two things.
See you understand? I learn. I see how they live their life. I learn. I have also learned that in this business, you have to be real. You kill yourself. You see all these boys following so they do oga, and then they kill some oga.
Okay, make I explain this later you talk about. Okay, at a point, because of the kind of comedy where I start, when I did do.
Okay.
Master storytelling, as a storytelling, I mean start time.
Yeah. Okay.
Those days, if you never talk about worry, talk about nobody go listen to you. So if I worry, so me when I start comedy, I don't get any worry story when I want to.
Because you don't grow for worry.
I don't grow for worry. I don't feel like I be worried, but I can't hear say some people when they can say be worried never worried before.
Yes.
They call it I must talk. I said I can't talk worry. So at the point, I don't know what I want to do. I they manage go show, nobody go and listen to me. So now when they listen to okay back see them. Okay. Okay back they tell my story. You know, be say you want to shout, you want to jump.
Yes.
So now okay back I watch over time because if he can tell a story without mentioning word, because most they mention word, but he didn't go talk without shouting and dancing. I say I can do it. So I can't start my own style. When they talk my true life stories, over time people can they accept my kind of comedy. So it took me time to enter because of the style.
Yes.
And that style can make everybody can understand, can accept me. That style I still make the brand still there. Because everybody, if you mention Baba, they say that guy with the test story.
The master story.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that's our finish now. We're not there alone. We are privileged to represent the
Yes.
Living
No,
legend.
but wait, I never owned like that too. What they call me?
Shut up,
I like that.
Admire your
I
man.
like that area where you cut for yourself about that show where you do.
Okay, comedy checkup.
Ah shit, man.
I'm out.
I don't know. You don't say that you will carry that level. So I can't see for channels television.
Yeah, they call me because
this same matter.
Because you don't say everybody get that problem, but then nobody want to talk about that. They fear make person no attack you. So now I do comedy check out finish. Now some big comedians because there's also person thief their joke. Anytime when people go send me this, so the big comedians when they talk say person thief their joke, but then people don't thief your jokes since you know fit talk.
Somebody come out bold.
Yes, for me to come out boldly to say no.
Baba the Baba problem.
It's not very easy to do PhD. Just notice a fault and
bring it out.
You notice fault for comedy. They go to the side.
So that's why sometimes
I don't something about you now.
You mean now?
You go see him.
You mean
yeah, it's a fault. They will even tell one doctor too about it that they cite you.
Yeah.
You know what you don't do. You notice a fault in the comedy industry
and
you cracked it and brought out.
No, I'm still fighting the people. Like you go see, there's some comedians who don't get joke. Like, they see they perform for the biggest stages.
Yes.
Because now those big comedians no care. They don't fear to say they go talk, so no you get it. Person go crack person joke for your own show.
Boldly.
You go clap for them, but you go to tell person no being get.
Like I don't picking the right one book about from US.
Wow.
About this story when they talk about one popular one they do for Benin.
Okay.
Intelligent things.
Yeah, yes.
What do you have to say about this? Between this and this.
Yes.
They write about it. My daughter write about Adekule Gold now.
Wow.
But this is erase song.
Okay.
So no matter what the scholars they say they watch.
That's true.
I don't know why our university never acknowledge this comedy industry.
They're going to acknowledge
for theater. I don't know for theater. I don't know.
Because in most cases,
it's supposed to be cost.
Yes, people they talk about more music. A lecturer.
You are supposed to be a lecturer.
and it's very lucrative.
Yes, sir.
Lecturer one.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, because comedy is very broad. It's very broad. When I just enter the game, I just feel, man, no lie, at the shame, say, how do tell people say, they do comedy? Say, they do mumu things. So I don't know, say, as a comedian, you can be an OAP.
Yeah.
I never knew. Say, as a comedian, you can be a TV presenter.
Yeah.
As a comedian, you go the anchor events.
Yes.
Corporate events.
And this is supposed to be a course in the university.
I want to start that in Amigo lecture.
Baba.
Yeah.
I think we should fight it.
We should fight
it. This government needs to listen to us.
Before you know it, all these guys what they call our A-list comedian, skip makers, they call the bench them. Now what for you? They call the catch anyhow.
For instance, if you go show now, most people now when they pay skit makers to come anchor events. And stand-up comedy safe. You go to comedy and go they do show. You go to invite skit makers. Which joke you want crack for there? Which joke you want crack for there?
Anyway, we get August visitor for our midst. Now, Tyrion is supposed to, let's say, what they tell say traffic catches, they don't believe.
Yes.
But they say for Bible, God heal how many people?
He 9. Only 1 came.
Came to.
Yes. You see.
When they go church, I don't know say choose go know this thing.
I'm a man of God.
Now look, you take get this one.
Now
ask anybody. Now maybe assistant pastor for chop.
Now there Jesus for speak English, speak pidgin English. He talked to the one when he come. He said, "You missing now." Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have one of our regular listeners, Ideabody. Yes, sir. We don't try to carry Desmond. We don't know the traffic, but we know today.
Yes.
But we try to carry Blessing. Blessing in Abuja. But by the that one when Waka come,
yes,
she came to represent the whole Blessing.
Yes.
Okay, listen, how you want to?
Ladies and
You
gentlemen.
all know our voice.
Hey.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
It's a lie.
Oh, wait.
You all know my daughter is. Who is your daughter? Who is your daughter? I see a vision for you. You are moving from Mangoro to Sibe. He said, go for me. I bind you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we get Blessing
all the way from Mangoro.
Today we are praying that you are moving to Sibe.
Fine, sir. Good afternoon, Lagos. It's a privilege to be here.
You can already ask that to present already. Good afternoon, Lagos.
How you do that?
Fine.
Oh, because traffic be catch out some of our guests who we invite to come. So I don't know how to escape. You fly.
Bless it, that day it's 2 o'clock.
Are you from Benin City?
So Blessing now you don't come the show. You don't come the show. You don't see how we send this.
How you guys used to roar it?
So after they talk like this,
let's say speak PG,
After they talk like this, 2 billion people they listen to it. But so how we guys to what? How we guys to what?
You guys joy. Blessing speak PG,
Allow the poor to breathe. Don't suffocate them.
It is your responsibility.
So Blessing go take our first funny but true for today.
Now you go take
our
us.
first funny but true now stories when they funny when they around the world. So luckily for us, Bless say most what she get from us.
Most what I do for us. When you see when this is easy.
A story when they funny and it they true. So let's both see what you get for us.
What is the first funny but true? You go read them out as the day.
So now we go call our winch I tell Lucam to come play around waiting really happen. Let's see.
Okay. The Nigeria Police Public Relations Officer, CSP Olumuyiwa Adejobi has reacted to prank video of a popular skate maker known as Trinity Guy.
Oh, that Trinity Guy for Ibadan.
Yeah, very good. Okay. So for those of us we listen to Blessing, the way she take use phone to read this thing, I don't understand. How can I hear her the way we be? Blessing, she don't see her line. Don't see the radio work no easy. You go there, everybody don't think my car. Listen to me. There's a police PRO, Muyiwa Adejobi, calls for the arrest of popular skit maker over extreme pranks. Police PRO Muyiwa Adejobi don't call for the arrest of popular skit maker over extreme prank. I see this. Okay, most are from Baba Di Baba. Baba Di Baba. I don't know if you know.
Sorry, before Baba. You know all these guys when they do skits now, when they do prank now,
when they do skit and pranks.
Now then they talk about. So are you they see those people? Now,
you they watch them. Are you Blessing? You they watch? You they watch all those skits? Blessing on radio. Once you don't there,
she not get Android.
Blessing, they listen. See from Mary show to
serious.
Come on, buddy. Baba Di Baba, waiting. You see this particular story.
All these kid makers, all these guys, they take out to explain.
I ain't go give you the story. Baba Di Baba, he never write that because he never write about that.
No, they avoid problem now because they go say, I know they talk about this thing. You know, say some of all these others, most of them they act the prank. Most of them, if you watch, I go know most of them are acting.
Good.
Charlie those also don't they know about them acting. Yes. Why some? I never see why I believe in a real prank.
Okay.
But then let's assume say they be real prank.
You don't sorry. You don't see this particular one.
Which one?
This particular one.
What they talk about? They declared guy.
No, I know.
Okay, so
okay,
tell me the
story. This particular guy, in they do extreme prank. Okay. Like for example, I don't know. Yes, so he does plenty pranks, but his prank are to the extreme. I get friend and that I carry come here that day what they do. Okay. You understand? Yeah. In prank, they sexualized prank, but it depends on you will know what it to see in post. We see him. You understand? Yeah. He does sexualized kind of and different kind of pranks too. Yeah. You understand? But the sexualized kind of prank then bring them out.
And strength.
Then bring them out. However, this particular prankster, that person will be say, in they take prank to the extreme. Something will be say the particular one where is that block show us. It just come outside. Well, for streets, like you they approach and now please injure the that for your front in the face another direction. Please don't kill me. Boy, before you know maybe na banger or something. Boy,
person get attacked.
You go for grab begin roll. The other person go the person with the drug. For that person maybe they go through the knockout again. He go increase in speed. Now so you do him. He go do him for some old women. Now people call they say. This person where you go, where you they do like say you they prank.
You don't know the health.
You don't know the health to do it. That's what the PRO said. You don't know this. So take them from the what you say.
Now, me, I no go fit tolerate all those. You get one day where they say I car with my babe, with the quarrel.
You get babe?
Before my ex, babe.
Okay, because.
No. My ex.
No, we know ourselves.
I got babe before.
Because
I got babe before.
The current situation. Is
Yes.
current,
No, the former babe. No, the ex before that ex where you know. But I don't break up before I meet you.
I want to talk about this one. You go tell us about the one when come for house.
The one when you come for house.
Is this show are we talking about Prankster? White. You get the token here.
See, I don't judge now. You want to expose me? You want to expose me? That's why you hold the pass.
Can we talk about the prankster?
Yes. So before the prankster, before the prankster, one guy there has
He don't they say bush the bomb. Bush the bomb, monkey they happy. You don't say the bush where the bomb. You don't get treat climb again.
Okay, this prank guy, I know they find those things funny because of people health situation. Like, you get one why I see one time from my area. The guy prank, one old woman actually fainted.
Are you serious?
They can't pour the woman water, a joke or not joke. I kind of wonder what kind of joke is that?
Are you serious?
Yes. Now in their own case,
because they want to make money.
Yes. In their own case, they can't send a script. They send a acting.
You man the script.
She know the script. And she they pass. She know send a acting. Now she can't follow shock joy. So these things I don't take it.
Because I imagine sometimes for the my mama they do this. It gets some me say they just dress where they go fine. Before you know it, the guy go come in there. He go pour for their body.
Yeah.
So what is mean of? At the end, the guy come back say it's a prank, but no best. So take you. I won't give you money. And they said, hope you not be offended. Hope you not be angry.
And they go somewhere. They come pour me water for body.
The guy will say true. You know go verse say this is that. No, but I saw they go to the matter go pass. So this guy young, I don't know because even me said this arrest he would delay because they're supposed to go. If you notice this guy don't they do?
The PRO say those women wey do those things or anybody wey be victim of those things.
Yes.
They have a case against if they want swap. Yes, it's an open.
Yes, now.
You understand?
The call them so that if you call
money go. Say this person you pay. This you pay yourself 10,000. You pay yourself 10,000.
It just say if everybody come once, police will just especially if you want to come bail the person once.
Yeah.
If this woman come complain, say no, next week you do your own. Let somebody else let them bail him to this week.
Yeah.
Bail and finish. They say how far? I could go arrest her for you.
All guys they make money. Really understand? First they make money. You good say you don't employ yourself, but you're not supposed to. I feel say you're not supposed to make they take them too extreme because if people second die, you want to say because now prank they don't make money. You don't have to do them. Choose before get person call me to. I'm gonna say me. Namu na call me heavyweight champion.
Who call
Somebody
you?
Call me
From where?
He say they call me. Say they call from OP.
Okay.
No be small thing. I say me. What you compare me?
You the whole body because they suspect you.
That person use your name borrow money.
What you compare me? Say I no go get OP account. He say that they get network issues. Say I bet make I no tamper with my security. I won't call him. We'll call him.
Don't tamper with your security.
I want him 1 year. I don't know why people they fall for this.
Quickie.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. So my name is Mr. James.
Sir.
My name is James. I missed your call. You called me earlier before.
Okay.
Concerning I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. Please, I don't know if you can recap.
No problem. Thank you.
I'll call her back. Today we died.
You know, say you don't forget the name when they call you. And what didn't tell you.
Today. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, you were saying something about OP. I don't know. I was sleeping that time. Well, can you please explain? I'm interested. My OP account.
Okay, about phone.
My OP account. You say, oh, yes.
I will get back to you. Let me check my WhatsApp. Yes.
Okay. This one don't give you life to press.
No, bless say they change the phone.
Okay.
They rehearse that thing. They don't get your number, your name. So they go use that. They go use those information.
Baba.
They call
You are
you.
a suspect.
No, one guy don't come in like that before now. And that's also that guy, they even work for their company. Yes, they want transfer money to my account or want, so they go call you.
You know you get money.
If you give them code safe, if you know they owe, once they hack your account, they can't use your account to borrow money.
Blessing want to talk something. Blessing want to. She doesn't raise her sis.
This has happened to me before, but is this sending
of which account they borrow money safe?
One page. Some page must just
yes.
Blessing, wait.
My own is recharge card.
Okay.
Yes, they sent like 3 different network.
Okay.
You understand? Yes.
To your phone.
Yes.
Is this CDS? Is this CBD?
No, I've deleted it.
Sure, for no delete.
We don't load them.
No, I didn't load it.
Okay.
So the guy now say I should send it back to him.
Okay.
You understand? Me, I've known this. Okay. I know that they are.
You listen to our. Don't say you are listening to our show.
I know they are one. So do you know what I said to him? I said, it's like you don't even know how to go through this. You don't know how to do it.
You know how to do it.
I told him to let me teach him how to do the thing. Yes, I told him to come. That I will not even fall for that victim.
So what will happen if you send that thing to him now?
And if you send it, according to what I heard, they said if you send that card back to him, that they will use it to process your account. Yes. As long as your number is there. That maybe you have that my number. If it is my WhatsApp, I mean my account number. Yes, that is there. That they will use it to access my account.
So far now you send something.
Yes, so far I'm the one that send it back. That they will use it to access my account.
But you follow the card to pepper am.
No be card service that's it. Your number they just
yes, I'm not sure it's card.
So how people just they find what they go do to make their life better.
Now IT guys now.
They say I don't take the fraud and
you know the funniest part of it. When I now got him, I now call back.
Okay.
He didn't pick up. The next thing he off his phone. Then block me.
If it's you, will you pick back?
I don't know. Say, why don't call me one time like that? Not this bank people say one send me one code. No, if first come say you should do Zoma. It's also bank. You can't mention my account number. Mention my account number. Let me say that I should be careful that they want to hack my account, this and this. There is customer care. Make sure say I don't give anybody this and this. Say one send me one code now. One send me one code. Make I send them. But make sure say I got the laugh again. Because if one send code, I will say if you process that you supposed to see the code now. Should not even my customer care.
For this thing, when they finally defraud you, when they finally dupe you, like when they get money from one account to another. Now, not say they cash from one account to another account.
Yes, now.
So why bank no they that thing?
You know, say if I don't ask person that question before.
Not be to Bitcoin, that save our bank.
Yes, if money transfer from one bank to another bank, it is assumed that you did business with that person. You understand? So because if you go report to bank, anybody if you do business with you, send you money, see report to bank, make they collect them back.
Yes.
So now once your money don't come off the account, bank you do business with that person.
But the money goes somewhere, B.
Yes.
That we had the money enter. They don't that.
So bank there's a limit to what bank can do. You understand?
Bank
so
no fit touch account. Or they don't report that account several times.
No, even if they don't report that account several times, the normal route to go is through police. Police go get court order.
On top of
they can't freeze that account.
Court go give you.
On top 3,000.
Yes, court go give an injunction to freeze that account.
The bank will freeze that account.
So when they
process to confirm
months imprisonment in Kano for dumping husband of 2 million naira.
So before we go,
dumping or duping husband?
Duping rather. Duping. Okay. Make I take him again. Woman sentenced to 18 months imprisonment in Kano for duping her husband of a whooping sum.
I understand. Not be like
there's a dichotomy.
Her husband.
There's a dichotomy.
But not be to them women they dupe their husband now. So you know to go come because maybe they go back and they dupe their husband. Maybe this one too big.
They say they get legal duping.
Okay.
The one that is approved by federal government.
Yes.
Yeah, so you go buy something from market, you keep change.
To sign.
Yeah, you used to have to sign. Yeah, look, legal.
Yes.
Say if you say your wife go market now, she don't give you bill of 5K. You give her 5K, she go manage buy 3-5, 1K. Manage the other change.
Yes.
Now her money be that
That's
one. Now her brain.
Intellectual theft.
Yes, intellectual theft.
It's correct.
This boy too spoiled. Now in this case, 2 million no be market money. She go don't plan with somebody to do her husband.
Business now.
No be business. Because if not business, you no go reach court.
Make I explain what happened for you.
Okay.
They say a Kano State Magistrate Court has sentenced a woman by name Elizabeth Gift for defrauding her husband of 2,050,000 naira after he sent her to deposit the money in the bank. The prosecutor barrister Jamilu deposit money for bank. Barrister Jamilu Abubakar told the court that the defendant was sometime in April sent by her husband Boniface to deposit the said amount in the bank, but she returned and said some people used weapon of mass destruction to collect the money from her. After investigation, they saw that there was nobody who used weapon on her, but she planned her own robbery and defrauded her husband.
Don't catch thief. What do you think? Let's say don't catch thief.
Talk.
Would they hear you?
Okay.
What if this man do I young? Engineer, you go outside.
Actually, I was not the wife now. Yes.
What are they?
Yes, now the husband and wife. This is the man's wife, right? So I don't think this supposed to, go out there. They're supposed to sort it out by themselves.
In the inside the room or
wherever.
But this money is not family money. Blessing, listen to me. Listen to me. This is Oga's business money. You understand? This is Oga's business money. What if Oga was asked to pay that money, but maybe because he get small back pay.
Because
he make it send their wife.
My lovely wife.
Blessing, this kind of discussion, another discussion was outside.
Outside.
Because this kind of woman fit plan her own robbery. Understand? If that woman hears her husband, they go back, go put that money. She go fit plan her robbers, make they go rob the husband.
You understand?
And in that process, they go kill her.
Ladies and gentlemen, just stepping in from traffic. Reporting from traffic. God save her. If not, you for do your own show. Ladies and gentlemen, we get sassy videos. That's that
as they try to understand, the woman can never be wrong. She can never be wrong.
Everybody with their own personal opinion.
My brother, you have no opinion. Okay, they follow Baba and choose the make math. When you enter room, now you go know say that you did wrong. My brother, you are wrong today. You are wrong tomorrow. You are wrong next tomorrow.
Okay, you can't cook food. You can't collect your money back now. You can't just go and do it back for me.
This thing started in now Adam the gift. Now Eve short fruit. When God come, he not near evil. He asked Adam, Adam, where are you? Adam fed that question. Number 2, who told you you are naked? In fact,
before we go before now, officially, more just touchline waiting there our headline.
Yes.
Okay. Touchline that this thing.
Okay. Atiku don't talk to Wike. I don't know whether I write to Ram. I don't know whether I call her for phone. I don't know whether he do interview where he say Wike must watch this thing. But according to the headline, they say Atiku to Wike. Atiku said to Wike, excessive alcohol damage your organs. Yesterday we highlight a particular story. Yeah, we on Sunday.
No, first before you go can't talk. You can't give reply. The way we can go can't reply. The way we take reply article. We can go say whether excessive alcohol damage Makini the municipality is you know we.
You go hear something like tell article. Somebody should help me tell article that I am still alive. What matters is life. Article, you have been a loser. You lose from 1992. You lose 1999. You lose 2003. You lose 2006. You are a serial loser. Article. If you didn't win, you didn't win. As independent, we gonna see
this week. This week broadcast, it not go end though. We can be just even whether they give weekly appointment
or not.
We can be just that. You don't want to be journalists. Once we can call us tomorrow, say okay, I want to do a press meeting. VOP go there. They just want gather news. Content. They just put the mic for a mic and say, for those of you who are saying they did not give me an appointment, I'm still the head of my family.
He go shock you next week. He go say what you want call press conference to over.
But I think we get my. You leave every other person where you supposed to talk to. Now Wike will be like Baba the Baba.
I don't change. I don't change. I don't change now. When last Aquare? When last year's Aquare?
They don't test it now.
Baba don't change you. He get one boy when they call me for phone. I don't know the boy actually. Now when I call bros, I go say, bros, you know anybody that they call Miracle? Yeah, the first reply we bros now go say, bros don't reach. Now bros say, he still reports me give you. If you hear wetin that boy talk, I know say bros on the normal day that guy Bishop. That's it. I say like say you don't know Baba. Now Baba they tell me I be another Baba. They say no, say that one when I know that the comedian with the biggest ear. I say my brother leave am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Nasi 90.3 with it. The voice of the people. It's fun last time with Walkie Talkie, and I know they're alone. And then with the full house, today our anniversary, and with the mark on our own way. After a mark like this, we'll still pick a date to make sure say we call everybody to come out celebrate them.
Wait to the blessing.
Yeah, so I get choose, I get to start, I get blessing from Mangoro.
Bless you. You said to talk for
you
phone.
that did not want to answer greeting.
You said to talk for phone.
My brother.
Hear the rhyme now. To talk for phone.
Different from to talk for microphone.
Talk. Because they ask you about women. It's me that come and be defending women. That is not a woman.
I've said my own before you add
When
yours.
it is at home, you go come. Hello.
But I've said something before you add yours.
Let it go. Oh yeah, I'm on before line. I made a greet us now. 0700 903 903 903. Baba there, our most senior colleague.
I'm not old like that. No, they.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, who they talk?
In Kizzy. Udo Dirigi. Very fine.
Good afternoon, my lady. How are you, ma?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine. Mr. Sir, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
I also you bring ice block for us. Not tell us saying not for road.
No, ice block, not the nana son or the son where they were with dinner. It's not the fried egg.
Baba the Baba, no.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
I just say you don't find the list way cheap, Abby.
I don't find waiting cheap. I don't know. Thank you. We do anniversary, we go give us something. As now not give us something for this anniversary, make callers give us.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Bye.
I'm not saying.
They ask women whether I go give you something. Are you supposed to give us something?
You know, say I will not give.
Why they do like
You know, say our SARS one they support women now. Listen, before make
wife they watch
before I marry, I cannot say anything against women. But since I marry, my brother, anything with women talk, they are correct.
That's not what I go to do now. Make I see wife marry.
Sorry, Eke put her.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, congratulations.
Thank you.
Our farmhouse is 1 year today.
Yes. That's me.
Dr. Working Turkey.
Yes, so now we there now.
Echo Puta, you no come, or why you no come?
You go
I'm not coming. I go come in a special way.
You come for the big party.
Confirm.
I go come for the party now. Of course, I dey hear you.
Mama, look, Daluma.
Oh, Baba the Baba.
Yeah, baby. Everybody is a baby to me, man. I'm trying to be romantic.
Thank you for representing.
Thank you, ma. Thank you for calling.
Thank you, ma. Blessing.
Okay. Thank you, ma.
He said thank you for representing.
Thank you, ma. You are welcome, ma.
Okay. We go come for the party.
That's
all right.
So this party now, how many goats have you encountered?
Two innocent goats.
Innocent goats. We go kill innocent goats. What do asu?
Tina DJ go perform that day.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Shooks, Alpha.
I didn't find who they will like so.
So now you they say never marry. Now you old like that.
Who be that?
Now you old like that.
Jesus Christ.
If I don't get like 4 children by now, Jesus Christ.
Me and you get problem before.
Walkie talking. This is days like all those people where they carry sugar cane for.
Gotta go.
Everybody must collect.
So happy day.
Now, what you talking about? I was shocked when I saw this thing on YouTube. I was.
Who they will live? Who they talk first?
The refurbish you come.
See the refurbish you.
Who they will live first?
Now only Osas now he sweet me. Osas. Oh God, Osas. See your car. Come here glass. Don't people they beg for Yanoba.
I'll cut your call. I'll cut your respect yourself.
Mangolo. Blessing for Mangolo. If you don't.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Mangolo. Now wow, I was even shocked to see you. Anytime blessing for Mangolo. I just make I on a shaman.
Mangolo don't
Thank you.
Just me, yes, I be just me find trouble.
We'll send Baba the Baba to you.
Troublemaker.
No, I know they do again. We go send weekend.
Oh, but what your Tom do when they arrest Tom?
EFCC they investigate.
I thought say Obi why they give she give her Tom 5 million. So the man give her 20 million. I thought raise money for house for them.
They say Benue State they owe 187 billion naira. Benue State is in debt. 187.
So can you
What's made they owe? What did they buy?
The new governor say
every state government, the ones who don't hand over, the ones who go hand over next year or next year, all of them.
So you as a wicked here.
I mean, yes, no, you be no old that time. I mean, I like.
Now we just say all of them supposed they answer to EFCC according to their state. You know, state and capital. Come, how much did you borrow?
I need that if you join your sister.
If you join our party,
I heard everybody say we can go see this news now about Otto. $60 a year. Come on, let politics from money. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good night.
I just find no empty shoes.
Sir?
I just want to talk to this my guy here.
Okay.
You say you be liar.
Me, I say I be lawyer for where?
Liar or lawyer?
Okay, liar.
I mean they speak big grammar.
Now, lawman,
you don't say whether the grammar correct.
Forgive me. I don't be lawyer.
Now, lawman, be
If they
lawman.
correct, I dey check am.
Okay.
You get one constitution where I find out today.
Bam.
They say if you propose to a woman, you can't cut off the engagement. Say you go jail. If
Yes.
the woman sue you to court.
Yes.
I want to ask her whether the constitution they correct.
It is very correct, and I start with it because Baba go soon go jail.
No.
It's very correct.
No, excuse me.
Now me yes.
I go sue somebody. I mean supposed to sue somebody because I want marry. The guy can't call up the marriage.
Okay.
So I mean supposed sue somebody, but then I since I forgive him.
The guy call up the marriage.
Yes, now.
Repeat that way.
I press the list.
Wait, bros, wait me talk. Repeat that way. Talk.
Chidi, sorry, Baba the Baba.
Yes.
Call the real name Chidi. I tell her what you.
Baba, you will still go to jail. You, for this, should I go deeper?
Go deeper. And started the fear again.
And they say birds of the same.
No.
Birds of the same feather. Now one stone go kill
So when Baba get brother with brace me, get what Baba talk for social media. Don't worry, we'll bring out that case. Don't they call? I never call. I calm down now. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
I greet you now.
Yeah, our sister from Oshodi.
K2.
Precious.
Pressure from K2.
Now Ketu she dey stay.
Yes,
she don't marry.
Fine.
Precious, you don't marry.
She knows how to cook. No worries.
No. I dey manage anything now. I don't find girls who sabi cook for many years. I no see.
Is it?
Baba.
Yeah, baby.
I know you now. She know
you know me.
Go there. You are.
What you gonna make us go jail?
Now secret don't they open.
No, actually.
When you leave place, you go to find another woman.
No.
Wait.
It's okay. Can you contribute to the show?
Contribution is not job. You know you get.
Precious. I don't
contribute to the show.
Because
this show's not about me. This show's not about me.
Bros, you don't toast girl when you toast me. Because the way this blessing, the blind, you don't feel.
You know, say our voice don't change. I
They need to put bars for the voice.
I don't date one girl 2 times. I don't know. She still say I know him. Say I come beg and back. Because that's how when I first date and she black. Now she yellow. So now I couldn't say no, I don't know you because she gets stretch tribal mark. She don't even bleach the tribal mark. Come out. So I don't know her. She can't take and pass in inside the form. And now for me, I said I didn't know you. What did they tell you before you were black? With tribal marks.
Hello? Oh, don't cut.
Our YouTube here, the boss. On top YouTube, Zilla Pepple. She said, "Now well done, no blessing, no mind them." Stalaro say, "Now blessing where MC Chooks been be this one. No, be this blessing. No. My blessing is not around. No.
Choose what's up. You don't like this one.
No. I get blessing.
Okay, now talk guess.
Blessing. My blessing is banana.
This one is blessed.
My blessing is banana island. This one is in mainland.
Blessing is a blessing.
Yes,
This
so
blessing is blessed.
Blessing from Mangoro.
Banana island. The difference is
mango and now the same fruit.
On top YouTube, Pascaline Chidima, Chidima say, finally, blessing don't first me reach VOP. Now, wow. Now, Mrs. Ofegu. Still on top YouTube, they say, Awenga is a Buyota. He said, now well done. Congratulations on your 1-year anniversary. Thank you. Edward Ogeleka. He said, getting you guys on YouTube is amazing.
Wow.
Finally, Blessing is in the building. Eddie Ogeleka. Thank you so much. And Fashola Emmanuel. He said, I like this blessing. He said, I like this blessing. She get mind even bold. If that me, I go just the stammer. We get color.
Wait, this now Asari Tokubo made the sack of the Chiefs.
See.
Asari Tokubo.
You know, they call it Tokubo, not be Tokubo.
As he talked that
thing. Asari Tokubo. You are very correct.
Because you know the original.
Like one more. So I made the guy matter your feet first.
No, you know, as he talk that thing, as he talk, if you know act, if they don't act on time, change people. They go pick Asari Tokubo.
No guys, you gotta still get power. That means they see the children, they for still get power.
Yeah, they for still get power.
Now they don't feel anything again.
Because now all their mind now God. How do I that business would they expect that one don't go? And now I bought something on credit. Things I go sell is small. so that problem.
We get caller. Who did here? Hello. We don't pick help us off your radio.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Destiny calling from Apollo Question.
Destiny, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Sister Blessing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
MC Chu say Kutofe. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Kutofe.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
I'm so happy. You guys are doing great. You are making us happy.
Thank you.
You are making us happy. But there's one thing that this prank that you people mentioned earlier on. I don't like the way this prank is going. I don't know. Some people are even using it to rob some people. If you go to Facebook, check out.
No go. No, we'll call you.
I can't enough finish.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. They don't want to, so she just summarized what she wanted. Thank you. They don't want to say.
They use a rob people for Facebook.
You hear the summary?
Yeah. 30 seconds. They use a rob people for today.
It's just like when you don't get money for family and they don't want to invite you and you do Lagos.
That's what they talk about. Say they use a rob people. What do they do now? Those guys, they go hack those prank people. They impersonate those prank stars.
Okay.
Not even the pranksters. The guys who they give money, those people they always give money.
Okay.
Or go they do give away well.
Okay.
They will impersonate them. They can't chat you up. I want to see if you are nice. If you can help somebody. If you help somebody, I will double the money for you. They do it for Facebook. Then some greedy people will come quickly send 20K. Hoping say they go double your money.
I like that one. Some greedy people. Some greedy people.
The next thing they go block the person. Because they say so person hack dupe them.
Why not be MMM? They don't double your account.
So they want to help somebody.
But this way they try you to collect money for. It's not easy.
See.
One guy called me last week Thursday.
Call you for phone.
Call me.
Okay.
He said, is it your sister? My wife. I called the listener. Blessing. She did hospital. Say I believe your boss. Say they need money. I say, actually I get my younger sister now. Blessing. So I became.
She don't marry. That younger sister don't marry.
No, I became very interested.
So you send me a number now.
In the case. I said,
you a camp person for us.
You are blessed.
You can't bet for us.
Make us start finish his story.
I thought from NYC camp. I come from my younger sister. I said, you don't marry, you know. Tell me. She got the lab. Say, wait up. I said, somebody just come in and say, you be wife.
Say, Bele boss.
Say, Bele boss. Say, no, say she didn't walk. Say, nothing. She did okay. I said, okay. Now I call the guy back. I said, calm down and talk. I got the distress. I said, can you calm down so that we can have a conversation? I said, where exactly are you? He said, I'm my younger son. I said, okay. I said, what's the doctor saying? He said, doctor said they need money. No. I said, okay, send me your account number. Send account number quick so that I can send you money so that they can start treating. I said, no. I said, send money, account number. Well, you guys send account number. After 5 minutes, now he called me. Now I said, what's wrong with you? I said, you should send me account number. Where's the account number? He said, I've sent it. I said, I've not received it. I said, send it again.
In 4 naira the waste.
After 4 minutes, he come here again. He said, I said, I'm not. I said, if anything happen, I will hold you responsible. I said, yes. He said, can I call the number for you? I said, where I am, I don't have paper, I can't write. I said, send it again. The guy said, 5 5 and the 5th one. Then they quit the vessel.
They quick verse.
You don't say you don't cash it. I said, wait, I said, he said, you're a very rubbish human being. I said, wait for my money when I want to you.
But this girl, somebody they be like, hello.
Hello, Auntie Truth.
Yes, Precious.
Now 1 year we they do now.
Now the same Precious. From K2.
Yeah, 1 year.
Yeah.
Where say you go prison?
No, my sweetheart be that now.
What is you do not good at all?
What thing I do?
Can't person for us, he good.
You fake women ask you. Now you don't they have that process whether you insist or
Now my
not.
colleague, I go like the in-law to my colleague.
Why do you do like
Precious,
that now?
leave Chooks alone and focus on me. Chooks is taking. Is it because he's tall? Chooks don't get sense. He's just tall for nothing.
You need to bring her down.
You say?
Let's say not from Banana Island.
No be Banana Island, no be this. If na Banana Island, I will wear suit. If na mango, the mainland. No.
Now well done.
Thank you. Did they wear blessing from Banana? I go wear suits.
Yes, now.
They responsible. This one.
And bob your head.
How you go discharge that already?
Your mouth.
Senator.
Yes.
You're not supposed to say that.
Off your mic. Yes.
No, because I one room now.
House. Anything that happen between you and your wife in the room. You don't say it.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'll go for my daughter.
We'll go one day. KJ.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
You see her?
This opportunity, if I don't come, I will go inform all my village people. When the whole world hear you, they do all this already. And you see this price of the thing, you know, to get one person where that's the key. Because they come all these remote, like, at their way. So they will come to the camera. One person will the person will come. They get another someone from Bush. Some kind of funny boy. So they tell you, they tell me to kill you. They tell me to kill you. You start to come the shake, maybe they bigger. They hear before you know, you say, I'm prank. So that's why it's not do one. Before they tell the guy, they tell me to kill you. The guy they try to you don't know who the guy is. Before you know, the guy come over, they shoot him.
Oh.
The guy when they tell me to kill you. You don't know whether I caught this, you don't know who he is.
You go to point one. They send me to kill you.
The guy shoot and they die. They take this. They got the one day followers.
The guy there fire now, sir.
If you didn't know, say something I like to take that. Maybe not going to prank him.
You can first get fire, because explain to devil. The devil not supposed to this fire.
They send you the card. They do me the same.
They send you the chat card too.
They send you the card. They tell you send them back. Then if you send them back, person go, you go contact his son and him papa, he won't send us.
Okay.
You go contact his son, you wait, him papa pay for you. Then one day the man go come they do incantation. No be normal place. When they do incantation, they go say may you dey say amen. You know the everything they talk. When they do incantation, they say amen. So they say now something they shout amen. Now this one is not the fraud. So they go say amen. That's what they for me. After I just died, I don't even know what they shout amen. Everyone forget to say who they say from the white in shout amen. That's what they show and they say. If I say course. That's why I run for the call. I call it this me. So now this one is supposed to be. As I come, call the guy back. He don't come speak. I come tell him, so now what should they do? They keep the man they speak in tongues. Plap. They don't do talk again.
So they almost catch you.
Say yourself.
Now, wow.
Those people, they don't come
Thank
past,
God,
they
though.
don't come past show before now.
Are you serious?
Now, what we did the other side, we call the guy for radio. Call him live. We say, Nepa shot last night. Say, one of the guy won't do that thing, we tell him. Because they'll tell you, say, we don't contact you, try. Say, Sunday hypnotize people to bring money.
Okay.
Say, you go bring money, they want to buy. So kind of things where you know go fit, they'll cut things where you know go fit buy. Fly, eye, tortoise, this one. Say, we know say you know fit, but just bring money, Baba go buy him. Say you be very good man. Say, Baba, no, they do this thing naturally. Say, but because you be good person. Nepa shot last night, one of the guy won't follow do. Say the guy here, say, so that's what Baba want to say. He ready. Say how much? He say once in 40,000. He says we go make an 80,000. See, they really won't make the thing walk well. Now the same person they talk to you normal. Now they twist voice. We talk to you, Papa. Now we boss laugh. Now we tell the guy say you dey on top radio. Say oh boy, I begin like immediately. You know that your change. I begin cussing. I say you ain't want if my money. You supposed to pay.
Now one popular one, now one particular woman, that one go viral. Today not at the likes post up. Where the company, that one a bank. Just call and say, hello, this is Madam Stella from Bank. Please, we sent you a code. When you see that code, send it to us. We want today is our anniversary. We want to send you 1 million naira. Now the woman say, oh, okay. He said, have you checked your this? The woman say, yeah. He said, call the number. And the woman say, 1. He said, 1 again. He said, another 1. And the woman said, not hello? Yeah.
I'm just
My baby.
talking.
Yes, so how you doing? Who they talk?
I balance now.
You balance where?
Who they talk?
This is evening promotion.
Hey,
Evening, our tailor. You go feel so for Baba the Baba.
You say?
You go feel so for Baba the Baba.
Hands off.
Hands off.
I don't tell you say I know they do.
No, you know, anyhow when the trouser come out, you know they wear gown.
Una why insult me, hold me.
No, she dey so.
But this one they so for man now.
That's where they choose. That's why choose keep for us. You feel so for them.
Who be that one?
Good afternoon.
Blessed they answer you.
Oh, I say well done, no.
Thank you.
Represent us,
I do. I say.
When she choose. I dey hear you. What do you want to talk?
I say Baba the Baba. Anyhow when the trouser come out, no problem. You know the two.
No, so,
you know the.
He get chest. He get big breast.
No, you get.
And you go so chest put for me now.
Blouse for him. He go blouse.
But this guy can't put man for house. I mean, so for the woman now.
Your man.
Chooks camp person for house.
Nothing single and searching.
Single and searching. No, thank you.
No, but it camp. No, you can be single and you camp somebody for house.
No. Maybe not my church member. Maybe now when you come visit and send meeting.
Single.
Okay, you talk about redeem camp.
Single searching and camp.
I will tell her you better admit that you have someone at home.
Who is this somebody?
I will tell her.
I know so far. I know NYC camp.
I know redeem camp. I know Community City camp.
I know this church they call them Deeper
Life camp.
Well, have they?
And you know NYC camp.
Camp, you really camp.
No. I don't know what Baba did.
Swear I say you know camp. You get juju for the walkie talkie.
Why you go walkie talkie? On top YouTube, Itama Ojefo. He said, Blessed really try you. Happy to see her in the studio with the wise men of comedy. Blessed that they commend you. They say you really try you. Oh, that's how about
that guy talk that I will say the kid that girl we go prank person. But really, best way that they find to key, you go prank. You know
so you don't prepare
this life, not the way they live. Some people they live. You see this peace of mind when you get. Some people don't get that.
Yes, now.
Then they live. You know who they screw that time. Man. I know some kind of guys with my department where they put her for something. I don't know say this one. One day now just wrong go meet one. Now just jack out. But that guy, if you look me, you see what sounds because now you. Is if another person try this thing, my brother, you don't go find a funny for this.
Yeah.
As you see, you don't go put your hand for batting.
Yeah.
As you the wakana, you just look back like that. So you go to that kind of person prank now. Go and say, I kill you, my brother.
Person don't go. Normally, if you never put hand for batting, if you waka in the night, you get one guy who almost kill for my area. In the night, you know, say we they go show, come back late in the night, and my place they dangerous.
So just said that you stay in Korodu where they
you
do
understand?
Oro
So in the night,
just
if they drive. Shut up.
They do Oro for data.
This guy passes for everything. He the best cookies.
They do Oro
He just talk for nothing. Why if you don't get, Pikin you don't get.
No, choose tell you how many people in the train for school.
No only can pick up person for house.
If you pick it there, you go talk to her.
No mind now. If you see my son, you go fit talk. So that night they come back house in the night everywhere they around 2 a.m. Not see one guy stand for road. I home for no green come out. Now fire. And the guy I hit him for like the guy just say they play with me, say no son at me.
2 a.m.
As I go kill you, not they throw that nonsense.
2 a.m. they play with you.
As who now? You go play with that.
They follow me play for today. I will kill you.
That's how they play.
Just they play. You say na me they do. Just they play.
You don't play for small pikin.
The next day come meet me because I wound down for leg. God save and say jump oh. Because me, I think say one can attack me. At last say they find me. Normally, you know say they controversial. They want kill me. Normally, you know that one. You can't stand for road. I will finish you.
What I hit the said, how much was he paid? Did you ask him?
I wonder.
How much did you collect? Are you the Judas of
Some people don't fall victim like that. They'll drive for night. They say, I know this person, you can't stop. They don't rob you.
Yes,
they don't kill you. They don't carry motor. They don't go. Because they say you know the person.
Yes.
Look the time first.
Yeah.
Not from night, like from around 12. It's not good
to stop for no, not fit one.
For traffic light.
So even with safe.
No.
That's why if you respect traffic light.
That's why some traffic light they blink.
They blink. Say yes now.
Move.
No wait for that side.
That means that one don't spoil.
Yes now.
So you know they respect traffic light for
night.
You know why yourself why traffic light they blink for night.
Why they show that yellow make you move, make you no wait.
Why? Now for Nigeria.
Because that place they dangerous. No, for Nigeria traffic link. Because that place they feel robbing for them.
Benin boy always say in buy fuel 550 naira. They say make they obey traffic lights. If you wait for traffic lights, say make a bet.
They buy fuel.
But really, the people they drive now, the kind of speed, you know those normal places go suppose nobody agree slow down.
No, nobody.
Everybody have a hurry.
Let the fuel not finish.
Somebody did my front. Sometimes they come out head for window. You get what I said? You get filling station.
For those of now when they use leg, I bet people don't drive slow again. Because some people don't drive, their fuel don't finish for traffic.
Now
and you want fire down the speed they go make the thing.
So they only try see how they fit any chance with the small fuel where they did.
Hello.
Hello, my guy, my
Hey, my baby. My baby.
Wait, blessing. Wait. You dey hear everything since.
No, I know yet.
Very good.
Wait. You don't think you gonna do. Listen to me, I'm your daddy. Listen to me.
Listen
to me.
Okay,
this show a recorded show.
Okay.
Yeah, it did live for YouTube. Even if you don't close, it go there. Just go. Okay. See, I won't say anything.
Blessing, do you want to listen to me?
I won't say what.
Do you want to listen to me? Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you?
Okay, can
I say something to you, Blessing? Should I?
MC, where will start stay?
Oh, start
stay.
Passion no day na Baba the Baba.
Blessing day, blessing from Mangoro.
Oh my!
Blessing. Good afternoon.
What's up? How are you? How are you? I love you.
I love you too.
That's that style. Yeah, baby.
Good afternoon, Baba. How are you?
I'm good though.
Baby dear.
Wait, is MC Chooks your boyfriend?
Hey.
Wait, because he has been telling us, he has been lying here. Because he can't one girl for us. Blessing.
For your safety. For your sanity.
Blessing, are you there?
Okay.
Chooks will cheat on you. Chooks is cheating already.
He has been cheating.
Yes.
Blessing, listen to me. If you go to his house now, there's a girl there. The guy has been there since last week.
Putting on his own polo.
Yeah. Wearing his polo.
Blessing, you see that they have gang up. They have gang up against me. My prayer is that they will gather in 7 ways. Blessing, can I tell you something? Can I speak to you? Can I speak to you? To show that I saw you in the dream. You are not in Lagos. You are somewhere in Abuja.
You know they do prophecy, Abi.
Yes, now. I see you somewhere in Abuja.
Only.
See. I woke up this morning. I saw your name.
Where exactly?
My Tama. Near Asokoro. You were my Tama at Asokoro. Blessing, the day you will come to radio here, I told everybody, I said I will wear suit.
That was what he said though. Better come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
wish everybody both home and abroad.
I love you too. I love you too.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you more than Chooks.
I join your man here.
This prophecy work, they learn them.
I don't tire.
It's not even
You won't spoil him.
Hey, leave our ministry.
It's Daddy Gio.
What's your problem? And they do IT. Now IT they do for the church.
You can't be doing IT and be professor. When you do IT, what you do is prophet lie. So when you come become now, people don't believe your prophecy. So you don't just call in.
You are a bad boy. You are a bad boy.
You see that?
Allow the pot to bring.
You see that?
Osash, you are a bad boy.
You see that Abuja when you call you for your deliverance? That's my Tama and here are
Make I give you one gist. You know what day when I go tell a woman say I dey broke, so my papa come you. My papa travel from Lagos go village that year.
That we do. Why did it?
No be we do. I know the date we do. I don't gist.
Why they look me? Wait till you tell me they come up for a man. They look at you tell me.
Okay, you tell me. Okay. Say the window children the way or shit.
Say what you tell me they come up for. I don't know anything.
Why let the next video?
No, I don't know what they talk.
Okay.
I don't know say her husband don't die. Wait, may I tell my story, please? My papa broke. My papa travel, come to stranded for village. So he can't call me that year. Say, I come back Lagos, you need 5,000, I don't get 5K. So I couldn't just one woman say, hold me, I don't get 5K. The woman says it's a spiritual problem. Man, go church. She can't recommend one government church. I can't go there. Now the woman look me. The prophetess look me. Obiriti buy say girls don't finish me. Yes, and normally once man get problem, you believe in one girl they do you. So as you talk that thing, the thing touch me. Say be like say now.
Is it blessing?
I can't think her.
Is it?
If I they enter me, they enter me. So Obiriti buy look at you, shining star, woman finish you. Hey, I can't they cry. Now she comes to me and calm down. Make she download everything for me.
You don't do guests, true.
She can't say you are from a royal home.
Now that one doesn't lie. Because nothing concerns royalty for your family.
You say you're from all your family members, even your father is abroad. Because of that girl, your papa forget you for Nigeria. Look at your life. My papa don't stand for village. Don't make me complain.
No, you're not your father.
You're my father.
I need to find. That's what I told you, man. Say, please, can you tell me? Now my papa wait there abroad. If you go show him.
She comes and say, am I lying? I know if he say no. And I say, I know if he talk say she dey lie. Maybe they don't knock me juju. Just put the guy read juju. She say, are you lying? Am I lying? Say no, you are saying the truth. Oh, my papa, everybody leave me for Nigeria.
Somebody they will like. We don't lose that call. We don't lose that call. Baba, yeah, I don't see 99 for this Lagos. So now when you push you call go the date we do.
Hello.
What this is na rumor.
Hello,
Hello.
MC Walkie Talkie.
Sir.
Afana.
Are they final? After they must.
I want to wish you a happy anniversary.
Thank you.
And Blessing, voice they sweet me like a gay bread.
Good evening.
I should get fine voice.
If I be you, I'll call my neighbor.
But the blessing don't marry. I just see her.
No, make them not use you do second wife.
What do you say?
Say you do your own. Make choose no use you do second wife.
Oh. This guy like you. This guy like you.
Thank you. Now advise this guy don't call shit.
Now advise so.
Nonsense motivational speaker.
Because choose not the responsible at all.
What to be all this thing now?
No, the guy know now.
It's okay now. It's okay.
I mean, you know, that's also the look.
Chidi,
Say
okay,
this
okay
guy is very nonsense.
Hello. Yeah.
Just like I call back. Where's the place?
Who call back? Who call back now?
The network no good.
I bet try call us back. 0700 903 903 903.
Wait, so nobody won't give us anything, no?
Eh?
I mean, like, even Pidgeot.
Somebody at least.
Somebody supposed. I mean, listeners want to get money.
But
no, we
if
get big boys.
that's just one car now for you, I will take share.
Eh?
We just go sell them and share the money.
No. We'll share her physically.
No, we'll give our visitor.
Eh?
No, she don't marry now. Husband go take care of her.
Husband go pursue and say,
No,
where did you get
say
it
where
from?
did you get it from?
Should we go where, please?
So if I give you car now, you collect.
She no enter motor car. She call enter motor go back now. She try motor go back.
The husband go pursue and say, where did you see this thing?
You go be like say she dey cheat.
Yes,
when you see blessings, so you not be like person marry and the husband they sign agreement.
Hello.
Without pico. So they open toilet door for that matter. It's better door.
Wait, that's what not settle that man. We want to carry your husband 2 million. I'm not settle that case now.
So blessing. Finally.
No, they don't agree. Say you man not get for the understand.
Okay, you understand. Baba.
So you man, you.
No, and that's of us will know. That means the eyes have it.
The eyes have it.
To hell with the name.
Hello.
Yeah.
I got you.
Ma.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I mean, they call from. I mean, Joseph from Ikotu.
Joseph from Ikotu?
Yes.
How far now, Jojo? How Ikotu now?
Yeah. Ikotu, guys.
Rain don't begin for? That's me. Blessing,
I greet you.
I greet you too.
So, I got you.
Ma?
Yeah, I will give you something.
Okay.
I want to give you one broom.
One
broom.
If you by yourself, call the call. If you by yourself, call the call.
You fit do me one favor. You fit do me. Now me you dey call and you.
That's not APC. They do their this is
You fit do me one favor. Can you do me a favor? Wait now. Can you do me a favor? Oh, I want to ask for favor now.
Which favor?
Which person want give broom? You never get money to buy the broom.
My pastor picking on a favor. I'll give you favor. Hello.
Let me say a better place he come from. He got two broom. Nonsense.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
I call back.
Yeah.
That's why I want to give my broom.
You don't give us Ankara. You get Ankara.
Baba.
Eh?
If they ask Blessing whether she don't marry, I say she marrying. I beg, if you hear glass, someone there glass because she's a married woman. They hear me.
I don't know. I don't look at her hand before. Okay.
She's happy, man.
You hear the word happy?
At least it's not a cheap. Well, at least it's not a cheap list, though.
She's not the what?
Are you from Abia?
Say their list no be
Are you
cheap.
from Abia?
No. She's from Anambra.
Anambra. The costume. The costume.
She's from Anambra.
No, this woman know where.
I know.
Okay. I say don't call your family member.
Somebody you come on, though.
But sure.
The reason why.
No, don't come on for blessing
me. The reason why they gave you this advice is because your story is everywhere. You the surprise I sit there and say you the date widow. No surprise.
Say, choose no they regard me at all. One single respect. Choose no get for me. And that's in your because you just talk for nothing.
Give Chuk's number to that miracle.
I'll give your number to one guy. Because he say he want beat me.
MC Miracle.
He say he want beat me. So guys come they beg and make you avoid me. So I go deal with them. So now I go tell and say I want you to actually beat me.
That's a miracle when you call me. You get work out with this CFR.
You just come Lagos.
I don't know.
You don't know you.
You don't watch TV.
You don't ask questions.
I go call us make beat me, but make you
Google. No, not do like that. Just give her. Say call this number. Just use that number. Not be your number. Just send her.
Say this is Baba's number.
This number belongs to Chuks. He have event for you tomorrow. Just leave him. You will not choose that.
Nobody there will like. Hello.
Sir. Your call
they break. Come on for that place where you. Why they come from Ilasa? Oh yeah, go roundabout.
See, I beg, I want to for the sanity of this country. I beg. For this country to continue remain like just remain one. One I don't invite Baba the Baba come that speak. Hey. I beg, if I want the person to break the head for there.
What's he do?
Which one be person there? We have follow. We need that is I don't be part of again. We are in follow again.
Again, sister. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
No. Your sister go wear your bossa. Your sister go wear your bossa.
The family thing, that's what they do for our family.
Your sister go wear your bossa.
They support bad thing.
Family problem. They don't concern.
That's what they do for our family. Thank you, Jerry. We don't dirige.
People I can't forget they don't. So I want off the radio.
But not true. Your sister can never wear your bossa mistakenly.
No, she not fit one.
Never.
Shut up. Your sister will wear a boxer.
My sister.
Wait, now only you say your sister wear your bossa. You
not just subconscious thing. Not be saying that you're talking.
No, my sister.
She can wear your polo.
New bossers. She dey wear her.
No. Your sister.
No.
Okay. No. Make I talk. Make I talk.
Okay.
Choose.
But
you know say their family they wear each other clothes. So that is sister. Before I camp this one, or the former sister will camp.
That means your sister get belly for you.
And that girl will get belly that year.
Your sister get belly for you.
He can't pursue the girl.
They will get color for the line.
Funny enough, get one map.
Sorry. Hello. Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Citizen from Ikorodu.
Your name is what?
Citizen from Ikorodu.
Citizen. Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Who said that they do for Ikorodu for there?
Nah, Baba.
Now my voice you hear.
Tell her make you know come Ikorodu.
Boy, you get it.
You need to come Ikorodu at all.
I got property for Ikorodu. For Irawo.
No come Ikorodu. No come with you for the year.
Citizen.
Citizen.
I like your walkie-talkie.
Sir?
I enjoy you walkie-talkie from your former radio station. I had the follow.
Okay, thank you. Where they follow me go?
Well done. From Ikorodu.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well done, sir. Let me give Madam blessing also too.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mo will address that issue. Now choose talk to the door.
Like I want this my guy. They come from Enugu.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if Papa me sorry. The cock carry one small girl for nobody. My friend Papa name is Ezekiel. So my uncle that they give us the gist for the next they go ask this man, Ezekiel, who be this? Go say that my sister. The woman I try to follow go everywhere. They go farm. And when I ask him, Papa, my friend don't big now. I ask him, Papa, see what you come up for Enugu will be village. You pass Asaba. You pass Warri, pass Benin, you know see where you go. Because our village, them they say, but you go another people. From village, you go another people village. Now one day they call they see this woman. The woman belly do
big
round. But because they call her Ezekiel. Your sister belly not the big oh. He say leave her on my sister. Before they do Ezekiel sister born 1, born 2, born 4, born 5, born 6, born 7. When they ask Ezekiel, now see your sister with this one. He say, you don't tell my wife.
So choose that guy go to tell your wife. I found out that guy where they choose house. Now bus stop in Mitamo.
Now lie.
He give her a lift. That POS girl. You go with drum money. The guy can say they go the same area. You can't live where they go.
Can we?
No. Shebi sabi disgrace somebody. Shebi not sabi keep secret.
Hello.
Radio know that keep secret.
Hey, happy anniversary. If you are making us to be happy.
Thank you.
I want to buy much for you people for anniversary because of blessing.
You want to buy much for us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Auntie Blessing.
Yeah, good evening.
I love your voice, too. Uncle Choose.
Thank you.
You are too funny.
Thank you.
That's when I finish Baba for there. Baba, don't mind them, John. I will give a good girl that you marry.
Amen.
Mommy, you say you give you a good girl.
You give a good. Let's hear. Let me hear well. Choose. Shut up.
I want to give you a big wife that you marry.
Who? Baba the Baba or Choose?
It's Baba that wants to give you.
Praise the Lord. Now this is a serious issue. Madam, where you they stay? Madam. Don't cut.
No, go. You don't go. I'll give you a number.
Is it? Our credit go finish in Jesus' name.
Credit not go finish. I rebuke you. I bind you. I bind you.
If I sound a living God, now today, hey,
choose the serve the God of choosing. You don't feel we know.
You don't tell the God doing the serve.
So we done there for 1 year. Me where would they find? Now the best you
I thought you don't come person for her.
I choose they call choosing Mopo.
Before they ring.
Oh boy, hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Why I cut my corner?
No be me oh, na network oh.
Why you cut my call? Network.
Yeah, it's not possible.
They talk like say one bit.
I don't say na you. You know that I never leave the thing I won't give you finish.
Tell me, Jerry, my brother.
I won't give you
toothpick, broom, toothpick. I'm waiting
again.
Give
give you toilet.
You're not saying no mistake now. You probably got in the car.
Toilet roll, Abi?
Yes.
How many?
One.
I choose even need that now. So you know say get their house. Yeah, get their house. Need toilet roll. Yes, no.
And go with the sweep.
You don't try that at all. But they say half pop.
Half bread is
half
better
pop is better than food chinchin.
I go add one air freshener again now.
Confirm.
Air freshener okay.
Can you do me one favor?
Blessing.
Sir?
Yeah, allow me to be blessing, guys.
I beg, greet her.
Good evening.
Bless you.
Good evening.
Your voice not be here.
Can say that again.
I didn't see this your voice though.
Thank you.
Now the voice in the fee, you sure?
Now the voice in the fee.
Open up, I'm going to help you.
No, I'll call you the record to carry you.
You feel do me one favor. Oh.
Like favor.
Favor, we get what you go do. You get favor.
You don't do favor for
Hey. Should be that my sister dey man. They need to tell you something. If you call me video call, I no pick. You go say
your in-law they call you.
My in-law.
Hello.
Hello, my in-law. Nobody should talk. My in-law is calling. Okay.
I want to buy more so that you people give blessing for me.
Okay. Where can we pick the mug from?
So you people should send the account number. Let me send the money.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to them now.
My in-law.
Yeah.
If I keeping on busy.
Thank you. Mama, where are you calling from?
Amen.
Amen.
Mama, Mama, wait, no cut.
Mama, your in-law.
My in-law.
I'm telling you, I will give Baba a good wife.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
These are too much.
Yes. Madam, you get picking what you want to give me or not?
No, I don't get it. It's my sister now.
Okay, your sister, where she there?
Don't worry, now when the time reach.
Our time never reach. I want to marry this year. Saturday. So at least if you give all this month now, we'll keep and we'll go share for the wedding. At least from the send down the account number. Say me will send the account number.
The promise.
So, for instance, if she send 5K, that is 1K. My 1K can buy me 2 bottles of malt.
Yes.
I keep on for Saturday wedding.
Yes. You and your wife. Nice.
If you don't buy the coat, better keep her.
Okay, so I don't close now. Hey! Now do you do it?
Choose.
Okay, sorry. Please forgive me. It's okay now.
No, now.
The battle is yours.
I want the battle. You don't say you don't lose.
Yes. Okay, you won. Okay. We still get 5 minutes.
We don't get any minutes.
This thing what you do so now Baba won't start to.
No.
This evening. You get any picture when you are chicks post?
No, we don't take any picture.
Post the picture. This is my useless
Lagos. The 90.3 with day.
You know,
only here if you for Apple.
You know, say, Omini, if you don't want to come my show, you come my show out of fear because he come from Kano, with Kaduna. He say, if I no come, my people go talk, say, Omini, my friend, don't they proud? Say, you don't join secret court.
I choose more they go. We don't try our best. More leader with music.
Yes.
Tomorrow and that day.
Yes.
For the show, we'll come with another exciting episode.
Yes. So it's been gracious. It's been an amazing one whole year.
Yes.
Just like a joke, it started last year on the 20th of June to be precise, 2022. We gave them back-to-back laughter for complete 1 year. Above all, it has been God all the way. I want to use this opportunity to thank everybody who don't follow us from day one.
You can't tell us we know they call tomorrow.
No. Immediately we blow.
You can't play I want to stop this show.
Immediately we blow the whistle of the show. You go surprise. 3:15. Immediately want to.
I know how my the beat PK. Are you mad? Go on the radio. You won't talking to the radio.
I can't count the countless messages where I don't receive on Instagram, Facebook. Congratulations with the listen to, and I'm so excited. Thank you, Walkie Talkie. Thank you, SARS. Thank you, Blessing. Thank you, Baba Di Baba, for gracing the show today. Our party we plan something big today. Not just preamble.
Does they say this?
Okay, thank you, Dozier. Thank you, Davido. We don't forget everybody with the backstage, everybody with the support us. God go bless you now real big. As soon as follow us celebrate. Celebration no go ever depart from our life.
You won't do without appreciating the chairman.
Yes,
the heavyweight champion.
I want to use this opportunity.
Mr. Ifeanyi.
Give a big shout out to our MD CEO chairman of VOP 90.3 for the opportunity, for the show of love, and for the support. Continue. Him see me for downstairs earlier today. Say they go UK. Now that's me buy bread come for us. So for the continued show of love and support. We want to say a big thank you. I don't come off for studio. Tomorrow will be another wonderful one.
They want to try one short time for our time. So they come out maybe 1 hour. Anytime I say if you try it, stop it. It's short. I will withdraw my license.
Yes. So we are excited for the whole backing where everybody they give us. We don't take it for granted. Mona continue to support us. Mona bring advert, come give us. Mona show us love.
I will not forget to thank our sponsor, Romeo Pizza and Codeberry Ice Cream. God go bless you now.
Thank you so much.
You won't forget HR. You know what collect all
all the management staff. All the management staff.
HR. Call them.
Our HR, our HOP, everybody, engineers.
No, GM.
You see our general manager. You see all the engineers we did there.
You know what the
video on my can and I never best
call. Thank God.
Thank God. Everybody with us support us. I want to say a very big thank you to everybody. The support has been massive. The love and the show of affection has been massive for this show. Thank you, Daddy Gio. Thank you.
You will go see you for this thing you have done. I give you a blessing.
Thank you. They say appreciation is the application to do more. Lagos, I don't sign out with that language. Till we come now with tomorrow with another bumper package. I don't go. We're gonna stay safe. For now. Ishiegwari.
My person don't talk fish like this. They ask you, what do you have to say? You can say Madu. I'm gonna go.
Yes, Muna, follow me on Instagram, Baba the Baba 1, BABADEBABA 1, figure 1. Then Facebook, Baba D. Baba
D-E, Abi?
D-E, yes. Baba BABA 1. Then Facebook, Baba the Baba comedian.
Your funny comedy.
Yes, my skills stand up, they there.
Oh. We're not gonna laugh, I promise you now. Check Baba the Baba.
Ladies and gentlemen, Real Osas Comedy, Osas now, O-S-A-Z.
O-S-A-Z. O-S, very simple.
Let's say
don't tell them, give them your house address.
Okay, legacy, blessing is
My name is Dr. Walkie Talkie, as usual, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow another day. The way choose stay sign out, your blessing will come tomorrow. Choose who they come tomorrow. Choose, you know they all leave. I'll go there tomorrow. When I know if you drive, I bet drive well, no drive, no run. Now who reach out, nice I bet drive. And that's how I go always tell you. Most stay well. Walkie Talkie TV. Good night.